Hello and welcome, Calling All Heroes family, to Calling All Heroes Major 2 playoffs, brought to you, of course, by the lovely folks over at Radiant. My name, of course, is CB, and it feels like just yesterday we were coming off of Minor 1, and there's a lot of big storylines coming out of that Minor tournament that we can talk about when we get there, but for right now, I kind of want to just focus on how good it feels to be here for Major 2 at the halfway point of our Calling All Heroes season, and of course, how good it feels to be joined by my favorite casting duo, the lovely Tiny Shiny. Hello.
Oh, hello, CB! So glad to be back here on the desk for Calling All Heroes, because as he said, we wrapped up Minor 1. This marks the halfway point within our Calling All Heroes circuit for the 24-25 season. So we've seen a lot of these rosters kind of shift and grow along the way, and that's kind of the nice part about this circuit format, CB, is that these teams have opportunities to look at what components are going into their roster, making changes based on metas, and just the general structure in general. So we are actually only, like 2-3 weeks away from wrapping up Minor 1. So Major 2, very fast turnaround from what we've seen back there, and a lot more to be reflected on. So we'll see some new names and rosters as always, but also a different level of competition than what we've been seeing the past two events.
Yeah, and it's only going to ramp up from here. Like I said, we're at about the halfway point between the regular season. It kind of feels rapid fire, even going back to Major 1. Like you see Major 1, Minor 1, right back to back, and now here we are at Major 2. We got some gaps for the rest of the season for some of these teams to continue to evolve, continue to, make strides, play with some of the new heroes we're going to have coming in, and build new metas. And then, of course, towards the end of the calendar there, we've got LCQ and Champs. That's the big bucks, the big money, the one that everyone is playing for, but you got to get enough circuit points to get there. And some of these teams that we're looking at, it's not really too cut and dry as to who's going to be there. We have a couple speculations, but at the top, where there once sat one, currently now, there is three.
Yes, and it's kind of the great part about this format is every time we start with that Swiss stage, right? We had several teams competing, leading out to we have our top 8 now. Well, a lot of the rosters that we see are going to be similar to last time. We also have some new faces, or at least some that are starting to reappear that perhaps were absent in Major 1 or even in our 23-24 circuit. So that shows how much this is evolving throughout the course. And of course, it helps that you are playing for these circuit points, as you mentioned, going to be important for those big bucks later down the line, but also getting a little bit of a cash prize along the way too.
Yeah, and that cash prize is going to be all important, especially when you consider the additional prizing that we've got from our sponsor today. Be quiet. They're going to be providing some cases and some air coolers to our first place team. Some of these Pure Loop FX liquid coolers to the second place team. I actually have one in my camera background right now. And hey, all that money, first place, $3,500, that's definitely enough to pack one of those cases full of some pretty high-end parts. And of course, you don't even got to worry about the cooler because they got you covered. You don't got to worry about the fans there. They got you covered with some of the best equipment that you can stuff your case with.
Yeah. It's some high quality stuff, and you and I, we've both seen it firsthand, but especially these players looking to upgrade your setups, well, Be Quiet is just for you. But all those things aside, we know what we're playing for. We got all those fancy parts in the background. You have yours, I have mine up. Oh, it's this corner right here. It's
oh, there it is.
There it is. Found it.
I didn't even notice that it was there until now.
Hey, we got it in there. We got to make sure we're representing, But hey, we know what we're playing for. We got all the stakes down. But
we promise it'll be more than a PNG file for you guys. It'll be an actual real.
It'll be better. I promise. I promise it'll be better looking on. But see, we have our top 8 teams, right? All their way through Swiss, and I think this is the first time too that we haven't had somebody come out undefeated.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, like I said, where once there sat 1, now there is 3. Super Shy Ivy, a team that I'm sure we'll get to talking about a little bit later. Green FN, the remnants of the Timeless team from before that reigned supreme throughout nearly the entirety of Calling All Heroes and did actually come away with the win in Minor 1. And then our Major 1 champions, Valentine, down there at the bottom of the bracket next to Fable currently. Those are kind of our 3 big teams that we're going to see going through the rest of this bracket here that we kind of expect to be in that mix towards the end, that winner's final, the lower bracket final, and of course the grand final where they're playing for all the big ones. But today, we're going to be kicking things off with an Arizaki and Andromeda Astraeus. That's our top of the game today, but we got a little bit more to talk about before we get there. Trust me, there is a wealth of storylines to unpack in every single one of these matches and every single one of them going forward. But let's talk a little bit about the map pool really quick. Where are these teams going to be playing? What exactly are the strategies going to be for some of these maps? Of course, we've got all our classic game modes here. Looking over in Control, you got Busan, Lijiang Tower, Samoa, and Nepal. None of your Ilios, none of your Oasis. This is where we're gonna go. And then something interesting, by the way, we do have the new push map, Runasapi, not part of the map pool, sticking to classic Esperança, Colosseo, and New Queen Street. And I really like the escort map pool right now. Circuit Royale, Shambali Monastery, and Dorado. That's an interesting one.
It's one way to put it, but you bring up a valid point here, CB, is all of these maps, particularly in the escort section, are going to force teams to be flexible. You're not going to be running through this entire bracket with just one look, with one composition. With how high level that this competition has continued to grow, you need to show us what level of adaptability each of these teams have been working towards. And some of it is going to be a bit more creative than others, as we've gotten a little glimpses at some scrims and what the preparation has been going on behind the scenes. So we have a lot to look forward to as we head off our playoff journey today.
And you know what else I noticed with that map pool graphic, by the way? No King's Row.
Facts.
So pretty much every single map that we're going to be playing on is going to be one that's got a little bit of flair to it, a little bit of spice. We're no longer going back to that default King's Row that everyone likes to go to all of the time. So I'm expecting to see a lot of variety. I'm expecting to see a lot of interesting strategies coming out, especially with where the meta is. It's kind of in this really dynamic place. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot to pay attention to, and you're going to want to pay close attention to all of you in the chat, because we got some drops for you coming on, especially some of the big ones that you guys might have missed out on. Monarch Venture, chat. Any of you guys remember that one? That one's a favorite. Well, it's back. You can grab that one along with some great in-game cosmetics. The player icon that I go with all the time, the Farah one. All available. Stay tuned for the drops. I don't know if we have a graphic for that? Do we? I thought we did.
We got it. Hey, that's what our job. We paint colorful pictures
visualize
so that we can visualize it for you guys, right? You can paint the picture. Oh, there we go. Look at that. All pretty and pink, purple. Is that orange? That's orange. Yes, I know my colors. And some yellow, even with the Venture skin. So if you want to deck out your career profile with some Calling All Heroes stuff like I've got going now, well, here you go. Stay tuned for both today and tomorrow's playoff matches, so you too can be just as cool as Monarch Venture.
I was gonna pull out a whiteboard that I have under my desk really quick and like try to draw it out, but I could not have done any of these justice. By the way, yeah, like I said, that Farah icon, that's the one I use in game all the time. So that's me. If you run into me in ranked, and if I was ever toxic to you, no, I wasn't. Keep that to yourself.
Dang, that's wild, CB. That's actually wild.
I'm not actually toxic. I just, I criticize the macro game in real time, and people don't like that.
Sometimes, turning on the caster brain on and off, you can see, you kind of see where that goes, right? But hey, we'll do a lot of that today, so by the time you go into your ranked games this evening, then we'll get it all taken care of. So Inarizaki and Andromeda will be our first matchup of the day, our 4 and 5 seeds, if I'm not mistaken. And CB, this has got to be, out of all of our starting matches, two teams that we don't usually hear a ton of, just because they've been stuck at this middle of the pack point.
Well, we do see a fair bit of an Arizaki, I would argue, but this is a team that I definitely think we haven't seen much of, specifically because they came together relatively quickly. This Andromeda Astraeus was present in the previous tournament, but not necessarily with this roster. Coached, of course, by our lovely Got Moxie. We'll be hearing from her a little bit later on today, I'm sure. But she's actually been a pretty solid coach for this roster. Again, came together very quickly, according to Moxie, about 4 days before the roster lock. And from what I've observed, they've already put together a really strong macro and some pretty well-developed strats. So they're a pretty solid team overall, and in Swiss, their only losses came to the likes of Super Shy Ivy and Green FN, two of our projected top 3 teams. So they haven't really been tested outside of the tippity top, the apex of what Calling All Heroes has to offer. We're not really sure what this team's ceiling is, but it might be pretty high, and I think Inarizaki are the best possible roster for them to go up against to really get that litmus test.
Inarizaki have been the pinnacle of consistency. They've placed, believe it or not, 5th seed in both Major 1 and Minor 1. This time will find themselves within the top 4. So steady improvement, but also for a squad that really didn't show us too much life until the LCQ way back in earlier this year, or January, I believe. So this team has continued to grow and develop with their current roster. Very few changes happening in and out. A big one I want to shout, though, is Persona will be returning from their other team. I believe they were on EXO in the previous Minor 1, so now coming back to Inarizaki as this hit scan superstar that we're very used to seeing just adds another level of threat to Inarizaki's team as they're looking to push their way through a meta that's been a little bit up in the air. We've seen a lot more of this Ramatra, some Junker Queen in it, which we know Santana is very strong at either of those heroes, but where the rest of the team is going to fit in, that's the part where I'm curious about, especially with our little ideas of what Andromeda's got cooking.
I don't want to like undermine you too much, Molly, but I do want to kind of fact check that Persona thing because I just looked it up. I have the Wikipedia page here because I'm a nerd. I always have that stuff up. You want to know what Team Persona actually played on in Minor 1? Andromeda Astraeus.
Really?
Yeah, Andromeda.
Reverse.
Yeah, Persona has made the jump. So, you know, it's just an extra fun little wrinkle to this matchup here that we're going to be kicking things off on Lijiang Tower, and I expect to see some interesting things coming out of Andromeda Astraeus when we go into this map. Some things that I observed in their scrims, some things that are a little bit unusual, and I think we'll start to unpack them once we see them, but I do expect to see KJ on the Moira in the backline there. And while we're on the topic, I kind of want to talk about KJ really quick. She has a bit of a self-challenge going on right now where every time she dies, she is going to be shocking herself. I don't know if that's the best strategy for a winning team. I don't know if that's what's going to actually, I know you want your support players to have discipline, right? But I don't think that's what Moxie had in mind. Hopefully that does end up actually being some kind of benefit. If not, it'll just be something a little bit silly. Maybe she won't have to shock herself too much. Maybe we'll all be shocked by just how well she plays on that Moira when they come out. But that is kind of going to be Andromeda Astraeus' bread and butter, is the Ramatra composition with the Moira.
It's a bit of a unique twist. We've seen so much Baptiste and Kiriko lately that Moira, while she's there, hasn't really been a staple in the lineup, just because with the immortality abilities, with both the immortality field and the Suzu, Baptiste and Kiriko have just been better options. Moira does offer a little bit more mobility, survivability, and just consistent output in both damage and healing, so KJ kind of adapting to this role too. She was actually a DPS player for what we've seen her in the previous Calling All Heroes circuit, so making that switch over to hopefully not the Life Weaver, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
No, she likes to get a little bit silly. Yeah, this is a little bit more what I'm expecting is the Moira Lucio. And like you said, mobility is kind of the name of the game. You can see they got Laser out here on the Reaper. Grey Seal is probably going to swap over to the Tracer after they get the teleport out of spawn. And then Andromeda Astraeus are going to want to just pick off a backliner, in this case, most likely Krobus, but also Persona, if Persona is being caught on a flank angle and isn't really protected by the team too well. They're just going to try and run over any member of Inarizaki that dares look at them funny.
This is a very frontal-heavy composition where the Inarizaki are more on this poke game. They want to give Persona some space to poke in and out, find a couple of these shots. We know they're good at hitting. Andromeda, though, aren't giving Inarizaki that chance. We're taking an early push on forwards, but it's Wi-Fi instead that gets punished. Beautiful shot from Persona. Exactly the fight that Inarizaki wanted to take. They'll take advantage of Andromeda's antsiness.
In some of the scrims that I've watched, I've been very impressed with Wi-Fi, but losing your Lucio that early is going to be a loss of the mobility, your loss of the ability to try and rotate around, and then, you know, Persona kind of just hangs back. It gets that one last little headshot. Sure, it looks clean, but at that point, it's all just kind of cleanup. Andromeda Astraeus just went a little bit too aggressive, trying to run someone down, and lost a key component of that pseudo dive that they're playing here with this Ramatra composition, and now they're going to have to try and go in with the retake. It's not a bad composition for the retake, but the question is, can they actually get a good angle? Grey Seal forcing the point might actually help out with that, but it sounds like the peel is there for Inarizaki. They're not going to give that up for free.
No, and speaking of free, Persona's just free right now. Like, no one's looking in their direction. Laser takes 2 shots to the dome, and all Inarizaki lost the point for a minute. Andromeda, they don't have a ton of frontline pressure popping, and now with the Bobbert shooting at your back line, that's going to be Andromeda working their way off of the objective, trying to make this into a winnable situation, which they do manage to get Probus and Persona, so they are even in terms of numbers, but no staying power. Means you have to give it up in the end.
Yeah, I do think you kind of take that, though. Losing Keegan is kind of bad, but, you know, you can go in and, all right, nope, Laser's getting caught out.
Goodbye.
Santana's still going out with the fist flying. Gonna pop the Annihilation. I don't know if I agree with the use of the ultimate here, but I think Santana just had to pop that to survive, and it's not gonna last too long.
If you're gonna use the Annihilation there, you have to be living, but Santana just doesn't. Inarizaki now at a massive disadvantage. They have the sound barrier coming in from Regime if they really want to, but at this point, you lose Missin. It's better just to let Andromeda give this space back so you can get a full 5-stack push.
And it's kind of a misplay again to pop that Annihilation because Andromeda Strayus haven't had to pop a single ultimate yet, and they've gotten the point essentially for free now. Whereas in Arizaki, they've used the Bob and the Annihilation, 2 of their best sustained ultimate abilities. They still have the sound barrier, which they might need to bust out here. Indeed, they do.
Yeah, Regime has to use it just to respond to Keegan, and it's just so much overhealth. Inarizaki doesn't have a full way to answer it. In fact, that Andromeda don't use theirs either. This is only an Annihilation suit. It sets them up great for future engagements.
It was an Annihilation and a Coalescence, which is a lot to try and overcome. You know, you do kind of want the sound barrier and the lamp for that, but not having either of those means now they only have a window and a pulse bomb to try and go in for the retake here, as Andromeda is starting to match that capture percentage. Keegan going a little bit aggressive here. Laser finds Persona.
This Cassidy switch has just been so much better than the Reaper. Hasn't been getting caught out, and Persona finally has someone to contest them, but it's missing though. Who's running a mug in the backline. That's a beautiful stick on the Wi-Fi there, and Andromeda have been looking clean so far, but once you don't pay attention to the Tracer, missing, find your players.
Yeah, she goes in with the hero play there. Great pulse bomb, great cleanup, great pretty much everything. Losing Krobus there, kind of unlucky. It's probably going to force Regime to go back and try and taxi that Baptiste into the fight here. But look at Andromeda Strayus' ult economy, though. They once again hold on to that sound barrier, and they have both their DPS ultimates, whereas in Arizaki, they have the Annihilation, but realistically, you can just kite that with the speed boost, and you don't even have to invest in ult to counter that one out. So in Arizaki, they're going to have to keep playing for picks here. They're going to have to keep relying on hero plays from Persona and Missin.
And it's so much to ask from your DPS players, but hey, if they can deliver, it's going to be Persona with a sound barrier and help even out the loss of the main supports here, and that's just the tool that Andromeda needed, especially when Inarizaki push this point to 99%. I'll end one more contest.
And that sound barrier from Wi-Fi is just so overwhelming. Literally, like I said, as I'm saying it too, you know, you want hero plays for Persona and Missin. Persona gets a pretty high value pick off there, but the overwhelming force of that sound barrier and the aggression that comes out with it from Andromeda is just too much for an Arizaki to withstand. And once again, they burn the Annihilation to try and do it. You're looking at KJ's Coalescence here for Andromeda. Laser, able to stay alive, but gets booped.
Huge play from Regime. Inarizaki, they don't have ultimates to work with, but if Regime can get a sound barrier here, this would be awesome, but no, they go down just as the words come out of my mouth. Inarizaki struggling to keep them alive, chucking everything in that they have for this point. Persona trying to zone out the Die and somehow catches Keegan within their crosshairs. A fight that shouldn't have been winnable. Persona is just putting the team on their back and giving Inarizaki a win condition to look after and ideally close out this objective of Night Market. We knew this match would be close, but this is just a testament right here of how Inarizaki and Andromeda can fight toe-to-toe.
And sometimes when you need hero plays, a hero answers the call, and it's definitely Persona, like you said, getting all of those clean headshots, the pickoffs there towards the tail end. There was so much that like made it go back and forth. There was a great microplay there that came out from Wi-Fi to try and boop Mission as she goes in to try and hit the pulse bomb, just sticks it to the floor, completely whiffs the ultimate. But then you come in with that dead eye from Persona, takes down Keegan, finds the headshots, and the coalescence from KJ is massive. It gets a lot done, but while Andromeda's all trying to commit to that ult and trying to get all of the follow-up damage to confirm kills from that, Persona's in the back line confirming kills themselves. Just taking names, taking numbers, everyone's done. And again, just off of a raw mechanical skill, and Arizaki are able to remain consistent, but 99 to 99 is about as close as it can get.
This is new. Santana Doomfist, I'm a fan. I like where this is going. A lot of, just kind of fear with Andromeda playing closer to this edge, but not really anyone to nail down with the Romacha when you're physically getting beaten backwards. So Inarizaki will have the speed advantage to get some capture on this first point, making Andromeda kind of rethink their game plan.
And something kind of interesting I want to call out about this, the parity between these two compositions here is KJ has to be extra careful when she builds up that Coalescence and pops it, because Santana can just punch it and go for the easiest stun to cancel an ultimate ability of all time.
Oh.
And just cancel her life insurance plan while you're at it.
And that was a beautiful play, punching right back where Misten was standing. Chuck some sticky bombs in, a couple primaries. This Doomfist Echo composition, like just the combo of their abilities, is going to be deadly for any time Andromeda gets stuck. And realistically, CD, there's not a way for them to dodge it.
Well, KJ's are going to call out exactly what I said. She's going to swap over onto the Moira, and Keegan actually going to make a swap over onto the Winston. We're getting wholesale swaps from Andromeda. It's going to be a dive for dive, Doom versus Winton. We'll have to see who gets the better of it. Andromeda does have a pretty solid dive composition, but it's usually with Azu as their main tank. I'm curious to see how good Keegan's Winston is. Is she able to hold a candle to Santana on the Doomfist here, who takes down Laser?
And that's a great start, too. You don't have the echo pressure in the sky, and Andromeda, once again, find themselves bashing their heads against a wall just because of Missen's primaries. It's just disgusting levels of damage to deal with how good this flying character is right now, especially in her hands.
It's such a disjointed, like, slow, staggered death there from Keegan there towards the end as well. Looking at Narazaki's ult bank, they got a full house, essentially. You know, just a couple scant percentages away from the pulse bomb, and Andromeda Astraeus, yeah, sure, they're about to have a pulse bomb of their own and a sound barrier, but not much else. They can try and take this fight slowly and make it really bloody, really costly for both sides, but that's going to get a Narazaki at least up to 99, if not a map win.
They have 5 ults here, CB. Like, Andromeda, if you're going to take this fight, it's not going to be pretty. I mean, Narazaki are taking the fight to them. Sabiru goes down, but not from KJ, loses her life. And Narazaki are in an incredible spot right now. The sound barrier gets absolutely nowhere, and it's going to have to be a staggered touch from Andromeda, and they're not going to have their tank.
And they might not even have Laser to be able to do it. Laser does get the mega health pack, and be forced to pop that duplicate onto the Tracer just to try and get a touch. 98% and the contest hasn't come through. It's finally there, but KJ and Graciel are already dead.
They're down. Andromeda don't really have much of a win condition. This Kitsune Rush only turns the points blue, but that's Narazaki's favorite color. They're going to end up taking Lijiang Tower away 2-0. And CB, what a turnaround from Night Market. Swapping over to this Doomfist composition, Andromeda looks like they had no clue how to respond.
Yeah, it's such a great heads-up play and a great swap that comes out from the likes of Narazaki to just go for this Doomfist composition with the Echo, make it so that you have nobody on your team that the Ramatra composition can run down, and suddenly Andromeda Astraeus are forced to try and make adaptations that they're not fully prepared for. Like I said, they have a decent dive composition, but they didn't really have the sound strategy. They didn't really have the target to jump onto. They didn't really have what they really need to try and find anything. And by the time they have the ults to match it, Narazaki, you know, we're at 70+%. They've got all the ults because they won every fight clean. There were some staggers there coming out from Keegan on the Winston. I think it shows that this Moira composition with the Ramatra that Andromeda Astraeus want to keep coming out with, it's very exploitable if you're a team smart enough to make the swaps.
Mm-hmm. And it's only going to get harder, too. If you look back at the map pool, there's not a ton of brawly-ish maps out there. Like, a lot of these can have the same dive variation, but even in that mirror, Narazaki looked pretty dang good all the meanwhile. And a lot of that, of course, had to do with Persona and just their overall pop-off potential. When it comes to these kit scan players, there was some adjustments made by Andromeda, putting Laser on this Cassidy. It was a great start, but at the end of the day, Narazaki was able to squeak out with this Night Market and ran away with Lijiang Tower once we got the Gardens.
Yeah, and while you're talking about, like, trying to go for some of these more brawly maps, you know, maybe you go for a dive composition, but then you go from brawly to brawlic as soon as they bounced out the Doomfist, and now you gotta deal with this big buff guy just punching you all over the place. You can't play the Moira because your Coalescence will just get canceled. You can't really play this Ram composition and just run someone over because there's nobody just playing in the middle of the street anymore. Everybody's mobile, everybody's slippery, everybody's nice and greasy. How are you going to pin them down? Well, I think if you're Andromeda Astraeus, you kind of have to fall back on Old Reliable as we go into their map pick here. And yep, just as I expected, it's going to be Hollywood. I expect to also see Azu come in to play the Winston on this map, and a Brig on a backline to come out from Astraeus.
Yeah, this will be a much more comfortable spot for Estrellas. Like, they're not bad in that Ramalcha brawl, but they're just some pieces that are exploitable, as you said. As we move to Hollywood, they're hoping to have a better chance at matching this sort of dive composition that we saw Inarizaki pull out with. Whether it'll be the Doomfist or the Winston, that we're gonna have to see. Santana does have both of those heroes within their pool, but for the sake of Andromeda wanting to make a comeback here, I'd like to, you'd want to have Santana on this Winston, just because whenever you're playing against that Doomfist, being physically displaced and these small windows of timings that Inarizaki are working with, your fight can just be done in a flash before you can ever figure out what happened, and it really throws a wrench in that team synergy that Dive Comp survives on.
And we can talk a little bit more about Santana as well, because Santana was previously a member of that Timeless roster early on in last year's season. It's something that doesn't really get talked about too much because, you know, you think of Timeless or Green FN, you think of, you know, Sawhill, Sniper, the tanks that kind of carried them through the latter half of that season. But early on, Santana is a Timeless alumni. You know, definitely someone who has that pedigree, has that talent, and has that flexibility to carry the mantle. And we did see that, you know, making the swap over from the Ramatra mirror over onto the Doomfist. Felt that the Ram mirror was a little bit too close for comfort, so let's try and catch Andromeda off guard. But now, it's Andromeda's map pick. They shouldn't be getting caught off guard again. They should have the upper hand here. But will they, though? Because, again, Santana's flexibility. Surely Inarizaki are going to have at least somewhat of a competent dive.
You have to imagine. We know that Inarizaki just have an advantage from playing together longer. They've worked with each other for a much longer period of time, whereas Andromeda have continuously been building their roster, which is great because they've surpassed a lot of the expectations that we initially had for them and qualifying for this playoffs, making this a relatively close match. But even as we continue to look forward, you can't ignore the fact that often having this past experience together on these high synergy reliant compositions is going to give you a significant advantage in Hollywood. And I'm genuinely starting to wonder if Andromeda are prepared for what they're heading up against here.
And speaking of like all these dive compositions, I also do kind of want to highlight some hit scan play because we talked about some of the hero plays that came out from Persona in the last match here, or sorry, the last map. What are we going to do if we see Persona just taking a commanding position on an Ashe, you know, up on the high ground for Streets phase, or even somewhere here on the first point where you can't really get at that Ashe, you can't really touch her all that easily. Like, there's ways that an Inarizaki can go for like a protect the president kind of thing and just make sure that Ashe never dies, make sure that she's never under significant pressure. And again, that's going to be up to Andromeda Estrellas to try and break that whole puzzle apart and try and find a way to crack that, or just, you know, circumvent that altogether. Do you just ignore the Ashe and just let her have a commanding presence over the entirety of the point? I think no. I think at some point you have to try and be the one to match that. And, you know, I'm looking at the DPS line for Andromeda Estrellas. You know, Laser is pretty competent when it comes to these hit scan heroes. They do also have What on their roster as well, someone who was a standout previously on the Sojourn, but Sojourn's not really relevant anymore, so how good is What on the Ashe? Are they going to try and commit to, like, this Reaper? Are they going to go for, like, a full dive? Maybe they're going to try and play the Echo and just put a lot of aerial pressure onto the Ashe. Like, there's a lot of questions, and I'm looking forward to seeing the answers here. And unfortunately, with a player having DC'd, we're going to have to wait a little bit for that answer.
Well, unfortunate to have a DC. This isn't a bad time for it, especially if you're Andromeda. I can tell you that Gardens match just came at a shock to them after being as close as you were on Night Market, just to get absolutely steamrolled on Gardens, and that's not a feel good. A longer reset that you can get mentally here is going to be even more important because you're likely seeing a very similar setup to what you saw on your previous map, and we'll have to have a level mind in order to approach that. We do have to trust, though, that when we're looking at this, we're expecting this dive sort of composition. It will be Laser on that Ashe, a lot more of that hit scan presence that you were really talking about, and that's going to be ever the more important. It almost looks like we're getting an exact mirror.
Yeah, and it is also going to be Persona on that Ashe, so I'm curious to see where that Ashe is going to be posted up, and I'm curious to see how Laser is going to be getting in there. And there's Santana getting right in your face. Hey, there's a wall, buddy. Gonna have to go around a little bit. Big early spawn nade coming out from Krobus.
Hey, you know, gotta chuck it in there. Miss every shot you don't take, you know. Yeah, this is exactly the approach that we were looking for. What dive target do you go after? Are you looking at laser? Are you trying to get yourself onto this backline? They're all kind of sitting in the same spot. Regardless of that fact, Esperança has to move together. If you go by yourself or just let Misen shred your backline apart, that's a bit of a problem. Inarizaki are happy to play this as slow as they want, as Andromeda are a little bit hesitant to approach.
And it was another nade from Krobus, by the way, that took down Wi-Fi. KJ, goes for the nade, but obviously too little too late, was trying to wait out that anti-heal cooldown. And right now, she's completely vulnerable. Wi-Fi's coming back, so the protection is now once again there, but you're trying to play for a big dynamite, a big nade, or a big headshot, and you know what? If that one comes through, now's your go time.
And Krobus is in trouble. The sleep dart misses. Regardless, however trades Inarizaki get, being down there Ana here is going to be tough. Thankfully, they do manage to grab KJ, so a somewhat winnable situation if Inarizaki want a soft regroup.
And that headshot is just everything. Cracks first of all, cracks Persona's skull clean in two, but also cracks the entire point open. And even though Krobus hits another big nade, it's not something that Inarizaki can follow up on. But that said, that kill is a gray seal, a little bit more point presence. They might be able to follow up on that.
And Krobus almost has nano boost here. Like one more healing shot, you can chuck that straight onto Santana should you need it. That'll be the Winston set straight into the backline, but not before KJ makes Krobus pay for her crime. Santana can't really find a window in. It catches Wi-Fi a little bit out, but the sleep dart from KJ keeps this backline afloat. Santana now built up to this primal rage after having that boosted ult charge off of the nano boost, and is just kind of beating around KJ, hoping to get somewhere. Has missing for a little bit of follow-up, but Andromeda are fully committed to this. They're not even going to use that nano boost. It's only that pulse bomb as well as the rally that's needed, but Persona was never accounted for. The one thing that Inarizaki had in their back pocket caught Andromeda again.
Well, I mean, it's also just kind of cleanup kills from Persona. The big play is obviously going to be Santana going in deep with that nano boost and then eventually that primal rage. Everybody is focused on trying to worry about the monkey in the back line. They're not worried about the one in the front line, so they lose Azu, who doesn't pop the primal rage. I don't know if that was online or not, but it's definitely online now, and so is the nano from KJ.
Oh, it's the nano boost. Azu looking at these supports, but there's nothing more annoying. Trying to get healers that are healing each other in the process. Azu's damage might as well be doing nothing. In this case, the Winston is getting absolutely shredded. Azu wants to get back to safety, but Persona will grab that final blow. Andromeda down a tank and down to just 1 minute left to push this point.
And the Bob was also invested from Laser as well. I'm not sure where that actually landed, but it definitely wasn't anywhere productive. And Andromeda Astraeus, now they don't really have a whole lot in terms of ultimates. And have a look at Krobus, once again coming up on another nano boost. And KJ just used hers. She can't match that one. They have to try and isolate this Ana if they can in some way, shape, or form. You can see KJ still looking for nades onto this backline, but it's not, the cleanup's just not there.
No, like it's small executional pieces that Andromeda are missing out on. Even if they have the right idea, the shots aren't landing, and Personas very much are. Inarizaki, it just looks so clean when it comes to this dive composition. Krobus could care less about the big scary Winston right in their face, and Santana can just leap into the backline, clean this up, and Andromeda are left to struggle for an answer in the final 30 seconds.
23 seconds, Laser's gonna die there towards the end. 20 seconds left now. Andromeda have to try and get somewhere on point to trigger OT, but they're gonna lose Wi-Fi in the spawn, and Arizaki know if they just stuff Astraeus here, they're not gonna get another opportunity here. And a kill onto Gray Seal, there's no chance they can touch now.
Miss is feeling herself right now. She's in the spawns, taking names, taking heads, and Andromeda nowhere near this final objective. Will have to settle for just over 2 ticks, but you gotta be honest, CB, if you wanted to pick a dive map, I wanted to see an Andromeda who was confident in this comp, that was ready to execute on these players, but just the small pieces that went awry are putting them at a spot with a very high win con for Inarizaki.
And I think it goes back to an Arizaki, like, understanding their win conditions throughout all of these fights. They just go in with that nano boost onto Santana, who can just build up to that primal rage, use it in the backline, and while that Winston's got 3 people looking at him, Azu just falls, and suddenly your attack that you invested everything into, the nano, the bob, you didn't have the primal either, but you invest all of these tools to try and get the win, and sure, you get 2 ticks, but it's not enough to secure you that whole point that you need, that you were so close to getting. And I think a lot of it is also coming down to Krobus, who on this Ana has been phenomenal. Like, I talked a lot about some of the big plays that KJ was making, but it was blow for blow, and Krobus, I think, just got some of the heavier hits.
It just seemed that way. Krobus has been a support player that we haven't seen a ton of lately, but as I was watching their Switch stage maps, Krobus, especially on the Ana, was a key to Inarazaki's success whenever you're attempting some sort of dive composition. Just think about how many times those sleep darts, those bio nades started and ended fights just like that. Inarazaki, a deadly team when it comes to this execution that Andromeda hasn't been able to match, but to avoid going up onto that match point, Andromeda gotta show us all that they have on this defense.
Well, they are not going to make any compositional swaps on this defense, so the question is KJ going to be safe from the wrath of Santana and potentially an errant nade from Krobus? And Inarazaki are smart. I suspect they're going to know that KJ's looking for a nade. They're going to go for an angle, doesn't quite hit. Wi-Fi, though, really low. They have to invest everything to try and keep Wi-Fi alive.
And that's expensive. Santana can just leap out, knowing that Inarazaki, they have all the cooldowns. Andromeda just use a lot of their supports so Santana can re-engage relatively quickly here. Krobus gonna look for a nade momentarily. Sleep dart on Azu. All the meanwhile, and that bio nade forces both Recall and Azu to go ahead and dip right on out of there. Just be pancaked by Santana in the backside of this point. Little help for the Winston, but hey, that's why you got some hops. Krobus has got you covered, and Andromeda need to find a way to stabilize. Azu will be back shortly, sure, but this is gonna look rather risky. Great pick off into Santana. KJ and Gracio on the same page. This is more of the correlation that we need to see.
And it's just anti-nades from either Ana that's dictating the entire pace of these fights. Like, Santana is playing so scared because there's the constant threat of KJ's nade, and every time she hits one, that Winston has to play safer, try and get back to LOS, so once that anti-heal wears off, you can get that healing coming out from Krobus, but it's just, you know, which Winston is under the most pressure from the enemy Ana at any given moment. Right now, Santana under a lot of pressure, can't engage, but should be going in with that leap here, especially once Krobus builds up to this nano boost, 2% away. Expect that and a big nade to be coming out, but the pressure from Azu.
Azu takes the initiative first, the nano boost from KJ. It works out key, and that takes all the support away from Santana. Santana couldn't do anything with both of the supports freaking out about the Winston tickling them down in the backlines. Wonderful initiative from Andromeda.
And the play was 100% to try and put the nano onto Santana, but Azu called that out, went in with the bubble, blocked off line of sight from the healers, and Krobus just never gets to pop it. So they just completely take the wind out of Inarazaki's sails. The downside, though, is that Inarazaki didn't invest anything because they weren't able to. That nano Winston is still on the table, but Wi-Fi with a whip shot knocks it right off.
Krobus is dead though. Santana doesn't get to the high ground as they want to, and with how much healing there is available, and Santana's just playing CC Simulator. Grabs laser somehow throughout all of this chaos and will look for KJ nonetheless, but it's all to stall. Inarazaki want to break the door open onto this point, whereas Krobus hoping to return earlier on the Kiriko instead, so Inarazaki rallying behind Regime literally, but Azu still manages to grab Santana here. Inarazaki have not been having fun with keeping their main tank alive with how much distraction, the pressure Azu's putting on the backline.
And it's the same story we saw in Inarazaki's defense. Anything you can do, I can do better. While Santana's going in to try and secure those kills, Azu goes in with the Primal Rage and distracts the entire backline. There's no help for Santana. You lose your Winston, you can't confirm the kills, and Andromeda Astraeus are still holding strong. A minute left and they haven't given up a tick, and now they have the nano boost. They have the initiative. They just need to hit a big nade and go in with it and bleed a little bit more time off the bank.
And they need to take this initiative quickly. If you do so, Inarazaki won't have a chance to engage, but instead they are going to allow Santana to leap in first. Azu doesn't have the sightline of their Ana player, has to go back passively. This is not an ideal situation, and you're down laser. Andromeda had everything set up for them, but it's slowly starting to look like it's fumbled. Something needs to happen quickly to help clean this up, but Azu was nowhere near the fight where it was happening. The bio nade from KJ, while it looks pretty, there's no damage follow-up. It was so close to happening. Andromeda had it all up until these final seconds for Inarazaki to take themselves up to match point.
And it was such a good defense from Andromeda Astraeus throughout, but it's actually just a couple of errant shots that get KJ into low HP. She has to play passively, has to go safe behind that wall, take a little bit of cover, and suddenly she's broken LOS from Azu, can't get the nano onto the Winston when you need to, and then, you know, when you finally do get that nano onto the Winston, it's as he's jumping back out with the rest of the team just to try and stay alive. You're not getting any value out of that nano boost, and that is what Inarazaki are able to collapse on. I think overall it's still a really, really close matchup here, and there's definitely a world in which Andromeda Astraeus hold there strongly and get, you know, the full hold, but that is unfortunately not the world that we live in, the one in which we currently inhabit, has Inarizaki on match point. It's once again Andromeda's map pick, but they're only going to have one more chance to cement themselves here.
This is rough, too. I mean, we talked about how Inarizaki are just the pinnacle of consistency, and this map was no shortage of it. Where Andromeda was able to find an advantage was because of the initiative they took. Way back on this defensive position, and all it took was one small push from Inarizaki to kind of isolate these players, just like Andromeda were doing to Inarizaki, and it all just flipped completely on its head. Andromeda, this is their first test against one of our stronger teams that you're going to find within Calling All Heroes, and so far, it's been close, don't get us wrong, but they're missing that final spark to actually set them above what we've seen, and they're putting it up to one more map in push in order to flip that direction around, but you're going to need a reverse sweep in order to do it.
I think that's something that they very well might be capable of, but it's worth revisiting the fact that, once again, this team came together very quickly. Like we said, 4 days before roster lock, and they've developed a really strong macro. They are a really cohesive team, and it shows, but some of that inexperience is also kind of showing where, you know, you've been playing together for not very long, so you're not really getting the vibes for, like, when your Ana is under significant pressure and she has to peel back, or when your Winston is wanting to go in but just doesn't have the line of sight because some piece of the puzzle somewhere isn't where it needs to be. And these are some things that only really get ironed out with time, and Inarizaki is not giving him any of that time. Time's up. You gotta get that all together right now. On Esperança, I think it's a good place where they can play either that dive composition or their Ramatra Brawl as they are wont to do, but I think they might be forced to try and stick with the dive composition, because Inarizaki, back in map 1, they already showed us that if you're gonna come out here with that Ramatra Moira composition, well, we're just gonna go Doomfist, and you're just not ready for that. Like,
No.
like, what do you do if we just go with that Doom Echo composition? Because that's also pretty damn strong here on Esperança. Like, that's a viable option for Inarizaki to bust out. So, what's your response?
It's like this mind game of, like, okay, if they're gonna do this, should we do that? But, like, no, they think we're you're, like, going back in circles, right? It is an entirely psychosomatic battle that you're trying to fight with these early compositions. And as we know with Push, these first fight or two, getting that early lead, it can mean winning the entire map. These maps in particular are very reliant on that first set of forward progress, and it's so much harder to go ahead and push back in the other direction, and it really does leave Andromeda in a tricky spot. If you're gonna come out, you're gonna have to do it guns a-blazing and ready to go here. I like the Winston dive a lot more, just in terms of consistency. If the Ramatra is the direction that we're gonna see Inarizaki going, that'll be fine. You can match the Winston dive and maybe give it another swing at the Doom, should that really be the option. But the core of the team is really going to stay the same. I want to see more of this KJ Ana, because by no means was it bad. She just had so much pressure on her at times in Esperança, just with the structure of the map. She should have a lot more room to work here. Yep.
Oh, I was muted. I was good. All right,
Oh, no.
sorry, yeah. Got muted in VMix, chat. Technical difficulties.
All right,
No, let's talk a little bit more about KJ, because we keep putting her under the microscope. Let's continue to do so. She was previously a hit scan player that played for the likes of Drainers in the past, and we've highlighted her as a really, really strong hit scan player. So it seems natural to be able to transition over to the Ana and still have a lot of that prowess, because you're still playing an aim-based hero. But she's also a smart player, someone who has worked with the coaching staff for Luminosity, Maryville University, that whole organization. She's a very smart player, and take it from me, an Ana one trick, that when you're playing Ana, you get a really strong sense for the macro game. You get to see everything that's happening, all of the cooldown usage, all of the positioning. You get to be like, you know, the eye in the sky that sees all of these things and can break it down and make these call-outs and kind of understand the way the game flows. So it's a really good fit for her to be in this position. She's playing really, really well, but again, it's still some of those signs of like a team that came together really quickly that hasn't quite gotten into that next gear, hasn't really leveled up to the entirety of their potential.
They aren't lacking in mechanical talent, that's for sure. It's just the execution. Some of these things that, like, hey, I'm going in. Are you ready to go with me? For teams that have been playing for a while, a lot of those quick communications become automatic. Like, you almost don't need to have them in the first place just because you've had so many reps and you have this mutual understanding of what's going to be happening before the fight even starts, right? We can see that with Inarizaki, having been together for a solid, 6 months now with mostly the same roster, and it's just wonderful to watch their execution at some of the highest levels. And Andromeda, well, they're trying to battle it back, significantly less consistent when it comes to these dives, trying to hit these nades on times, communicating when you're actually jumping in with the Winston. Big differences there, and on a map like Push, it's really going to highlight some of these changes.
Ready for battle.
And you know, we've talked a lot about Andromeda and how they haven't really been tested, how Inarizaki is a really good test for them. Let's talk also about Inarizaki as well, because they've been, like we've said time and time again, one of the most consistent teams that we've had since their inception, but they've never been quite in that top tier, that upper tier. And if they want to get there, they do have to be able to take on challengers like an Andromeda Astraeus, you know, one of these young upstart teams that has come together quickly and is suddenly, you know, knocking on their door. If Inarizaki wants to start punching up, they're gonna have to start punching down. And right now, they're gonna be able to use the Diva to do a little bit of punching right now, which is an interesting development that we have seen rearing its head in the meta as of late. It's been very diverse as far as tanks goes, but it's the first time in a while that Diva has been a pretty solid option, and one that I think actually counters out Andromeda Astraeus pretty well.
I don't think I've seen Santana's Diva yet, so I'm very interested to see what they've got cooking on this particular hero. It's great for taking duels. If you leave somebody out by themselves, oh, just wait. Santana will be there to blow you up in half a second with those micro missiles. It's okay to take some of the space that, or forfeit some of the space. In the case of allowing Inarizaki to push up, you also can put Krobus on this Kiriko, which is very strong. Gracieel's already hit deck a hot second ago, and Andromeda can't really find the moment to execute. They're scared of Santana. Keegan doesn't really want to play near a Diva at all, and is just trying to use this bubble to gain a couple inches at that, and it's been very difficult to push on through. Inarizaki just had such a big advantage when it comes to this Diva in the long run of these fights.
I'm curious to see if there's going to be any swaps that come out from Andromeda Astraeus as Inarizaki just kind of goes through for the cleanup here. I'm wondering if this Winston composition is going to stick, and it looks like, just based off the ult percentages, they're going to want to try and keep it because they do have a relatively competitive ult bank coming up online. But Inarizaki, because of some of those early kills, that early pickoff onto Gracieal, are just that one step ahead, and they've got the sound barrier, which is the all-important one, which means there's nothing Astraeus can throw at them that they can't respond to.
It'll be the Kitsune Rush on the high ground first. It's a nice space buy out of Andromeda, but Krobus easily has the response. Andromeda drops straight back down to this low ground and are kind of playing this little game of chicken against Inarizaki. Both teams still have these sound barriers, not too much committed otherwise, but Regime, Wi-Fi, those are going to be the two main points that we're looking out for. Once this fight continues to unfold, or Missing can just continue to beat Gracieal in this Tracer one that we've been seeing all day long. Very rarely does Gracieal come up on the winning end of that battle, and not having that little bit of extra pressure onto Missing puts the rest of the team at a disadvantage. You have no Kiriko, and Inarizaki are just walking this robot away from you.
It's just Missing walking the robot in, no one coming in to contest. Keegan comes in at the midnight hour, but is likely going to pay with her life, and yep, it's a pulse bomb to take Keegan down, and the checkpoint for Inarizaki. And you know, the saving grace for Andromeda Astraeus is that you hold on to your sound barrier, whereas Regime invested, but you kind of would have liked to have that to prevent the checkpoint from ever being captured in the first place. You're a little bit too little too late right now, so if you're Andromeda, I think maybe you invested in the next fight just to try and regain some control and stop this bot from getting too close to your spawn door. But, I mean, you're losing Keegan.
Like, this is just a terrible spot for them to fight, honestly. Like, honestly, let the robot move a little bit further. Don't let Inarizaki set up on this high ground, and Andromeda trying to fight there. They just were taking themselves like, okay, we'll sit down here, take a couple shots in Persona, and they never actually fully committed. They didn't know what to do. But now that this robot's moved further, CB, they definitely have a better chance of contesting.
You can see Inarizaki just going to control this high ground and force Andromeda to play into them. So it's like, what do? You just go in for the dive and risk getting booped off, and then suddenly your monkey's just in no man's land? How do you approach this? You can kind of see the Tracer and the Lucio over here, Wi-Fi and Gracieal going for a flank play, but Gracieal going to forfeit the life. And it's not looking good for Andromeda Astraeus. Wi-Fi's got to get out, and meanwhile, there's an entire war going on the other front.
There's so many different little skirmishes going on right now, but the ones in the front line, we're missing in particular Krobus. Krobus. And I get it, Krobus has been popping off, sure, but Inarizaki as a whole, Missing in particular, has been leading the charge when it's come to this damage, the Tracer, the synergy with Santana, you name it. She has been there for Inarizaki, and Andromeda, you're about to reach a point of no return here.
And I can tell you precisely what school she learned that one from. It's the Uprising Academy. She's a very seasoned player, been around the scene a long time. You're gonna have to get up pretty early in the morning to catch her off with a flank. And right now, even still, she's able to live despite the pressure coming out, and Laser falls.
She's already down, and Persona, too, is just been going crazy. Keegan takes care of that, goes ahead and gives him a 1-2 smackaroo off the edge of Esperança. That's a much better start, but that's another pulse bomb. Courtesy of Missing, just likes to play Pop the Monkey, apparently. Inarizaki are still moving this robot forwards. Missing cleans that up. CB, we might be seeing a full cap.
We very well might be, and Krobus, by the way, still has not died. There's going to be the remake coming out from Santana, so there's an ult down the drain, one you would have liked to hold on to. Andromeda have the tools to be able to retake this, but they're going to need to invest at least one of them, and any of them right now, when you're this far behind, you want to hold on to as long as you possibly can. I'm expecting the Bob to try and come out to make a little bit of space here. Yeah, Laser going to go for a backline Bob there. It's pretty well placed, and it's going to force the disengage from the Narazaki, but for how long?
Well, that's actually Santana out of mech and taken care of. That's a great pickoff. If Inarizaki have any sense left, they're going to just run for the hills. Give up that space. You have the ultimate. There's no need to invest in this.
Gonna hold on to both your support ultimates, but Narazaki can match that, and they're about to have a Bob of their own, so you're gonna have to try and make sure Narazaki are never in a good position to use it. So Keegan right away gonna take this high ground, which is so far ahead of where the bot currently is. LOS from the healer is gonna have to come out. KJ in position to keep the healing going. Keegan trying to hold on to this position, but Narazaki, like, they know better. They're not gonna give this up for free.
No, that's why Kitsune Rush is placed under the bridge. All the more chaos. The battle of sustain that so far Inarizaki seem to be winning. They have the greater tools, and Keegan just topples on over, but Persona's Bob amplified with that Kitsune Rush. A full team life now for Inarizaki, and they're going to get right back to where they started at this point.
It was such a well-placed Bob. We saw the explosion of support ultimates coming out, both sound barriers, both Kitsune Rushes all at once, but that Bob was so well-placed that even when Keegan tried to disengage, she was still getting peppered from behind by that Bob, and Santana comes through with the cleanup. Then the Bob picks up 2 more kills. It's so massive from Persona, and now we got a pulse bomb on either side that's really going to dictate the pace of this fight. And Missin is lurking. She knows she can put it on a backliner right now. Wi-Fi spy checking, but you might want to be careful. That spy has got a bomb in her back pocket.
Especially with how consistent she's been. I think every one of these have gone on to Keegan, and all of which have been successful so far. And thankfully the Winston will this time have a primal rage to hopefully tank that. Should it happen, but Regime, where are you going, dude? Just yeets themselves into the back line with no plan whatsoever, but at the end of the day, I guess it's just a little bit of bait out. Inarizaki still get the robot moving, and all that's happened, CB, the progress is gone. Everything Andromeda wanted to get here is just gone.
Yeah, it was such a good play from Andromeda because it was just an assassination, and it just snowballed into 2 or 3 more. But again, like you said, while all of that was happening, Missin just snuck away with the bot, and nobody checked her. So yeah, Andromeda Strayus, despite that incredible dive that came out from them, they're not going to get any bot progress out of it. They're going to be lucky if they even get the bot far enough to break the forward spawn. Santana negating the high ground to make sure that Inarizaki can hold on to that advantage. And now they're back to a full army. Once again, all 5 back in position and ready to take this next fight.
You have less than like 2.5 minutes to be able to work with this here. Andromeda need to start winning fights, and they need to do it consecutively. And with his ultimate on board, it's not looking good. KJ has to use the cleanse just to keep herself alive. If anyone on Inarizaki was to look her direction, it's been a much bigger issue. And Andromeda timed and worked with the plan, and that's Persona down. Great job from Laser, but at the cost of their own life. Inarizaki pushing on forwards with the Kitsune Rush at their backs. KJ didn't have hers up in time and won't be able to use it in this battle. Inarizaki playing the flipping game once again, and we'll be right back on the road.
And look where the bot is. Even if Andromeda continue to trade this out, the trades are still going to favor Inarizaki because the forward spawn hasn't been broken. Sure, you're going to lose Regime there, but Grey Seal's going to die. Missin comes back to kill Keegan because all of these kills that Andromeda Strayus got amounted to nothing because of just a couple of meters that they could have gotten to try and break that forward spawn. They were unable to, and it's still in play for Inarizaki. Now they're going to go back to trying to pressure the spawn all the way. They just need to get the reinforcements back in position to do it. Andromeda Strayus have control, but once again, in Inarizaki, they have this high ground. that Astraeus have to try and find a way to break.
And they haven't been able to
That's
far,
one way.
and you need
That's
it.
a way to
Laser,
break it.
all right, yeah, just reap Persona's head up. Wonderful. Now I need to see this target focus that Andromeda have been struggling with all game long. Santana out of mech. Great job. That shows you're shooting the same person. That's Andromeda getting their head back going. But CB, is this genuinely turnable with the ultimates that you have to stall this out? Andromeda are going to have to play flawless Overwatch from here on out.
It's still not really turnable, and Narazaki know that. They could have invested that self-destruct to try and get the remake, but they don't. They could have invested the sound barrier, but they don't. They know they have such an overwhelming advantage. They can just take one ult fight and win it, and they win out the whole map here with 30 seconds left. And also with that late kill onto KJ, she's probably not going to be in the most optimal position to try and help her team. She should be back now, courtesy of the taxi from Wi-Fi, so we are all here on the high ground. But as that happens, and Narazaki, they got the bot directly under it. Now, Andromeda have to try and give up some of it to try and contest. The Bob invested, the ult's coming out, and Narazaki just kite it.
And that's a great bob, though, from Laser. That allows Andromeda to get further around this corner while you can keep your main players on the high ground. But Narazaki, they're prepared for this. They can just chuck everything at once, knowing they only need to win one fight in order to win the entire series. Narazaki controlling this objective is all that they can, but missing oversteps their bounds. Thought they could get Keegan out of the picture, but she had just enough health alive to keep this going. Narazaki not investing either of their self-destruct or sound barrier in this fight, and it doesn't seem they have any intention of doing so. They're giving Andromeda yet another limb to push forward, trying to drain all of the resources, but I gotta give them credit. Andromeda, they're playing conservative. They know the consecutive battle they have to take, and suddenly they have a chance.
It might be greedy from both of these teams to try and hang on to all these ultimates, though, because now we're in OT. We've got the forward spawns for Andromeda Astraeus. It can start to spiral out of control for Narazaki. Because Andromeda didn't have to invest anything besides the Kitsune Rush, they're going to start to have all these big ultimates. And sure, Narazaki have them as well, but they have to try and get big value out of them right now. That's a great coach gun to deny the dive here from Keegan, but she's holding on to a Primal Rage. She can go in extra aggressive if she wants to. Right now, here's the Kitsune Rush. It's time for her to go in.
This is the time to make the chance to make the strike. Both sound barriers on the floor, but Santana's health bar is reeling. So they'll have to self-destruct in an attempt to get a remake off, and Andromeda don't have anything to stop that so far. Keegan's health bar inching lower and lower, but is playing so passive against the team. Santana just into the backline, trying to draw some attention away from the supports, and that's exactly what happened. Persona lands the shot that is needed, and Narazaki are trying their best to hang on as Andromeda's health bars continue to suffer amongst these continuous fights. They don't have a tank, you don't have a Lucio, and all the pieces are starting to crumble. Narazaki started this map strong, and they're going to end it in the same fashion. 3-0, moving on to the upper semis.
I want to highlight, though, how close to disaster that was for Narazaki, because Santana's self-destruct was not in a place that it could have zoned anybody off the cart. It was off in a corner just to try and get the remech, and it works out. It works wonders. They eventually lose the mech again later on, but because of that one kill onto Wi-Fi and that support advantage that you get towards the tail end of that fight, that's where it starts to spiral out of control for Andromeda Astraeus, and Narazaki are able to take the advantage and take the 3-0 win. But at no point did it look definitive or dominant from Narazaki. They definitely had to scratch and claw for a lot of that, especially in that last fight. Again, it felt a little bit greedy to hold on to some of those ultimates in the penultimate fight, and then to try and match ultimate for ultimate in that last fight there. One kill is all it really takes, and it's Persona once again that makes that hero play. That's going to keep taking them very, very far. And we talked again about Narazaki potentially trying to punch up and break in to that upper echelon, that top three. If any of our top three teams have an inconsistent day, have an off day, this isn't a Narazaki that can capitalize on that, and they're gonna have to keep going with performances like that in order to make your Valentines, your Green FNs, and your Super Shy Ivies start to fear having to face this team in the lower bracket if they end up down there with them.
Matches like this draw our line breakers within our tier list of teams, and Andromeda have they tried to keep up, right? We thought that they could be at the same level of Narazaki, but they're still working on developing a lot of these team-based skills, being a newer roster, and later on down the line, even later within the playoffs, CB, we can see this team start to punch back up, and I won't be shocked if we see that, but Narazaki is consistency, and their overall experience playing with each other, it just proves to be superior. Their understanding of how they can play in both a dive competition and even a little bit bit on this Ramatra certainly has to be respected as they move through towards their next couple of matches, which are going to be a lot more challenging.
I mentioned, by the way, a lower bracket run. You don't want to run into an Arizaki in a lower bracket, but that's purely a hypothetical because they're not going down there anytime soon, or at least not until, you know, they run into someone who can definitively put them down there. And so far, no one has. Andromeda Astraeus will, however, be down there, and I think they're also going to be an interesting team to keep an eye on in that lower bracket, because now we kind of have an idea of where their ceiling is. They are still in below an Arizaki in the hierarchy, at least for now, but they do have a chance to reestablish themselves, and we're going to have a chance to talk to one of the members of an Arizaki as they continue to establish themselves as a dominant force here in Calling All Heroes. We're going to cut to a quick break here, and we'll be right back with an interview. Don't go anywhere, chat. And Arizaki are our victors today for the first round here in a 3-0 over Andromeda Astraeus. The scoreline might appear to be pretty dominant, but it wasn't the most dominant. There was a lot of times, especially early on and towards the very end, where it felt like it realistically could have gone either way. You're looking at it here on Night Market where, you know, we had that 99-99, the tail end of Esperança where the fight could have realistically gone either way, and it's just that one kill that comes through. And it was Persona a lot of the times coming through with the big kills at the big moments that an Arizaki needed to secure the win here.
Arizaki know exactly where they are supposed to be, what they're supposed to be doing at almost every turn. And despite a few struggles on this Hollywood attack, really, there wasn't too many other role spots for Arizaki throughout the course of this series. Of course, Persona being that superstar of the team. Andromeda, a team that knows how to start fights, sure, but once we get into these later games, when these battles get really drawn out, it's like the wheels slowly start to fall off the bus, and suddenly you're just skidding along the highway, praying and hoping that you're going to be all right. And while they're a team that can chalk up to some of our better squads here, they'll have to prove themselves in our lower bracket, whereas Arizaki can continue moving on in our upper semis. And to hear more about Arizaki's journey, I believe we have Regime with us here for an interview today. Regime, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Hello. Well, I can see like how big that grin is. Like you've got to be feeling pretty good after that win.
Oh yeah, no, this is my first interview too. Like I'm excited. A little bit nervous, but I mean, I'm here now.
Don't be nervous. We don't bite. But first, we're gonna ask some of the biting questions here. One thing that I definitely notice about this iteration of an Arizaki is you guys seem to have a really strong, flexible core. Like you're able to make some pretty decent team composition swaps and feel really comfortable. I want to ask you guys about the Doomfist swap on Lijiang Tower and the Diva swap on Esperança. Like, what was the thought process leading up to these particular decisions?
So I think a lot of the time in scrims, like I think this specific major, we were actually experimenting with a lot of different comps. Like at the start, we were playing a lot of Queen, and then we wanted to play Ram, and then I think after EWC, we wanted to play Diva because we just saw like how broken she was with all like the small buffs that she got, and Santana also really likes playing Diva. So we were like, okay, we'll play Diva, and then we hard practiced Diva for the past week, and I guess we're just a dive team. Like, we're really good at dive.
And see, that's the great part. We said it before we saw any of our games actually happen today, that flexibility, adaptability is going to be a big part of this weekend, and especially with you guys having both Santana as this tank who can play pretty much everything that they set their hands on, but also you, Persona, everybody else there that has been able to work with these different styles of gameplay. And we've been talking about Inarizaki and your ability to work together as a team with how long that you've been playing, and continue to be consistent with that. Do you really see these kinds of consistency in the same level of output? Is it just these dive compositions you're wanting to focus on, or is that kind of going to vary as the weekend progresses?
I think it's honestly gonna depend. We got some pretty flexible people. Persona's really good at like all the hit scans, so we kind of like base a lot of our comps off of what Persona can do, because we have a really flexible DPS. Santana plays every tank in the game. If I have to go flex support, I can, and Krovis, bless her, she can play every flex support in the game as well. So honestly, it's more like just flexibility around Persona, and then just whatever we want to do. And I think the fact that we can keep like a consistent core and then only swap out like 1 or 2 pieces now and then, it really helps with our synergy.
Sorry about the loud noises, chat.
Yeah,
my cat's just knocking things over here. I
Cat
have
moment.
chaotic gremlin that lives in my room. Continue.
Oh my god, hey, we love chaotic cat moments, right? They throw a wrench in our plans. But speaking of that, your next game is going to be a bit of a different challenge. Inarizaki has been a very solid middle team. Y'all have been in the 4th, 5th place spots and made it to the lower finals, right? And you've been doing really well. But the Super Shies, Green FN, Valentines of the world have thrown you for a wrench anytime that we've seen you come up, and even in the Swiss stage. Now, looking ahead, if you are to stay in this upper bracket, you will have to face one of those teams going in later today. So I want to get your thoughts on kind of how we're feeling against some of these teams that y'all have had a bit of struggles against in the past.
Honestly, me and Santana have another team along with Krobis. We scrimmed Valentine and we scrimmed Super Shy Ivy. They're beatable. That's all I have to say. Like, it's not like that it's not gonna be like the hardest uphill battle in the world, but it'll be a fun game.
Okay. All right, they're beatable. I kind of have a similar question as well, but I think you've already kind of answered it. But I still do want to get your thoughts on this. You know, you say that they are indeed beatable. Like, looking at Inarizaki throughout the history of Calling All Heroes, they've been pretty consistent, like we've said, kind of that like middle of the pack, looking to break into that upper tier. I want to hear you flat out, straight up. Is this the time for Inarizaki to finally break into that top 3?
Oh, for sure. Like, what? Without a doubt.
All right. For sure, without a doubt. All right, yeah. All right. Well, if that's the case, with that confidence, we'll see you in grand finals. Of course, we'll definitely see you there. You know. And in the meantime, anything else that you want to say to the chat before we ship you off?
I said it earlier, right? But I really want to give a shout out to Santana. I swear to God, they work day in and day out. I have played with them on Inarizaki and another team for like the past 8 months. She wants it more than anyone. I'm so serious. Like, actually, shout out to Santana. Her work ethic is insane.
Shout out Santana. Like, we love the dedication that we see all of you have to this game, and just hearing the passion in your voice, Regime. I mean, that just sells it even more. So
I love competing. This is like the best moment ever, honestly.
And we're happy that we can have this platform for you today. And,
thank you.
And we're looking forward to following Inarazaki's journey. And hey, with that level of confidence, maybe we'll see them back in the finals.
If you're a team, like, you know, if what Regime says is true, and this is a team that wants it that badly, then you know what? I believe when they say that this could be the top 3 tournament, maybe even a grand championship here for Major 2. Wouldn't that be an interesting storyline if we could have 3 tournaments in 1 year and 3 different champions? That's something that I would be very, very interested in seeing. But you know what else I'm even more interested in seeing, and something that I'm super extremely excited for, chat? We got a little surprise for you all. How do you guys feel about some Calling All Heroes merch? Because we got some for you. You can scan that QR code, support some future events, and buy some merch right now. We got three different tops there for you, and a cute little pink Calling All Heroes trucker hat. I'm looking at that like cropped sweater, and I'm like, that's gym wear for me. And of course, like, the cat shirt, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, not only is this merch sick, like I can totally see myself rocking a Calling All Heroes hat, but this also does support all of the Radiant Calling All Heroes events that we have going on. So not only do you get some sick merch, but you can also continue to support the initiative that we have going on with Calling All Heroes. If you head to radiant.store, you can go ahead and check out, and we even can get you 10% off using Raid 10 on your first purchase. So definitely go ahead, make sure you're checking that out throughout the course of the weekend. I know CB and I will certainly be in your hands on some of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would be wearing that like nearly every day if not for the need to like wash laundry and keep cleanly hygiene. That's definitely a thing that as you become an adult you have to get a little bit more on top of. But like if I could wear those every day, I absolutely would. And if you run into me in the gym, I think you're definitely gonna see me rocking that cropped sweater right there, or even that Pharah hoodie, because like that Calling All Heroes logo Pharah hoodie, like it's gas. Like that stuff's also great, and I can't wait to get my hands on some. I wasn't scanning the QR code. I was too busy like sitting here giddy like oh my god, it looks so pretty. I forgot to pull out my my camera and scan it. So hopefully you guys in chat, you didn't miss it. Hopefully you guys get the chance to do it. And you'll have plenty of time to go through, get yourself some merch while we throw it to a quick break before our next matchup here. We've got the next round coming up after this break, chat. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, Calling All Heroes family. We got merch, we got drops, we got cats in my room running amok and knocking things over while I'm trying to conduct professional interviews. We got everything that you could possibly want, and you know what else we got? Another Giga Banger game coming up next. A potential preview to our grand finals, as the next matchup for the day is going to be Valentine versus Green FN, our two previous Calling All Heroes champions.
Under a different name, but once we start to look at these rosters, you see those faces that we are all too familiar with today. And CB, these teams meeting as early as they are in the semifinals, thinking that only one of them can move on, is an absolutely insane thing to think about. Green Fortnite came off of Minor 1 with a golden stage, didn't drop a map in Swiss, didn't drop a map in playoffs, and one Minor 1, whereas Valentine were a little bit behind on that meta after coming out swinging back in Major 1, so with some roster adjustments, some little bit of flip-flopping around between all of these teams, and we'll finally get to see, once the dust settles, where that top 3 ranking is, because you have to say that this is by far the closest that these top 3 have been all season.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we'll talk about Super Shy Ivy, who are going to be playing the winners of our last matchup, and Narizaki up there in the semifinals in our off-screen game. We'll be seeing which of those two are going to meet these teams in the winners finals. But again, yeah, like we said, Green FN and Valentine. Green FN, we can look at Minor 1. I think the big storyline coming out of that tournament is that it was the Timeless Farewell Tour, and they played all of the hits. And you know what? When you are that dominant, when you put up a golden stage, you keep the band together, and I think you keep touring. And sure, we're under a new name now. We're under the Green FN name, which is the name that this team has competed under for various other tournaments, Face It League, Kunoichi, to name just a few. They've been all over the place, sticking together, continuing their reign of terror throughout the entire Overwatch scene for a long time, and they show no signs of stopping right now. And Valentine, on the other hand, had a monstrous performance in Major 1, like you said, dropped the ball a little bit in Minor 1, also like you said, but have kind of, started to rebuild themselves from that. So are they the Valentines that we once called champions, that we once called the new monarchs of Calling All Heroes, or has the crown gone back to its rightful owner permanently?
If what we've seen in our earlier matchup today with these Winston dives is true, if that is the composition that these teams are going to stick with, I'm terrified of Green Fortnite if you're Valentine. Anybody should be terrified. With Sawhill on this Winston is by far the best look that we've seen in Calling All Heroes dive composition as a whole, and it isn't even remotely close. I mean, this dive comp was dismantling top team after top team and was the main reason that Green FN had that flawless golden stage coming into this, and meeting a Valentine, a rematch of both our Major 1 and Minor 1 grand finals in these upper semis. This is just a taste of what we are likely to see face off again later this weekend.
You know what's crazy, though, is like having spectated some of these teams in scrims and having listened to the rumor mill about what some of these teams have been playing. I've been hearing a lot of rumblings of Sigma. I've been seeing a lot of Ramatra, some Junker Queen from time to time coming out from Valentine. I think with the tank lineup that we have for both sides, which we've talked about time and time again, and I never get tired of talking about just how good Sawhill, Sniper, Kindred, and Mari all are, and how when you change any of these pieces out, suddenly the possibilities just bust wide open. Like, you've got so many different things that you can play, so many different directions that you can go in. Maybe the Winston dive is the most dominant thing right now. Maybe the Diva dive is the new wave, and maybe North America is finally starting to catch on, and Calling All Heroes is riding that wave as well. Or maybe we're still kind of in that brawl-heavy kind of meta where if you're the best at the brawl and you have your flavor of it, you're going to be the ones coming out on top. But speaking of coming out on top, it's the team that nearly always does, Green FN. And something I do kind of want to highlight right now is, looking in that quadruple hog and one Ash. That's something very upsetting about this. What I actually want to highlight is the backline right there, Z. I'm not sure if she's actually going to be coming in, or if it is going to be Aniyun, because throughout the Swiss stage they've been playing with Aniyun in the backline because Z has had some other obligations and hasn't been able to consistently scrim and practice with this team. Of course, she is a force to be reckoned with, as is Aniyun, so you're not really missing a step either way, regardless of which support player you have in your backline there. But it's just like an interesting little wrinkle, is she there, is she not?
doesn't matter. I genuinely, Green FN have the most consistent line of players. I look at this and I'm scared. But we do have a new face though, which I think is good to bring up. Joining Senna on this DPS line is Peace. Peace was on YFP Pixies for both of their third place runs so far, and after that team kind of disbanded and regrouped in some different forms, Peace has found their way over to Green FN, performing very strongly on a Pharah, a Genji. A lot of these flex DPS heroes are looking to make a name for themselves with a team that has been at the top and will strive to be there once again.
And don't forget, this team also has Bun as well, who we've consistently touted as like the top flex DPS player in Calling All Heroes. You've got Bun and Peace, so that's two of the top flex DPS. And then Senna, arguably the best hit scan. How do you compete with that? Well, this is what Valentine is showing up to the dance with. It's the same roster that we've come to know and love, but with one notable change between Minor 1 and Major 2. It's that hit scan DPS. We no longer have Wisps on this roster. They are now fielding Kuna, which is a little bit of an interesting wrinkle for this team. I think that gives them a lot of flexibility, because I typically think of Kuna as like a flex DPS player. I remember them being kind of a standout for me back when they played for an Arzaki playing on the Tracer. I remember that being like a big thing, like also some of the Genji play that we saw coming out of Kuna. But they're coming in now to fill this hit scan role, and Wisps, what more do I have to say about Wisps besides like Circuit Royale, Widowmaker? Like, that's big shoes to have to fill. And while in what I've observed, Kuna has done a pretty solid job of filling those shoes, but will it be enough to stand toe-to-toe against the absolute juggernaut of a hit scan player that is Senna?
It's not going to be easy, and if I had to pick a single one-on-one matchup to watch this map, it's definitely Kuna on Senna here. Hitscan has so much definition of how these series are played. We've seen it with Persona in our last series alone, and then you add these two into the mix, it's only about to get more crazy. But you also have two incredibly flexible tank players that can come out. I believe it was Mari in that starting lineup, known for her Sigma and just about anything else in that tank hero roster. So Samoa being that first map selection, offering a lot of variety, a lot of options. Both of these teams coming out of the gate, and I'm very interested to see where this direction is going, because as we've heard from our teams, our players, that there hasn't been one thing that's being screamed. We're in this realm of flexibility where the meta currently stands with a lot of these tanks receiving buffs, allowing for a wider variety of playstyles.
Let's talk about some of those playstyles, because as we go to, we're going to have a little bit of a tech pause here, so we'll have plenty of time to yap. It's our favorite pastime regardless. But as we go to maps like Downtown and Beach, I think the dive is playable, but, especially here on Downtown, you're probably going to be looking for more of like that poke kind of composition a little bit, something like a Sigma might be able to get a good advantage here. And then we go to Volcano, where it's just claustrophobia and cramped spaces, where you're probably going to see, the Ramatras or the Junker Queens start to come out. I think Samoa is a great litmus test for these teams to kind of see where their flexibility really lies, especially if we go to all three submaps and we get to see a little taste of what all three of them has to offer. I think Beach is probably going to be the most interesting of them, because it's the one where I think the dive is the most playable. We do see a lot of like Winston and a lot of D.Va coming out on this map to try and, control the high ground around this point here, try and pressure some of the hit scan players that want to post to their back and not give them any room to breathe. And again, we talk about these hit scan players, Kuna and Senna, and we talk about what tanks we're going to be playing. Are the tank compositions going to be putting any additional pressure on one or the other? Because if that D.Va does come out, some of us Overwatch 1 old heads will remember just how awful it was trying to play hit scan back when we had two tanks and D.Va was one of them all the time. Like, you might as well have just been spitting at your opponent for all the damage you were actually able to get done on that roll with a D.Va matrixing in your face all the time. If she's the wave, what are Kuna and Senna going to have to do to try and get anything done?
It's going to be tough, right? And we know that Mari can play the D.Va amongst many other things. Sniper, on the other hand, we haven't seen much other than the Sigma. They've been coming in for that hero in particular, but, you can play Winston if you really have to, and I guess we'll have to wait and see. Samoa is just that map that offers a bunch of different territories and lava for you to go ahead and fight within, and will force various compositions out. And having a more flexible team, like I'm thinking Valentine will here, is going to give them a little bit of an upper hand, especially in this initial part while these teams are feeling each other out.
Sure, right now they're still feeling each other out in the lobby,
yeah.
throwing some barbs, throwing some mean words at one another, and that's about all they can do until we actually do. I mean, it's not mean words. It's usually just, you know, a little bit of playful joking, a little bit of smack talk, and probably a lot of meowing in the chat back and forth. But you know, these aren't always the nice kitties that we're used to here in Calling All Heroes. These two teams are definitely the kind of cats that Carol Baskins would throw you to if she had the choice. I definitely would worry about, you know, facing either of these teams. And again, one of these teams is going to the lower bracket. One of these teams is going to be a potentially an impenetrable wall for a lower bracket team. So spare a thought for an Andromeda Astraeus trying to establish themselves in the Calling All Heroes hierarchy. Gonna have to go up once again against a Valentine or a Green FN, or potentially even going against an Arizaki again, or, you know, Super Shy Ivy if they somehow find their way down there. It's gonna be a nightmare for either one of them, but the other team will be coasting on to winners finals, as we kind of expect from these rosters pretty much any time they don't run headfirst into each other this early in the tournament.
We also, this is actually interesting, because we had a bit of a rock, paper, scissors matchup in Swiss, right? Where, if I can list this off the top of my head, Green Fortnite beat Valentine. Valentine beat Super Shy, and Super Shy beat Green FN, right? So they all kind of went in this circle, but if we're going on past results, and the majority of results previously, Green FN has handedly dealt with Valentine, right? Both we saw in Minor 1. That one exception, of course, is those grand finals of Major 1, where Valentine was able to grab that upper hand. But ever since then, it's been Green FM that has found the better side of this team, but that's also when a meta was much more favorable to them, and we didn't have as many of those moving parts. And once again, I'm going to be looking at Kuna for what they're going to be able to pull out in this particular matchup, because it's going to have to be strong to match someone like Senna.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Senna is... I don't want to give, like, I don't want to say she is the best hit scan in Calling All Heroes, but she definitely makes a strong case for it. Like, the only other two that I can think of that really go toe-to-toe with her are X10, who is, I believe, not currently an active player, and Wisps over on Super Shy Ivy right now. So outside of that, it's like, she's kind of uncontested, and it is a tall task for Kuna, like you said. And we also, I also kind of want to touch on the fact that, you know, the top three teams sort of rock, paper, scissors each other in Swiss. I want to go ahead and give Green FN a pass here, because I did mention they weren't playing with Z, they were playing with Anyun throughout the entirety of Swiss, which isn't like a knock on them. That's not a step down, but it is kind of breaking the synergy a little bit from that starting roster when you're coming in with a sub player. About as strong of a sub player as you can possibly ask for in Anyun, good lord. But I think they might have also been playing with some other subs and some other off roles. Sometimes in Swiss, these things tend to happen. You can't really show up with your full team at full strength. Things happen, life happens. And especially, again, when these teams are all playing on other rosters outside of Calling All Heroes, keeping their skills as sharp as possible, sometimes other obligations come up. You're not always going to be able to play with a full deck, and I guess on one occasion it was stacked up against them, but outside of that, Valentine have been, you know, relatively consistent. They did drop a couple of maps here and there, but did look to be the most shaky of the top three teams, so there's a lot of different, like, moving parts here. Like, it's not really clear cut in any direction, and even if you're trying to give someone the benefit of the doubt, it's still like, are they really the better team? Are they really, like, what happens when the playing field is even, when it's level?
One thing, as good as Valentine is, I was a little bit concerned after how Minor 1 went, because it didn't seem that they had a full grasp on what other teams were playing and how to work that out. We were seeing a ton of dive and some Sigma compositions being pulled out, whereas Valentine were keeping Kindred in on Mauga and the Ramantra, which, while Kindred is an incredible tank player in her own right, you try to do that against a full dive composition or even a poke, you're just going to get left in the dust when those particular heroes are much stronger, unless you have a very, like, ridiculously good game plan that you're heading into it. And it's not like that Mari wasn't available to play either. So I want to see that Valentine have a firm grasp on what's happening, like what they're expecting going into this. And we know that they've been working very hard behind the scenes, constantly scrimming in order to prepare for this specific event. And I want to see those changes come to light, and hopefully they're with the picture now. We're not getting left in the old times in Major 1.
We are still left in the current times, the current purgatory where we cycle through Samoa like 3 or 4 times. You know, tech pauses do happen. Let's talk a little bit more about Kindred though, because I do suspect she's actually going to be the one that comes into play here on Samoa when they come through, because Kindred has been typically the Ramatra player for this team. I don't know if it's intentional, the way that it's kind of shaken out for Valentine, but at least from what I've seen, whenever you want to play a more stationary tank like a Ramatra or a Mauga or something a little bit more brawl focused, you play with Kindred in there. And when you want to play something a little bit more dive focused, you swap over to Mari, because she's gonna be the one to come in to play the Doomfist, gonna be the one to come in to play the Winston. I think, you know, you could go either way for the Diva. I'm not actually sure which of them would play the Diva. Mari Sigma is also really, really strong, so that right away breaks my whole rule here. It's still very like power of friendship, trusting each other to know when to swap in or swap out, because I have full faith in both of them to be able to come in and play literally anything and be one of the best in KA at it. But that's just kind of what I've observed, is like for your everything outside of Sigma, if it's something that is boots on the ground, Kindred is your girl.
Absolutely. I remember one thing that you said back in Major 1 when you first saw Kindred and Mari together, and you're like, this is just unfair for these two to be on the same team.
It's absolutely unfair.
Like, it's just crazy to think that one team can have that much tank strength in a time where tanks are pretty dang powerful when it comes to controlling the pace of the game. So right there, Valentine has an advantage in that regard and flexibility, but same thing can go for Green FN. Having both Sawhill and Sniper, that's a scary duo to face on with. And that's why I like when these teams play each other so much, is there's always some of these smaller one-on-one matchups that you can watch, and then it just turns out wonderfully every time. It's the highest level of gameplay clashing at each other, trying to figure out how to get the better of one side, and it comes a lot down to those individual sides that we're gonna see today. Hopefully soon.
all these one-on-ones and head-to-heads, like when you're two of the best teams, when you're this evenly matched like nearly across the board, like that's kind of what it comes down to at the top levels, right? It's like who is the best at either role. And I think, you know, the only player that I can look at in this entire, you know, both of these rosters that has the capability to just completely take over the lobby and, you know, trump everybody else on the entire field is Senna. So, like, once again, we come full circle to talking about just how dominant of a force she is and how long she's been for quite some time. Like, we can talk a little bit about how long you and I have been following her specifically, since way back. Like, the first tournament I think you and I ever casted together was I remember, I think it was Altior Trailblazers. Yep. Yeah, Trailblazers was what it was called. And it was a team with Senna, and by the way, her tank was Mari for that. So they were they were a pretty dominant duo. By the way, you know, chat, just peeling back the curtain, by the way, almost everybody here in Calling All Heroes is like really good friends who have played together and scrimmed together and been on various teams with one another, and that's kind of why you see some of these roster changes just coming through from time to time, just because, like, everybody's chill with each other. They all like playing with each other. They're like, yeah, maybe it'd be fun to play with, you know, maybe it'd be fun to play with this person that I haven't spoken to, or not spoken to, but I haven't played with in like months, you know? You know, maybe it'd be fun to, like, run it back.
Yeah, like, that's one of the best parts about Calling All Heroes too, is the sense of community that it builds up. Like, you might be enemies on one day, but the fact that you can go home outside of the game, can still be friends and do all of these great things with each other, that's truly one of the best parts that Calling All Heroes has, is having all these relationships develop between players. And I hope the relationship between Sniper's internet connection and their PC starts to improve. It appears they're still having a little bit of difficulties, so we may be starting with a Sawhill on tank should this continue to progress, which would certainly turn a couple things on its head.
Absolutely, it definitely would, and it might kind of lend a little bit more credence into my dive composition. By the way, real quick, you touched on the Calling All Heroes community, and I think that's also a good time for me to shout out that you there in the chat can join the community. You can join our Discord if you haven't already, and even if maybe you're not a player of the echelon of a Valentine or a Green FN, which not many are, that's okay. We still have Calling All Heroes Rising. We'll be having, you know, the grand finals of the Calling All Heroes Rising tournament on broadcast tomorrow. Definitely be on the lookout for that. That's something that you yourself, as a viewer, can come and get involved with for future tournaments if you want to hop in. But it seems like we're finally getting to hop into the map here, or at least an overhead view of it. And it is Sawhill
Okay.
And Z as well. We do have Z.
Okay. The Z's I'm not as surprised with. Z's has been the main player for Green FN for the majority of the time. I don't think we've seen much of Aniyun in the playoffs, which I would love to see her at some point, but it's just been Z's for the most part, and I wouldn't be shocked if it's a sub later, maybe if we pull out an Ana or something like that. But this Sawhill sub is going to be much more interesting, especially if Kindred stays on this Malga, which she has become very well known for. Green Fortnite, gotta be careful. They're not sitting set on fire.
She will not be staying on the Malga, but with the power of love and friendship and Ramatra, not necessarily in that order, Valentine charge forward with a mirror composition up against Green FN. So let's go back to that Kuna Senna head-to-head, and we'll try to see who gets the better angle right now. It's Senna on the slightly elevated position, but Kuna has a lot more of a wide open space and a shooting gallery currently.
That's just what you see. So his head is rolling on the ground, and it's sort of these hit scans coming back to get you. And there's a nice clean shot from Kuna. Wonderful. Now that this fight is all evened back out, Valentine, let's see if they can find a way to push in. In fact, mirroring that from Matra. Sawhill's health bar a little bit lower, doesn't quite have the same level of form, so it should be Green FN taking a softer reset here on Valentine's head.
And it's that kill onto Senna, and a late kill there onto Halo. Valentine should be able to hold on to this. Yeah, Kuna doing well, looking very unbothered. Yeah, Kuna, more like a Kuna Matata, baby, not a care in the world, but nearly takes Peace's head off there.
Jeez.
Clean up onto Sawhill. Kuna, all right, so maybe we're not going to be as cut and dry. Maybe this hit scan head-to-head isn't going to be tipped as heavily in Senna's favor as we initially stated. I mean, it's still early. There's still plenty of time for her to make a comeback, and with Kuna's HP low, could be any minute now, but look at how close to the Bob Kuna already is.
It's just ridiculous. You said, oh, can Kuna keep up with Wisp? That's going to be a tough matchup, but having a Bob well before Senna here, hey, this is just insane. It doesn't really get too far fast, but it prevents Green FN from pushing further in, and lots of focus on an off angle, but Senna punishes Wicca. This finds HAMR on the meanwhile. Valentine looks confident to win that fight, but they let the guard down for just a little bit, and Green FN took advantage of it.
Yeah, the Bob from Kuna does kind of stuff the rotation there for Green FN. They have to try and take that building approach. Zoe with a nice little pulse bomb there to take down Senna, but it's kind of a token kill that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because she'll be back in time for this next fight here, which Valentine are already postured to do. You got a window on either side, sound barriers coming up for both sides, but now Senna has her Bob that she can go ahead and use to stuff Valentine's rotation. She's going to put it right in the middle of the point.
In front of an ant matrix, though, where Kuna is currently standing. So that Bob and the Ash. Oh my goodness! Hey, Kuna! What has gotten into you? This is an insane level of performance. Sure, eventually Z's will burn them down, but surely the damage has already been done here. Valentine could try to clean this up. You have a Sound Barrier and Annihilation online. If you're Sawhill, you're getting the heck out of there. Waiting for Halo's Sound Barrier. There it is. Wicca holding on to one of her own, not wanting to use it, and that's going to be a critical mistake. Kindred falls down, and the Sound Barrier gets absolutely nowhere.
It's such a good play from Halo. It looked like the fight was won for Valentine, so Green FN turn tail and run, but they pop the sound barrier, go for the re-engage, and then Wicca, like you said, tries to hold on to hers for just a little bit too long, gets a little bit too greedy, and Kindred's life is what is paid for it. And now you don't have the Annihilation, you don't have the sound barrier, you don't have any ults to retake here, and we're crossing towards that 70% threshold here for Green FN. A Pulse Bomb could seal it, get them into one-fight territory. Fortunately for Valentine, it goes wide, but now Peace forced to play on the back foot, be a little bit more safe here as Valentine make their approach, try and take an angle.
Kindred, though, struggling to keep her health bar up, had to pop the form just to stay alive, and in the meanwhile, AJMR, using all the cooldowns, didn't have any left for themselves. Senna and Peace maybe took a bit to warm up, but CB, this is the DPS, this is the Green FN that we know.
It's Peace just being an absolute force on this Tracer right now. Look at the recall there at 15 HP, and suddenly, like, Wicca's ankle's completely broken. She has no clue where Peace is, and you know, she definitely should have kept her head on a swivel there. You know, she had to disengage to try and go for the touch because she was the last living mobile member of Valentine. But yeah, again, broken ankles. Peace just comes back, pops one backhand to the back of the skull, and Wicca can't get to the point, can't live to tell the tale. Green FN, they bounce back hard, but shout out to Kuna though. We can't let that fly under the radar. I mean, we already didn't. We kind of hyped that up, but Kuna is at least initially holding their own against Senna. It's just Peace that was making the difference there towards the end.
Yeah, Peace too. I mean, the two newcomers to these rosters have just been putting astronomical performances out in round 1. It's almost like they're trying to prove themselves to their teams and say, hey, we belong here. Like, this is where we were meant to be. We can vie for those top spots, and so far, it's going to continue to be the case. Same exact compositions heading to Beach.
Still on the Ramatra on either side, and once again, this is going to be a matter of which Ashe is going to be able to get the better angle. There's a big dynamite that comes out from Kuna, gets a lot of damage done under the backline, and this angle from Senna isn't the best right now, but as Valentine start to bounce back, or sorry, start to peel back, get pressured back, it's going to become a better and better angle, especially if she can keep getting damage onto AJMR in the backline there.
Oh, Senna needs some healing, though. Woo, that came in at the nick of time. Thank you, Baptiste. Green FN. And we'll take a little bit more space. So Senna eventually gives up that angle to try to fight more head on and put some of that damage pressure into Senna, or just rip Kuna's head right off. Disgusting level of shots that we know Senna is capable of. Allow Green FN that first capture and leaves Valentine in a position where they're trying to decide whether they can keep pushing or try to back out of this alive. And so far, it's been the fight this out method that is not going well for the team to lose to Baptiste first.
Well, both teams did lose their Baptiste, though. Z not currently on the field. Halo might not be able to heal back to try and get her back in too quickly. Yeah, Zoe with an assassination there onto Senna. Gonna find Peace as well. This is starting to look really good for Valentine. They have the ult. They're gonna have their Baptiste back a little bit quicker. Wicca's even out here to try and help Zoe. Valentine can just go in here with ults and try and get the win here. Pulse Bomb goes out. Z breaks the angles. Not able to find anything with it. Yeah, Matrix comes out.
But like that whole time distracting Z's though, like that's all Zoe needed to do was prevent Z's from healing Soul Hill. Now Green FN don't have their tank, and Valentine get this capture relatively for free. They still want to commit though. Senna chucks a bob at the point, which does get the flip back on overs. The percentage is in their favor, and may even buy a little bit more time for Soul Hill to return.
Who needs a tank when you got one in your back pocket? And when you've got Halo going in with an assassination, she's going to pay for it with her own life, but you trade out for AJMR. Green FN, this is everything they could possibly want. They're going to get Sawhill back. In fact, already back with the fist fly and Kindred. Forced on the back foot. Sawhill confirms the kill. And Green FN, 60%. They're going to get this into one fight territory. And Valentine, as quickly as that advantage came, it's now gone.
That should have been a fight that Valentine took care of, but Green FN's just perseverance almost seemed to intimidate Valentine, and they didn't try to push onto anybody else. It's just banking on Kuna and Zoe to land these shots, and so far, while it's been good, yeah, it's not as consistent as you would like it to be. That'll be the annihilation now from Sawhill, forcing this team even further backwards, and nice lamp thrown in from downtown for Z's, but Zoe was too distracted that they lose hands onto Peace, and this is going to become much more of an issue. Green FN don't have Halo, which means no sound barrier for the time being. If Valentine are going to win it, they can do it here and now. This time, the sound barrier shall land, and Kindred shall stay alive for a couple seconds longer to do the necessary damage and allow Valentine to persist.
I think the play from Green FN there they were trying to go for was to use the Annihilation to scatter Green FN, and then they just scatter Valentine, and then the rest of Green FN take their little skirmishes. Zoe unfortunately loses hers, but Halo falls with the sound barrier, so Wicca can just go in with an aggressive one of her own and win out the fight, flip it for Valentine. Halo still has hers now with this next fight, but she's got to have her head on a swivel because Zoe is trying to hunt her down, not let her sit comfortably, not let her have that opportune moment to pop it, and the longer this goes, the more in favor of this Valentine's gonna be.
And that's why Halo pushes the go button now and just overwhelms Kuna. That was a full send dive straight onto Green FN's, well, really, it's their dive on the Valentine's backline. Kindred even swapping over to the Malga could do little to nothing in that event. Point flipped back over to overtime with Burns down with not a single Valentine player in sight. Regardless of a tank swap coming in, CB, Green FN, strong as ever.
And I mean, it's just that adjustment. Also, you know, you bring in Sawhill, who is also very prominent on this Ramatra composition. You can tell Green FN, they understand it. You know, they know how to play these brawl compositions. They know if they just set Senna up for success, she'll continue to pump out constant damage. By the way, a lot of the early shots she was hitting, as impressive as they are, you know, hitting the headshots, hitting all of the damage, it's the target prioritization. She's putting a lot of damage in onto the backline. AJMR has to play very, very safe behind corners, around angles, not, you know, have their head exposed lest Senna take it right off. Whereas Kuna is putting out a lot of damage onto the front line, taking a lot of duels with Peace, trying to put a lot of that damage out, you know, help Zoe in that frontline battle. but you know, your tank isn't going to be able to be as sustained. You're not going to be able to hold as much space if your Baptiste is like back around a corner playing with their tail tucked between their legs.
We've seen from HMR and Z's in the past, they have a reputation for being some of the most aggressive Baptiste players, or just flex support players in general. And the fact that you're denying all of that extra output in total is just ridiculous. And the pop-out moments, while they're great and they do happen, it's always a little bit too late. Like, you've lost a support or maybe even Kindred before Zoe or Kuna sweeps in, gets 1 or 2 shots off, gets a player, but it doesn't matter if you don't really have a team to follow up and kind of take their way towards the objective. Green FN just looked far more consistent when it came to these engages and relying on the whole of their team pressuring onto AJMR.
And speaking of pressure, it's that sound barrier from Halo at the end that puts the last little bit of pressure to get the 2-0 win on Samoa for Green FN. And I'm still of the mind that in the current landscape of Overwatch 2, as we go onto Hollywood, by the way, where we're probably going to see that Brig Ana backline coming out as these teams try to shift a little bit more towards the dive, or we might still see, you know, the Bap Lucio with Sigma here, because I know Sigma is still something that is potentially on the table, assuming Sniper is able to come into play it. But in any situation where you have the Lucio Miro or even a Lucio on the field right now, I am still of the mind that in the current Overwatch landscape, sound barrier is just, simply put, cut and dried, the most important ultimate in the entire game. If you have it in a fight and your opponent does not, you should win it, because you have the choice to take the initiative with it, go aggressive, hold it for an enemy ultimate that you want to counter out, react to a certain play that the enemy team is trying to make, or be the one to make the play. And it's so much overhealth and so much speed, so much overwhelming force that can just avalanche right on top of you. And we saw that at the tail end there. Wicca didn't have her sound barrier because she got to use it aggressively, so in the next play, Halo, she does the exact same thing, and unfortunately the numbers were just in favor of Green FN at that point in time. The question, though, is will we see that come to fruition here on Hollywood? Because again, this is where we start to see more dive, more of the Brig Ana backlines with the Winston.
This dive comp this is why you're picking Hollywood, honestly. Let's say that Valentine, I think they have more confidence. Last time they played against Green FN's dive composition, it was a 3-0 in for Green FN in the winners finals and a 4-0 in grands. I mean, there's got to be some renewed confidence in Valentine, whether it's going to be on the Winston, maybe you're trying the Diva here. Something's going to have to change, because nobody in their right mind would want to play against a dive comp of this caliber unless you had a good idea of how you're going to react to it going into this. And so far, it actually will be Sniper subbing in after all, so we get that change, and it's a Diva on the defense. Now this is a new look I like to see.
So this is what I expected coming out from Valentine. They have Mari coming in to play the Winston, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I would have expected Green FN to stick with Sawhill and play the Winston, but they're going with Sniper on the Diva, and to me that signals that they have their finger on the pulse of the meta right now, because remember what Regime said in that interview after the Inarizaki win, is they believe that, you know, especially after some of the recent tournaments, that Diva might be the new wave. She might just be the new dive tank, and if you can master her, if your team can play the Diva composition well, it might be really, really hard to touch the ceiling that she can create.
Support comps are fascinating, though. I mean, Lucio back for Green FN, and, well, I mean, Wicca is no longer playing Solari for now, at least, and Valentine are taking their own swing at it. You just got to be careful with AJMR, and hope that the Pylon can do the same work that you'll see for Tide, but Senna just ain't missing. Like, that's 2 picks down, and Valentine hasn't even made a peep.
Yeah, I mean, the Yachty on the attack here, like, I get it, you can put up a good pylon in this archway where you're trying to set up here, but it's not really doing a whole lot. It's less of an effective support and more of emotional support at best. Like, she can still cheer her team on in the comms, but that's about all the Yachty's gonna do here. And by the way, not having the Brig here, I think, is really interesting. It means if AJMR gets jumped on by Sniper, they're gonna be in big trouble.
I mean, it's not like Valentine can really find a way in right now. You're farming for a nano boost at best, and Valentine is just trying to keep their heads and watching out for Senna's position now a little bit further back, so the shots aren't nearly as deadly as they were, but she's just in a position that's more challenging to actually get to. Over the Bionade in on the Halo, followed by Amari's follow-up, but it's still time too much in the elimination department. Now that nano boost is what we were waiting for. Mortality field down, Z's is turned into a electrified pancake, and Mari is free to take control of the rest of this objective as soon as they find Senna, who's still getting Wicca.
Senna still has that elevated position. She's actually going to rejoin her team here. That should be a tick given up to Valentine, but it's not definitive. It's not decisive, especially if Sniper gets the remake here or Peace is able to live, which they just might. There we go. Zoe finally going to clean up that kill. 2 ticks now. Bob coming out from Senna here, no. So Green Fortnite, they can still contest.
Mori stays in way too deep, was expecting to get the primal range, but was just a couple percentage points away. Green FN will take advantage of that little play there, and the Bob will zone out the objective. 2-tick game for Valentine for all their troubles. That's not too bad. The Staggers, on the other hand, I'd say otherwise.
That's a great position for AJMR to be in while the fight is still ongoing, but once it's done, like, that's just a free stagger there. We've got the Captive Sun up for Wicca. We'll see if she's able to get any good use out of it, but Sniper, I imagine, is going to have the defense mage herself looking to try and get a big eat on that. So where does she put it? Does she just go in and try and get Mari to follow up on a dive there? You don't really have the nano to augment that. You have a Bob to maybe put some point presence, but I think you can only really leverage that once you actually have some feet on the ground.
Well, they got some good old Winston O's on the ground. Whether that leads anywhere, unlikely, given the sound barrier from Halo. Ton of ultimates being committed, but that right there, Z's out of the equation, is the best pick that could have been asked for. But Sniper and Peace quick to answer back, so an even 3v3 right now, with no ultimates on the table, and how quickly D.Va is able to maneuver would have been great had Sniper had a little bit more help to fight against this Mori Winton, where these outpulls are just so overwhelming to deal with. That pulse bomb, though, makes it much more winnable. Mori has to leave, and Green FN can hold on.
But, like, you can't confirm the kill with that pulse bomb. That's just a ton of ult charge donated over to AJMR. Look, Valentine have the nano now, and Green FN, they have nothing. This should be Valentine's fight to win. They've made the swap off the Yuyari onto the Brigitte, so now they can protect AJMR as they go for this nano. It goes out onto Mari. Can she find anything with it?
They're gonna have to do so soon, given that Kuno's already hit the deck, and everyone is so far away from the Winston Mari, practically ineffective. Halo is causing havoc, denying Zoe from reaching onto Z's, and Green FN, that's a fight that we just said they didn't have anything. You had no resources. Valentine should have won it, but now here they are, 10 seconds remaining, and about to get denied on a first point capture. Green FN had the right idea of how to approach this objective and played it dang near perfectly. Wonderful hold from Green FN, and Valentine, my goodness, are going to have their work cut out for him.
And it's just that one headshot there. It's Z's with the shot that comes through, finds an early pickoff, and just completely just slashes the tires of Valentine as they try to roll up onto the point there. They're not able to get it done, even with that nano. There's also a really great coach gun from Senna that pressures Mari back so she can't fully commit to try and confirm that kill. And she didn't have the primal rage either, so she couldn't get that extra little bit of oomph to try and secure that kill. And even though some kills do inevitably come out from Valentine, it's too little too late. They don't have the manpower, they don't have the staying power to bully the rest of Green FN back and try and win that point outright. So it's starting to echo a little bit of our previous series. 2 ticks is all Valentine is going to get, and they're gonna have to try and find a way to go for an even fuller hold if they want to come out of this and put us to 1-1. But right now, it's looking like Green FN are, they're already, like, you know, counting themselves as being on match point after a performance like that. You gotta be.
You do. Like, this is Green FN's strongest composition, while Valentine were close. Just like in our last series, they're missing some of these key execution pieces where Green FN are just a little bit further ahead in their game plan and have a better idea of where this fight's going to go, resulting in them closing out fights, and Valentine are left in the dust. These are the same things that we've seen anytime that these two squads have faced off. It's been Green FN lately, and Valentine are looking for a chance to fire back. But if this is what we're actually rolling out with, Stevie?
You know, I don't know about the efficacy of it. I mean, there's a lot of counter dive potential here, and Sniper's already got themselves placed on the point there. A big anti-nade from AJMR, probably going to put a stop to that plan there. Green FN, you know, might be a little bit too big for their britches right now, unless Senna can hit a head quite with the grapple. Yeah, Sniper gonna make the swap back over onto the D.Va, and honestly, you know, a quick little silly play there, but it's not gonna amount to much, but a waste of about 30 seconds for Green FN.
Yeah, you've got 3.5 minutes. Surely everything's okay. But Halo's already in there looking for a boop where as Senna's being harassed in the backline. Everyone is playing very split, trying to find an entry point. Senna, the main target for Valentine, where it's going to be Mari in this case. Oversteps their bounds. AJMR was zoned off, didn't have that same LOS. Green FN took advantage of it. Now without a tank here, there's no real point presence outside of players on Valentine just touching in and out, or Kuda landing the shots when it's needed most. That's that same player that we saw back on Samoa, and Zoe popping off and clutching up when Valentine needs the most.
There's going to be a DMAC and hopefully a stagger as well onto Sniper, who gets a melee kill onto AJMR at the tail end there. So, no, you have to stagger Sniper out. You cannot let them get back to their team now. You need the time for AJMR to come back because they're getting close to that nano boost, which you're definitely going to need here. Green FN, by the way, making the swap off the Widow onto the Ashe to mirror Kuda. So we're back to that head-to-head. And looking at the ult bank now, with AJMR back, Valentine have a pretty competitive ult bank here, but Green FN, they have a couple good ways in here.
I'll have some ways to go into this objective, but I want to see initiative out of Valentine. If they let Green FT take this initial push, it'll be much more difficult moving forward. So with a nano boost on the Mari, does spot that Senna's isolated, but doesn't actually commit onto her. She's out of fear of getting bursted, and that's a rightful fear. Z's amplification matrix could have very well done that, and will instead zone the rest of Valentine's support and DPS into the small room. One tick is now gained. Bob thrown in to prevent any further ones, and that's actually really great. We can see Valentine start to get some of their feet back under them. A little bit of this downtime between this battle.
Both teams have invested quite heavily. You know, Pulse Bomb and Window on one side. You've gotten the Bob and the Nano invested on the other, but it's been ultimately bloodless. Mari, though, wants to strike a little bit of blood with the Primal Rage. Gonna find an Immortality Field for her troubles. Maybe the DMAC onto Sniper, but no, that's too greedy. She can't commit for that. Has to jump out. There's another ult down the drain and a Bob from Senna to try and pressure this out. This might be Green FT's fight to win.
And they're playing it slow. You still have a sound barrier from Halo here, and it's not going to take much for that trigger to be pulled. Valentine won't really have an answer. That's the AJMR is down. This is the go button. Green FT need to get in there now. Burn down this Brigitte. Wicca doesn't stand a chance against all of this damage, but yet she hangs on long enough for Mori and Kuna to make this chaotic. Green FT don't have all of the resources that they were banking on. That's a self-destruct attempted to be committed, but everyone still lives. But no, the DMAC is denied. Wicca might have just saved Valentine in this very push, forcing Green FT for one final reset.
And Green FT might have even just thrown their chances of winning down the drain. Sniper goes for that self-destruct to try and get the remake, but it ends up just being a stagger. Halo went to try and boop Mari out, but with the tank passive, the boop just didn't go far enough. Mari didn't take any damage from that self-destruct, and now you only have the Amp Matrix and the Pulse Bomb on the side of Green FT to try and close this out, and you're going up against the Nano. You have to kill AJMR before they get it. Huge nade, though. Everyone from Green FT has to play back.
They can't push. They can't do anything. I mean, neither can Mari. Her health bar was too low to actually jump in the nano boost, rather just scaring Green FT from pushing. Peace has this pulse bomb in a pocket. They need to get onto AJMR now. That's exactly what happens. Kuna gets stuck with that pulse bomb we were talking about. And just like that, Green FT are in business. They have the numbers. They have the players. And the point just about to be theirs. A bit of deja vu. But the same old Green FT that we know and love. 2-0 now over Valentine.
I gotta give a shout out to AJMR there at the end. I saw the vision. I saw what you were going for. That was a huge Hail Mary nade attempt there coming out from them, and it nearly struck Pager, but Senna caught that, saw it coming a mile away, and pumped out the damage. But before they even got to the top of the elevator, AJMR already knew, oh no, I have to get down. I can't stay up here. My head is far too exposed. And like all that damage, everything else that came out, all the kills, all the picks, it was just too much. There was, again, a realistic chance that Valentine could have held there, but you know, it was that play from AJMR that just backfired, and a little bit too much damage, a little bit too much pressure from Green FT, and once again, we're at that 2-0. We're at match point where we nearly had a fuller hold. It falls apart because of some heroic hit scan play.
It's all it takes, and I said at the beginning of the day, if you're gonna watch any 1v1 matchup on these two teams, it's Kuna and Senna. Like, these two are just absolute champions when it comes to these hit scan, and not to mention it's Ashe, another very notable hero of both of theirs, and it just takes one. It just takes one play to make the difference at the end of it, especially when Green FT had such a strong hold on their defense, and Senna was able to put that nail in the coffin. Green FT showcased once again their understanding of this meta seems to be a little bit further ahead of where Valentine is right now. This D.Va seems to be the play of the day, and it's just a matter of time. Will this push map send Valentine down to that lower bracket in a 3-0?
And I do kind of want to talk a little bit about this D.Va pick and why I think it might start to be the wave is because, so we no longer have Sojourn being the most prominent hit scan and Ashe has kind of taken her place. Well, you can just eat the dynamites and deny a lot of that bob charge with the Ant Matrix. You also have the micro missiles, so you can contest with a Winston and burst his health down so dang quickly, and you still have the mobility to be the same type of dive tank that a Winston would be. You're losing out on the bubble and the ability to block LOS, but you can still put pressure out there. And when you have someone like Peace in the backline being a constant threat onto the likes of AJMR, Wicca has to work overtime to try and keep them alive. And it's like everything you could possibly want for this meta. So it very well might be the wave. And once again, Green FT might be the ones with their finger on the pulse, and Valentine might still be one step behind. And we go right back to Esperança just as we did last series, where it's Valentine's time to try and figure this one out. Can they crack this code? Are we going to see the D.Va coming out again? We know already that it works on this map. Are they going to match it, or are they going to stick to their guns and commit to what they think still works?
It's not a matter of camps, really. We know that both Mari and Kindred have D.Va in their hero pool. It's just a matter of taking that thought process, like, should we do this? Should we make that change? Because if it hasn't come out at this point, Cassie, that tells me that it hasn't been practiced, or you're trying to hold it onto it for a later match. Either one of those strategies, though, if you're going to continue with some form of Winston, you're just putting yourself to take a worse fight than you really could, and it does worry me for the future of Valentine. They ended up bashing their heads against a brick wall over and over again in Minor 1 because of thinking just like that. And if you can't change that here in Major 2, it does show that this team may have hit a point where they need to rethink their strategies, that they need to go over what makes them strong and how to play against some of these top squads, because right now they're still looking behind, and this push map can showcase that weakness even further if they don't decide to make those proper adaptations.
I'm not quite ready to say that Valentine needs to make like wholesale swaps though, because I think if they're going to commit to the Winston, I think they can still get the upper hand here, because Winston still does provide a lot of that same utility. You can use the bubble to try and block the dynamite like an Ant Matrix would. It's not as effective and a lot more difficult to do, but the ability to just block off the backline entirely with that Winston bubble and then get out and just cut the enemy team clean in half is something that can't be understated, and it's why Winston is constantly like the dive tank. It's the one that we always seem to go back to, that all roads eventually lead to. And I think if Valentine execute on that kind of win condition and they're able to put that level of pressure, not necessarily onto the back line, but onto the middle of Green FT's formation, I think they can still get the upper hand here, but it kind of remains to be seen. And I also kind of want to talk about how they're only recently starting to show more of this Winston composition. Up until like a couple weeks ago, they were still kind of playing more of these brawl compositions. I was seeing more of Kindred coming out with the Ramatra, with the Junker Queen, with some of these more brawl-centric heroes, whereas now we're going in a little bit more of a dive direction, and that's the direction Valentine, with their wearing their hearts on their sleeve and holding them out for us all to see. That's the direction they're going to continue to go, but hopefully it is not a direction that leads them down to the lower bracket. There's only one way to find out, as Green FT, they are back on the Ramatra composition. Okay. We'll see how long that sticks.
You have to think that Valentine has a bit of an upper hand here, just with how much more high ground control you can have. Unless Sawhill actually manages to get close here, Green FT ain't gonna have a fun time. Or Senna just completely runs over Valentine, as we saw back in Hollywood. Those are the two ways that Green FT can win this fight. Otherwise, Valentine has much better options in terms of taking these fights, closing the gaps, and identifying one target to collapse onto. But just a matter of time of waiting for that. They almost want to play passive and wait for AJMR to come up with a nade, a sleep dart, something of the sort. There it is, a nice flank angle onto Z's, and the follow-up immediately after. A wonderful play, and nobody really can look at the Ana all the meanwhile, but that means Mari can't either. Line of sight completely cut off from the support, and that's going to cost Valentine his first fight.
Yeah, no one was looking at AJMR, but meanwhile, Mari was doing a little bit of Tupac, all eyes on me. For better or for worse, she's not going to live to tell the tale. Senna with some beautiful cleanup there onto Zoe. And yeah, that's going to be Green FT taking the early high ground here, the early advantage. Something I do want to highlight, though, is as long as Green FT is able to hold this high ground and hold the advantage, they're sitting pretty, but they have Sawhill in over Sniper. So that Diva we talked about, off the table. Sawhill can match the Winston if they need to, but it's looking like this Ramatra is what they want to stick with. If Valentine are able to best this in any way, able to get ahead of this, then it's going to look good for them.
They
but
don't
they
touch!
gave up the checkpoint
What?
to do it. Okay.
Why? They don't, it doesn't matter. I mean, Green FT can lose this fight, but they got what they came for. They got what they wanted. That is a massive blow to Valentine right now. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Either way, that is not a result that you want. Currently being down 2-0, Valentine at least have some sort of run back to this, but Green FT will be back here any second.
I guess the silver lining for Valentine is that, you know, Green FT, because they got what they came for and you didn't have to take a fight for it, they can, you know, they're going to concede the high ground and back up to this other one, and that's going to give Valentine the way in, but what are they going to realistically do about it? And Nano goes out onto Mari. What did he find with this?
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing. Just staying sheltered in the bubble, but steps out in front of the Ant Matrix and just pops like her bubble did. Green FT, and like you're just pushing on forwards. You lose Halo along the way, a little bit more cautious. Sure, that's a pulse bomb on NZ. Is working overtime to keep Falling alive, but the damage is simply too much. A lot more scrappy than this fight definitely should have been. Neither team really firmly in control, as it's just a full-on deathmatchy brawl that we're watching. And finally, it's Peace to make a solid blow into AJMR. Surely that calls a retreat out of Valentine, not wanting to fight with low sustain.
Yeah, Mari's back, and you do still have Wicca on the Brigitte, but that's not enough to sustain a long Winston dive. I mean, Mari would have to commit the Primal Rage if she were to try and take this dive right now, so she's just gonna have to be happy with still having her life. But meanwhile, Peace, once again, sneaking off with the bots. Sooner or later, someone from Valentine, most likely Zoe, is gonna have to try and take that fight to stop that from happening. And while she's doing that, she's not putting any pressure onto Halo or Z, so this dive is gonna have no follow-up.
No, that you just can't. You can't go in with this little sustain, this little follow-up, right? Mari can't quite find that door in, but Z's actually almost used as bait there. Halo uses the sound barrier, planned a little bit farther ahead, which is nice. That is Z's getting smacked into the air, and a ton of ultimates getting outside of Green FT to kind of ignore what the tank is doing to their backline, sacrificing Z's as a pawn and allowing them to win this long game.
Mari, she's got no help. She's got no help. She's got Zoe there, but she can't quite clean up the kill. And Peace with the final blow there. Zoe gonna fall as well. And it looked like Valentine had an opportunity there with that Primal Rage, but, you know, while we were looking at the Primal Rage, we weren't looking at the Annihilation that just mopped up the entirety of Valentine's backline and ensured they had no way to sustain Mari's dive. So she's actually going to swap over to the Doomfist, which I think is a pretty good play. It's going to let these dives come and go a lot more quickly and force a lot more displacement out of Green FT. They're going to identify that and once again peel back to try and play this high ground. They have the advantage and they know it. They don't need to press it.
No, that's the best thing about Green FT, because they're so experienced in what they do. They know when to push and when to hold back, and push as a nature is very good at responding to these smaller decisions that you're making in the process. And Green FT know that they have the better position, but now it's Mari on this Doomfist. Nano boost in, but isn't going to commit. Know that she won't have LOS from any of the supports and offers to keep her life instead of going to take away that of Green FT's. Bob now into the backline. This is going to spell an issue later on. Senna knows that everyone's looking at their Bob. No one looks at me. That's 2 shots, 2 kills, and Green FT are going to extend their lead even further.
It's such a good Bob, too. AJMR puts the Nano into Mari. She goes up, wants to dance with the entirety of Green FT on the high ground, but they just evacuate the dance floor, and suddenly, you know, she's out there all by herself. She has to peel back because her backline gets low, and as she's coming back to get the heals, the Bob comes in, gets the cleanup damage, and now Green FT are going to get all of this push progress. Kuna, currently on death's door, needs to stay alive to keep the pressure onto Senna, because if she's not pressured, oh boy, she is going to keep putting on the pressure herself.
we've seen that. Kuna hasn't been able to answer the Santa much in this game at all from what we've seen in the past. She's been allowed to run wild, and Valentine, once again, having to take a couple steps back. Just with that Ant Matrix, especially with the Senna placed behind it, doesn't even matter. Sawhill is pushed up so far with Beast, there is nowhere to run or hide. Valentine have continued to topple on back, and it's Green FT now knocking on their door.
I mean, Green FT don't really have any ults to try and keep this going, but with all the progress and all the lead they have, it really doesn't matter. Valentine, they have the rally, so they should be able to win this fight with that sustainability. They can double down with a Nano or a Bob if they have to. Ideally, they shouldn't. But, I mean, if you're Green FT, you don't care. 340 in the time bank and you're this close to the enemy spawn, you're happy with whatever happens this fight.
Sawhill tried to get a little bit aggressive there, knowing that Mari was in the back line, but didn't really get too much done. Bionade from AJMR doesn't land, except that, okay, it's a little bit onto Senna. Key thing here, support ultimates, AJMR, Winga, and Halo coming up. Valentine need to work fast before that sound barrier hits the ground. But Halo has the reaction time down perfectly, but can't get there just in time for Z's. Valentine have to close this out now in order to have any chance of making this 100+ meter comeback in 3 minutes.
And I talked about how important the sound barrier is. Even though that's a lost fight for Halo, look at all of the resources that sound barrier forced out. AGMR popped the Nano onto Mari early on. That was their tool that they wanted to win the fight with. But because Halo pops that sound barrier, Wicca has to respond with the rally. Kuna even doubles down with the Bob, and suddenly that's 3 big ultimates out of the tank that Valentine have just thrown away. And now Green FT, they have all the time in the world, all the space in the world to build back that sound barrier and then some to try and hold here. It's up to Valentine to try and snowball this out of control while they have the opportunity to. They got to go in with something big, and assassinating Halo would be a great start.
Well, that was a long shot from Zoe, and it doesn't quite land. The meteor strike, though, touches down rather successfully, at least in the sense that Mari gets to hang on to her life. Like, this is bad. Like, you just used 2 and you get no value. Green FT like, all right, that's chill. Chucks the Bob into the back line. Kuna gets mowed down by Sawhill, and Green FT back in business, baby. Valentine, you have to be getting value out of your tools. You just throw them around willy-nilly. Green FT will take those any day of the week.
Yeah, that pulse bomb from Zoe needed to find a stick. Like, you needed to find something with that. Mari's meteor strike, I think, got forced out because she was low HP and needed it just to stay alive. She goes in with the damage, but of course they've got the immortality field. So she's not ever going to really be able to find a kill with that ultimate as long as that tool is in the bank. And speaking of tools in the bank, what do you got now, Valentine? You need to find something. It's time for Kuna to step up, because another one of these hero plays from a hit scan I think is the only way that we're really going to see Valentine dig their heels in and start to fight back, and it's now or never.
Kuna is the win condition. Maybe Zoe even in there too, but it's so much to ask from 2 players when you don't have the resources, you don't have a tank. Like, Green FT have so much more consistency with their composition as well as their players. They're confident, whereas Valentine are beaten down, they're broken, and it's going to take everything to stand back up and face Green FT in their spawns, even have a chance of continuing in the upper bracket.
Mari swaps over to the Diva. There's the pulse bomb from Peace. Wicca's gonna have the rally in about 10%. They need to try and play for that. With the boot back, though, Mari might not be able to touch. She is able to get onto the point there, but with this Ant Matrix, nobody from Valentine can safely show their face. Mari's already lost the mech.
And that's bad. That's your main source of point contention. There will be a zone back with the rally. No one really wanting to mess with that much overhealth on a baby Diva. Do not blame them in the slightest. While it's breathing room, CB, at the end of the day, this is better for Green FT. They have their cooldowns back up. 30 seconds to go ahead and push this. And it's up to Kuna to make the difference. Bob boots back into a corner. Green FT playing it safe, knowing they only need to win 1 more fight and opting to take it here at the high ground bridge.
And Halo's gonna hold on to that sound barrier. Valentine, they have tools, they have ults, but they invest the Bob. Every tool that they are forced to use is a tax that they have to try and pay. There's a kill off on Senna there, utilizing the Nano. Halo responds with the sound barrier. This might be a 1 fight for Valentine.
That's 2 down. They gotta get to the bot, which won't be too much of a problem. Green FT, AJMR done. Now done! AJMR's down! That is terrible for Valentine in this long run. Sawhill still has this annihilation to stall this out even further. Halo and Sawhill trying to push them back, and Mori has to use the self-destruct early here in order to do this. Even if Green FT don't win now, they give themselves a much better chance later down the line. Zoe's pulse bomb does a little more than a dead Sawhill's overall health bar, and just like that, they're out of options, they're out of answers, and Senna's Bob is in their backline, tearing them to shreds. The Ash herself on the high ground, and who can look there? Everyone's so focused on what's happening on the road. robot trying to find a way to stay up in this fight, but they're out of options, out of answers, and GFT repeats their history and will move on to those upper finals.
Speaking of repeating history, eerily identical to our first series where these teams are playing so close all throughout, but it is just one team that seems to be that more cohesive, that more in tune with what the meta currently is, able to be the ones in the driver's seat the entire time. And yeah, sure, Valentine's reaching for the wheel to try and take control every now and then, maybe getting a hand or two on it, but never ever fully taking control. And a big part of that is Senna, who just rips it right out of their hands every single time Valentine start to get their heels dug in. Every time they start to get something cooking, it's Senna who comes through with these big plays.
It's been Senna. We've seen her since the very inception of Calling All Heroes. Some of the first times that we casted together. Like, we've been following her journey for such a long time, and to see her grow as a player to now this near unstoppable force that leads Green FT to a further victory is insane. And it shows that Green FT has taken no steps back. The addition of Peace has been working out gloriously, and Sawhill can continue to do whatever the heck that they need to do on this tank position, and there's very few gaps. There's very little weakness that I can find within this roster right now, and they're going to be looking to run it back against whoever they meet in those upper finals, whether it's Inarazaki or Super Shy Ivy.
Whichever it's going to be, it's definitely going to be a good matchup because we have seen great things coming out from Inarazaki, and again, it's like the mirror image of what we saw, like the last series,
literally
what we saw here. And Green FT, like, we give a lot of hype to Senna, and she deserves every ounce of it. But I also got to talk again about the macro, where it's like this team, they know they have the advantage. They know how much of an advantage they have, so they know they can hold on to ultimates. They don't have to commit to fights that, you know, they don't really need to win. They can throw a couple fights if they want to because they know everything going forward, every ult that Valentine has to try and use, even just to stay alive, even just to stay in the fight, is a tax. And when you tax them too much, eventually they go flat broke, and that's it. Like, you run out of steam. It's not even back at that halfway point. Valentine don't even break the forward spawns towards the end there because they can't. Everything they had to use just to keep their feet planted on that bot.
It's a team playing just solely on adrenaline versus one that looks like a well-oiled machine, and that's been the tale of our Valentine versus Green FT matchups that we've seen lately, and history continued to repeat itself. We're following that same narrative, and neither of these teams are going to be out. Valentine will still have a chance to run it back in that lower bracket, but you have a long path to go in order for some redemption to come on in. Before we get there, though, Green FT, they're moving on in the upper finals again, as we've seen this team solidly perform on multiple levels, and they're not done just yet. We're going to go ahead, get an interview set up for you guys from Green FT, and we'll be coming right back to you with more Calling All Heroes right after this break.
In a potential preview of our grand finals, the dominance that Green FT have been showing pretty much since their inception way back in the beginning of Calling All Heroes, it continues. It continues very much so strongly, and it runs right through Valentine with a 3-0, where it did look close, where it, at some times, the scoreline's definitely not going to make it look close, and towards the end it definitely didn't, but, I mean, Valentine were game, and all the more empowering is the victory for Green FT.
Valentine, they showed up. You bring Kuna into this roster, they're looking pretty darn great. Awesome. But you can't rely on Kuna to win you every single fight. That's just not how the game of Overwatch works at a team level, where Green FT had the greater understanding at the end of the day. You mentioned their macro gameplay, their understanding of how to take fights and how to react once they're drawn out later. Whereas Valentine were forcing this very chaotic style where their decisions were made within the split second, and it was like they were, as said before, they were running on adrenaline. They were just reacting to every single moment, where Green FT manages to stay calm, cool, and collected, a true manner of a champion that has been in the past and is looking to repeat here once more. Made it to the winners finals and guaranteed themselves a top 4 spot within this Calling All Heroes Major 2.
Yeah, you can't be the one reacting to every single punch that is being thrown at you. Sooner or later, you have to be the one to throw a couple haymakers of your own. And if you're not the one that really understands the meta and understands where we are, it's just so hard to get any power behind any of those punches. Even if you bust out the Doomfist, it's not going to be quite enough. So unfortunately, it is going to be unfortunately for Valentine, it's going to be Green FT going up to our winners finals, as Valentine will have to take the long road through the lower bracket if they wish to rejoin us later on. But speaking of long roads, we've got someone who's taken a very long road to get here for an interview. We've got Senna from Green FT. Senna, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can definitely hear you.
Hello, welcome. Well, yeah, speaking of long roads, you know, Molly and I have been following you for a very long time, since the old, like, Altiora Trailblazers days. And I remember there were some periods of time between then and now where you were kind of wondering, you know, if one of these top teams would ever take a chance on you. Now that you have, you know, solidified yourself as part of arguably the top team, what does it mean to you to constantly be putting up these, like, head-turning performances?
I mean, as I've said before, it's expected, really, isn't it? Like, as a top tier hit skin, like, you can't just not count me. You need to count me in.
Hey, you're not wrong. You have a big title on your shoulders. Like, we're out here hyping you up anytime that we have you here on broadcast, and we're glad that you can take that title seriously and actually turn it into results. And it's always such a treat to watch you, especially in other teams come up and they're like, all right, we got this. Oh no, Senna is standing over there. That's not good. And you just take control of fights in ways that seem unmanageable for just one player to do. And a lot of that does come from a helpful team. Of course, they do play around you, and having some of these new changes, both in compositions, but also a new addition to your roster. Peace joined you guys for this Major 2, and I'm kind of curious, how has Peace really been meshing with the team to kind of give you these good results that we've been seeing so far?
I mean, I've played with Peace before in Kunichi, which I actually beat, well, in this case, Green FT before with Peace. Very easy to play with, but Peace was more of a sub for this tournament because Bun couldn't always play on some days, including today, for example. Bun is still the original player, but Peace definitely is an awesome sub, very good player. I love to play with them, very easy.
Yeah, and we can see that Peace also had a great performance today as well, and we kind of made the comparison a little bit where you guys, Green FT, looks like a very well-oiled machine when you were playing. There wasn't really many moments of panic or hesitation that went out, where as Valentine, it seemed a lot more scrappy, that they were reacting in the moment, which isn't completely uncharacteristic for them, but something that you definitely exploited as this series continued to go on. Is that a main thing when we see Green FT move forwards? They're looking at these upper finals, facing either Inarizaki or Super Shy Ivy. Is this initiative a major part of what allows you guys to kind of take down these teams who may have a similar mechanical skill level, but kind of extort this level of team coordination you have?
I mean, I've said before, meta, as long as it's not Mauga, we're the best players. I'm just saying it. We should always be good, as long as the meta isn't Mauga.
Which is good. Mauga should never be meta.
Yeah.
I agree. Though meta or like scrims recently haven't been like gone like well like playing like not calling a heroes team, so I don't know how to scale between these people. But teams we have been scrimming sometimes we're a little bit struggle. But you know, after seeing what we just did, maybe also because we're playing with Z again, it's you know. I can tell it was just you know, as long as it's not Mauga, we're good. We're just good.
I fully agree. I honestly, yeah, like I said, Mauga should never be meta, and when Mauga's not meta, we get a lot more of this diversity where it feels like you guys can play anything, but no matter what you guys are playing, it's almost always you on the hit scan, and nobody really being able to consistently step up to you on that role right now. I want to hear from you. Do you think that there is anybody in Calling All Heroes that can take that 1v1 with you on hit scan and come out on top?
At the moment, no. I wouldn't say so. Like
Okay.
the only person I was ever scared of when playing against my role is Accent, and she's currently taking a break. So if I'm being 100% honest, no, I would say no.
I'm inclined to agree until someone proves otherwise, and so far, no, nobody has. You definitely look to be like the undisputed GOAT right now as it pertains to the hit scan role until somebody can challenge you. And I guess also a follow-up question, by the way, you're not currently in the hospital right now. Like, you're playing from home. You're not like back on that scuffed hospital setup from before.
I'm just at home. My girlfriend's sitting next to me watching me play. So.
Oh, you got all the advantages.
Aww.
Yeah. You got the home buff, the girlfriend buff. Like, what more do you need?
I mean, also got a new mouse. I guess that's another buff, I would say. So.
Well, with only so many buffs, I mean, you're pretty much unstoppable at this point in time, I guess, unless somebody wants to start to step up or get a couple buffs of their own, maybe try and take some of those away from you. But, you know, in the meantime, we'll have to see if anybody is game. But before we send you off, is there anything else that you want to say, any shout-outs or anything that you would like to say to the chat?
Obviously, a shout-out to the team. Always very fun to play with, always very chill, very good players. And obviously, shout-out to my girlfriend who's next to me right now, always watching me play.
Well, you have to shout out at her. She's right next to you. Just say hi.
Just say hi.
No reason to shout out her. She's right there.
She can say hi as well. Did I say hi?
Oh,
No, okay. She doesn't want to say hi.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, she's a little shy, and it's okay. Senna, you're the girl of the hour right now, anyway. So, I'm sure we'll hear from the maybe we'll get her in to sing your praises when you guys hoist up another crown potentially here towards the end. But that is going to be it for our interview today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes. Bye bye. Have fun.
And Senna just continues to be the player that can perform under any circumstances, and the fact that she has the same confidence in herself that we have in her as viewers, as casters, and it's incredible. And having that level of confidence, especially on a team like Green FT, that's dangerous.
Well, and like with performances like that, why would you not have that level of confidence? Like you're completely entitled to have that level of confidence. No one's gonna stop you, and no one's gonna if no one's gonna come and take you down a peg, then yeah, just keep riding that high as long as it takes you all the way to more and more championships. We saw how dominant they were in Minor 1, and even though they've already kind of dropped the ball a little bit in Swiss by dropping a series previously, they could still 3-0 and 4-0 the grand finals, go through the entire tournament bracket without dropping a map. And I mean, they're on track to do so right now, and with Senna leading the charge, I see no reason why that might be the case, except for potentially one glaring reason.
Yes.
And it's going to be Super Shy Ivy in that winner's finals.
Yeah, Super Shy Ivy 3-0 over in Arazaki. Not too shocking, knowing how freaking good that team has been in Swiss. And any other time that we've seen them, it's like a further boosted version of what YFP Pixies has performed in the past, and clearly are still ready to deliver. Green FT, the one team that they lost to in Swiss, will stand in their way in the winners finals. And I gotta tell you, Cassie, that's a game that we're all gonna be watching later.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to see what happens when these two titans collide, and we talked a lot about the long road down in lowers bracket as well. With teams like Valentine and an Arizaki down there, how do you fare if you're a team like an Andromeda Astraeus or a Fable, who, by the way, are currently in fights for their life right now? We can see those series aren't really cut and dried right now. They're still going on. Oh yes, up 2-1 over Andromeda Astraeus. we haven't talked about Yas quite yet, but they are still very much so the agents of chaos that they've always been. Meanwhile, there's a lot of stories we can talk about with Exo, Azathoth, and Fable, and we'll get there if and when we get there. But for right now, for you and I at least, we're gonna have to join you guys all in the audience because we have spoken our piece. Our time is up. We are gonna have to throw it over to Got Moxie and Rich Rad for the rest of the day. I have been CB, joined of course by Tiny Shiny. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and be sure to stick around for the rest of these games because oh boy, it does not get any more. It doesn't go downhill from here. We only got the world to go to.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here to continue on a broadcast that has already been spectacular for the first 2 matches, but now we have 2 more glorious ones coming your way. I am Rich Rad, alongside none other than the wondrous Got Moxie. Moxie, it has been a heck of a long time since I am partnered alongside you. I know it's typically Dustin, so I get the gracious opportunity of being next to you today, and, you know, I'm thankful that I just have this hot seat for now.
I know, our casts are always so memorable, too. It's so funny because we both love our puns, and when we fall into, like, that trap of the puns, you go for a pun, I go for a pun, you go for a pun.
Nothing but puns.
But we are going to have an absolute blast today. We are treated to so many cool teams, getting to see a lot of meta get fleshed out as well. There's a whole discussion currently going on about which dive variant is the strongest, whether it's the Winston, whether it's the Diva, and I think every single team has their own sort of personal opinion on it, and that's before you even go into talking about whether it's the Ana break, the Ana Lucio, the Kiriko Lucio. It's really nice to get to see meta for the first time in a very long time. It feels not just be a static rock, paper, scissors. There's 2 things that you can play, and that's it.
Absolutely. And again, with us being able to already have 2 matches underway, we can talk a little bit about how we've gotten to this point. Again, they were exciting matches that I know you had a lot of stakes in one of them at the very top of the broadcast itself. But as we take a look here, this is how things have shaped out for those that are tuning in towards this second half. You do have the 2 moving on into that winners finals, which again, these games that we did see, even though they were 3-0s, there were some definite heavy moments when it could go one way or the other in those last few seconds, but unfortunately not able to clutch out those specific maps that we had.
Yeah, Inarizaki, unfortunately losing up against Super Shy Ivy means that we will get to see them on broadcast yet again, and we're going to be seeing EXO Azathoth as well for the first time. I personally love this team name because both you and me, Rich, we don't just play Overwatch in terms of Blizzard games. We also have a stake in ours in World of Warcraft, so it's always lovely to get to see representation from that
100%.
game come on through.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with, you know, the new expansion coming out and all those kind of things. That's a whole nother topic of discussion because I know you and I could talk for hours about that. But we're going to talk about for hours that we've got ahead of us these matches. That's what we can only hope for. We don't want these to be quick 3-0s. We want them to go the distance. I'm hoping that maybe we can bring some of that energy in as we do have these 2 going head-to-head right now. And again, we got to already see this team play just moments ago earlier in the broadcast and being able to see what they really brought to the table. They used a lot of this Ramatra, also in some cases bringing out a Doomfist when it came to the control map for Inarizaki, and just being able to really see them out the gates play this type of style, and curious of what they're going to continue bringing out into this, if they're going to stick into that and play those strengths.
Yeah, I'm really curious to get to see what EXO Azathoth is going to be playing up against, because we warmed up against this team actually today, and I know this team, they have a Mei player. They're going to be playing a lot of the Mei alongside that Ramatra, so I think it's going to add a really interesting dynamic with the fact that that Mei can be really problematic for things like the Ramatra, because yes, Nemesis Form is going to be able to block a whole lot of the damage coming through from one direction, but it also means that your Baptiste is forced to go much more aggressive with the Exo Boots, putting himself into a really tough angle where if you have like an Ashe who's got the communication, can just immediately line up a shot and take the head down before Immortality Field can come on through, because if you're Exo Booting up that AoE, you don't get the immortality, you do not get the invincibility, and you just get your wings clipped and sent back to respawn early.
Well, and you and I even got a chance to talk about this days before going into this weekend to really kind of understand how things have changed, since we did have the recent minor only just 1 month ago. Now going into this major, there has been those adjustments, specifically as we talk about in the tank role, but also those, you know, quirky adjustments as well, like the Mei, and how that kind of works alongside or to counteract against someone like the Ramatra, or just being able to pair alongside with it, depending upon what they look to go into their specific composition.
Yeah, Ram has a lot of really good strengths, but he has one major glaring weakness, and that is he can only control one lane at a time. So unlike the Sigma, who has that 2-second shield cooldown and can essentially just go, I shield over here, I shield over here, I shield over here, this entire space is mine to control, Ramatra is a little bit less lucky in terms of the space that he can control, so seeing a lot of teams pair him with the Mei for that exact reason, being able to use wall to just block off an entire lane entirely and sort of funnel them into the place that your Ramatra can just immediately pummel and cleave through, is a really big strength of a lot of these brawl compositions as we're getting to see Inarazaki's roster. We know that all of these players are incredibly gifted. Missing very, very strong on the Tracer, Persona, a absolute adept hit scan to come on through. We've seen them come through for OWCS, we've seen them at the World Cup. Santana being able to flex onto all of these other different roles for the tank lineup has really allowed this team to find a lot of flexibility for all of these control points where you're playing different compositions.
Well, and to build on that even further, there was just that discussion when it came to the interview with Regime that they look to focus on the composition that surrounds Persona and the way that Persona plays, and how is it that they can continue to elevate and lift up and put them on this pedestal so that they can do as much work as we were able to see with them. So that's something I guarantee you that in discussion going against their opponent, they'll be able to recognize that Persona is a serious force to be reckoned with, and that the rest of the team is really going to work cohesively with them to make sure that they can be very oppressive.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to build a team around one player, Persona is absolutely the person to go for. There it is, by the way. I teased that May, and right out of the gates, Rara is showing her adoration for this character. Benevolence also a very strong tracer, so watch out for those two. Playing absolute havoc in terms of the timings, as we're also potentially going to get to see a little bit of the Reinhardt maybe come out. I personally think it can be very strong against the Ramatra, given the fact that the Ramatra doesn't have the answer to the Rein charge. The problem, however, is if Inuyasaki are building a team around Persona, they're going to be playing to have that spacing for the Ashe. So if the Rein doesn't have that Symmetra, getting to actually cross those open spaces without just being cloaked down is going to be incredibly difficult to do.
Well, and building on top of that, before, you and I've also discussed about when we do see the Reinhardt specifically going against the potential composition that we're going to expect from their opponent, is that you need to make sure that you try to find value with it, or having the Ramatra play aggressively. You don't want to give space and time to the Reinhardt to find this setup, to get those positions, and to also land some critical charges that can really be a dampening on how the team enters into either a point or just overall in the fight.
Mm-hmm. If we're starting off on Control Center, though, that is an immediate feather in the cap of Exo Azeroth. If there is any map where Mei is incredibly strong, it's this one. I swear, when they were actually developing this map, one of those developers had a tape measure and went around measuring wall to wall to make sure that that Mei will just covered every single little bit of space without leaving any room, so you have to break the pillar and immediately free your teammate. And as a result, it can actually be really problematic. A lot of these teams, if they're worried about running into a main, aren't going to be taking that main rotation for White Room. Instead, they're going to be breaking onto the point first, putting the pressure, baiting the Mei wall, and then committing once they know that they're not going to get isolated.
So the real question is do they measure it in like inches or meters like we see in game, or is it really because you're in game? Is it pixels? Is it like you know, how does that work? I don't know. I'd like to know. What does chat think? Chat, what do you think? How do they measure in game? I'd like to know that, because realistically, I have absolutely no idea. So we're gonna be heading in.
I would love it if it was kilometers.
Could you? Well, yeah, you would know it in a heartbeat, being from across the water. For me here, I gotta be going to Google, and I gotta start like asking, like, what's conversion to this, and then we send off from there. But we're going to be heading into Gardens here for Lijiang Tower first, seeing what the comp's going to be, as we do have these two unleashed onto the battlefield. As the seconds dwindle, we'll see what they lock in.
Yeah, no Ramatra here. This is just going to be a dive for dive. We're also going to see the Mei, because that is Rara's hero. But this is going to be really interesting, because Doomfist into D.Va, and crucially that Echo adding a little bit of complexity, making sure that Defense Matrix doesn't just get to keep a squishy alive for free.
Sonata looking to play towards the pillar. Getting some decent shots until they find an entryway. Looks for one onto the support. Has to abandon ship, though. Denies that incoming fire. Still plays closely towards this objective, wanting to gain it, but heavy damage coming into Sonata. Has to be very cognizant as the supports top them back up, looking to try and push back in across the bridgeway. Great pickup early, and that's Exo taking it first.
Yeah, Exo have a much brawlier, tankier anchor position in terms of this dive composition, which is why they set up for point. That Mei being so stalwart on the place means that Inuyasaki just don't really get an opportunity to set up a dive on one of these players. Who do they try and dive? The D.Va always has boosters and avoids it. If you go for the Cassidy, then your Doomfist is just going to get hindered, and the Mei is going to make it even more problematic, because Krobus has to go for the teleport to make sure that you actually are there with your tank. As a result, we've got the Doomfist gone. Now it's going to be the Winston.
Diving up, high ground, bubble active to deny some of the frontal damage, as there's a reposition to the right side near the pagoda. Has to abandon ship, though. Can't quite overstay their welcome, as it's 37% in climbing, but they take a moment of breathing before re-entering.
Yeah, Inuyasaki have to go for the full commitment. I think they're waiting for some of these ultimates to come online, the rush being one of them. But losing your Echo early means no more pressure on that D.Va.
Now moving through on the outskirts, needs to be cautious. Ra gets the elimination, so it sends the tank packing, and once again, it is consistent advantage here for Exo.
Yeah, EXO have so much space to work with. Inurazaki, every single time this team wants to actually commit onto a player, all of their cooldowns have already been forced. Bridge is just so open, but unfortunately for them, it's the easiest way to close the distance.
Now Blizzard active right as the jump comes through. An attempt to boop it back so that Winston is mitigated and instantly taken down by the micro rocket. 75% and climbing. Couple of pickups do come through from Persona, but at this point, it's crumbling underneath them as there's only one last fight opportunity here against EXO.
That was Rush used as well. Benevolent still sitting on that Deadeye. Amelia's going to have self-destruct to get the mech back. Santana is onto the Orisa. Okay, we're dialing back the mumps. We're playing for stability. We've got to go all the way around the back of the point and hope that Javelin Spin is going to buy our team the space to hit duplicate.
Oh, Deadeye down below. Immortality Field is there, plus a sound barrier. More than enough protection to keep that alive and allow them to get that frontal damage onto Santana, who unfortunately, as the Orisa was mentioned, is not going to be long for this, crippling all four legs, and now looking to have that self-destruct up front, deviating away and rounding the outer corner. This is now going to have to rotate back into this to try and keep it into the overtime, but everything's fallen apart, and they are so few of them that there is not enough to be able to contest against this, as this is a 100-0. And side note, I'm pretty sure that the Orisa was only there because I was on the cast.
I think the Orisa was there for two reasons. One, to give safe space for the team to be able to rotate, but also, yes, they have absolutely massacred your poor main tank, Rich. However, Javelin Throw still does cancel Deadeye. And I think a large part of the reason why we saw the Orisa swap to come through was because the entire team was worried about having to walk into a Cassidy setup with Deadeye. You saw the Echo went for the window angle, tried to put pressure on the Cassidy with stickies into focusing beam. The Orisa was just running it down main with that Javelin, but Inurazaki unfortunately not able to find the cancel. We had instead now 2 control center, and this is really problematic for this team because that's a May. Amelia's on the Orisa, which is going to be coming through as EXO Azathoth are going to play to stabilize yet again. Inurazaki going for the full brawl composition with the Ramatra, and the Venture is going to be trying to dive on that Baptiste.
Happiest camper in the world here on the cast, as you do see a great wall looking to get the spear, collapses onto it. Cassidy sent back to spawn. Seconds still dwindling before the control point does become active. EXO taking full control of this high ground near those inner walls and absolutely eviscerating this team.
I mean, the Orisa just adds that little bit of extra pressure to Santana, who has to feel like you need to go faster. You need to make sure that you don't get shoved back by the Orisa, who in the tank matchup can still use things like Javelin Throw against the Nemesis form, and as a result, it plays into Rara perfectly. Aiden Inurazaki forward, let them go too aggressive, wall and punish. Nemesis's going to be on the mate and look to counter wall.
Javelins continuing to fly into the fray of Inurazaki as they attempt to get a pin. Spear spin mitigating. Nice shot comes in from Benevolence to the right-hand side. You see just over the shoulder of Amelia pressing forward. Fortify guarantees their structure around this pillar, and that's 30% continuing to climb, and a wall even cutting off the junction to flee.
That is Immortality Field having to be invested, but the kite is going to be good from EXO Azathoth. They can't hold too close now, knowing that that's still going to be on the 17-second cooldown, and Krobus is about to hit that amplification matrix. EXO now just have to play to hold the space and not allow Inurazaki to set up on the bar.
Amp Matrix out through the doorway. Great positioning to funnel that damage in onto the tank, making sure that Santana can't survive and has to hold ground behind the wall. But look at how close Amelia is from getting picked up, deviating away. The healing has been separated. The Immortality Field comes out, but it costs them their life. Now pressing into this, you can see the Blizzard active from the high ground, using the wall to mitigate some of the incoming fire and rotating back with the rest of the team. 66 and up. It's got EXO still in a dominant position, pulling them in together. They get the boop onto one. Regime goes down, and this is once again, despite the chaos for EXO, they pull through and look to make it another 100-0.
That Terror Surge was absolutely beautiful. It doesn't confirm kills, but it confirms the space for EXO. It allows them to stabilize so that the May can just start hitting headshot after headshot. And now they're stuffing the choke and not allowing Inurazaki free passes without burning their entire ultimate economy. That's the Deadeye. Does it get cancelled? No, it does not. The speed is perfect from Regime.
Trying to tuck the corner, can't get there fast enough. Great movement, though, by Regime to get him close. As there's this now 2% remaining into the overtime, the Annihilation is holstered, waiting for the ideal moment to swap this back. They have to play this perfectly to turn it back over. There's no ultimates available, though, for Exo, so there is a 2-ult advantage for Inazuriaki. And now, pushing them into the back. Nice Immortality Field holding strong. They're giving the space for the moment because they can allow it to be swapped over. They have the time and the patience and the restraint until they need to come back into this. Spear Spin gonna allow them a moment to hold onto that wall and then use it as well with Regime keeping the team mobile.
Oh, we're waiting for the ultimates to come online, Rich. We're gonna have both support ultimates and a Blizzard in a Razaki with that 99% difference. Have to actually equalize. There's the amp for amp. The Immortality Field already being burnt, but Krobus is so incredibly low. Has to kite all the way to the back, and that means that EXO can go the next time they actually hit point.
And that Immortality Field being so early is a real fright. But you see now, the little hesitation. EXO being very understanding of how this tempo has to go. Blizzard is active, now for the second. Simultaneously as Regime gives the sound barrier. Extra protection onto Santana up top, who has the Annihilation. Attempted boop to reposition them out of the rest of the squad so that they don't have the incoming healing from the back line. Now, a rotation. Unlucky, going in the back, attempting to give some mobility to the Orisa, who needs that speed to come in close. The Terra Surge pulling them into the center, getting a 2-piece with a Javelin into the wall. And that's going to be Exo being able to eliminate the remaining few and take this with a 99 into the overtime. There's only 2 few left, and it's only 1 player standing. And once that Ramatra sent packing, that's going to be a 2-round control win here with Exo taking the first map victory.
I'm telling you, they may have gone after Orisa's cooldowns, but the fact that you can still spare back the Nemesis form and prevent that Ramatra's burst window from coming up is so crucial. And it means that they just got so much more space to work with, so much more time for you to set up your melees much more calculated, much more carefully to be able to catch these players on their rotations or isolate. And that is one of the problems when you have that Ramatra, right? You have to have someone actually...
I'm sorry, I had to. I'm sorry.
I was wondering if you'd gone back into your just bag of many things and rifled through and picked up your javelin, because I know you have it. I know you still have it.
That's somewhere over there.
It's hanging over the fireplace 100%. In the next break, Rich is gonna be skipping over that, being like, oh, I can finally pull this out on broadcast again. But it's the exact same way that you sort of counter the Ramatra with the Sigma composition, right? Sigma with accretion whenever Ramatra is trying to hit Nemesis form and go after and chase down one of your squishies. It's the exact same idea, just shove them back, give that CC, so that your team has a little bit more time to react, and as a result can set up a punishment, as opposed to getting caught up in the tempo and team comps just falling apart, because that's something that Ramatra really does do against some of these teams. The speed that you suddenly go to, Blizzard calls him a tempo tank for a reason. You're thinking, we're in a poke fight, we've got all of the time in the world to do our fight comms, and then suddenly you're fighting for your life because he's just running down main, punching you left, right, and center.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, especially when you've got 4 legs, that just makes you naturally faster, I guess. I mean, that's it. It just trot in place. Trot in place. All those out there that know that reference, I love you. But that is the conclusion for our first round of Control. There are, again, potentials for many more maps ahead of us, but EXO coming out really, really dominant here. Just having a full understanding of the methodology behind playing this and really introducing this Orisa composition, which is a little unorthodox from what you and I were talking about just only days ago.
Yeah, and I mean, she can really struggle, especially up against the Mei. Like, we saw the Mei come through from the other side looking for that mirror, looking to try and put more pressure on the Orisa, because Javelin Spin is not effective. Well, Javelin Spin does not provide you that defensive boost if it's up against something like Mei's Endothermic Blaster. So if the Mei was able to close up the distance, that Orisa would have been cooked. That's where we would see all of the nerfs that Blizzard put into place so many weeks ago that meant that Orisa, who was top of the meta for one of the longest times, suddenly just got kicked to the entire curb because they just changed those couple of precious seconds between Fortify and Javelin Spin, so she couldn't just 24/7 protect herself. No surprises, though, that we head to a map that is going to be a dive mirror. And the big question is it going to be the Winston form of dive, or is it going to be the Diva form of dive?
And That's a conversation that I know you could talk at length about too, as we even went through some of the scrims, but also just being able to really look at what was brought specifically from Persona. Again, you do have so far down 1 at this point. This was very dominant from Persona on this map and the way that they played it. So now going into it once again, I'm really curious to see how EXO is going to be able to adapt, because we always say the differentiation between control map versus every other one in how they play and the style that it requires. So I'm really excited to see and going to be fixated so much on that and what you're going to be able to have EXO be able to do to combat against it.
Yeah, I think like Hollywood is definitely really comfortable for Inarizaki. If this team said that they wanted to build a team around a DPS, Hollywood is the map that you can do it. You can't really do that with a Ramatra team because the DPS isn't the star of the show. It's all about the Ramatra making sure to keep that sustain, keep that tank standing. However, on Hollywood, it's all about playing for the spacing, making sure that your Ashe has the most comfortable time without just taking oodles of pressure. If you drive into their backline, that's the green light for the other team to also hit the backline. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Santana is going to go for the hard dive commit, or if it's going to be a little bit like pulling the punches. Maybe not on Ramatra, but going for the fake out with the Winston in the hopes of catching Emilia second.
Alrighty, Inarizaki on the Ashe. Persona gonna hold that high back position. Nade lobbed in. Deja vu moment from what we saw earlier, it seems, is now with EXO pressing in forward, seeing how Emilia's gonna maneuver onto this point to potentially dive onto the high ground and gain access to the DPS. As you can see, Benevolence being very cautious. Playing the corner, gets a decent shot onto the body, but can't quite get the full elimination. Forcing back a couple of dashes, but not the recall just yet. Now, Brig underneath, shield, blocking the fire. Nice dynamite comes in, really accelerating that ultimate charge here for Persona to get that Bob active to hold the point.
Yeah, but this is the problem with the Diva. You can't go first. You have to go second. That's why they've gone for the full wrap rotation. They're trying to pressure the point and force Inarizaki to jump in. But unfortunately, Matrix isn't going to be able to stop the Winston primary, and Benevolence just disappears.
Yeah, that was a beautiful coordinated play from the tree. The Tracer, the Winston, and a couple of body shots that come in from Persona really just absolutely break down any attempt to find a coordinated entry.
Yeah, and Rara, because you're always going to be playing the Mei, you're sort of forced into having to use that wall to just block Persona's angles initially, which is going to be pretty problematic, as it does seem like we're having a little bit of a pause to go through. So now Rich, I get to pull out my PowerPoint presentation.
Here we go.
On the Winston versus the Diva. Okay, so Winston can be incredibly strong, but so too can Diva. Diva, because she's able to use those boosters a lot more frequently than the Winston, can sort of feel like she can go all over the place and be in two places at once. The thing is, she can't. The way that you have to deal with the Diva is by baiting someone super far away and making that Diva make that choice. Right at the moment, that's what EXO are actually trying to do to Inarizaki. Make them make that choice and just jump on someone so that Emilia can go for the peel. But Inarizaki are doing a very good job of just sitting in the space and allowing Persona to farm.
Misun now getting a couple of shots in the back line, so there is knowledge of the positioning. Still holding the high ground with the pole spot. Wow, what an icicle comes in from the stairway. Not even aware of it, so now that's a numbers advantage playing into this. The Ant Matrix now going to start funneling damage onto the point, dropping down from a pop, getting a great slow and an elimination. This was so well executed, and honestly, a little bit perplexing for Inarizaki because they just had no idea that it was going to turn that way.
I bet no one expects the May Ice Piccolo lobotomy! Oh, that defense matrix from Emilia to make sure that Rara is safe too. The problem for EXO is that they do not have a Tracer, which means no free car presence. It's going to have to be the Mei that tries to anchor their space while the rest of your team tries to push that high ground and keep Inarizaki occupied. But the second that Misun is able to, she's going to be contesting that. And Regime, because it's into a Diva, you're not playing to peel for the Ana as much. Whipshot into boosters is going to do absolutely nothing compared to into Winston jump. And as a result, Regime and Misun can play together much more.
I mean, even these shots coming out by Benevolence is just on point. Now attempting to dive in. Great boot to deny the entry once again by Santana. Gets that nano boost as well, so it really doesn't gain much more outside of it as they drop below. Full spawn goes wide. Immortality field and sound barrier coupled together once again to secure that EXO can get out. Azafoth will be very comfortable allowing this to reset and go back in for another engagement.
Yeah, but the cart wasn't pushing. The entire time that fight happened, Rich, the cart got absolutely no space. And now Inarizaki have the high ground yet again. That's why we saw that early nano boost come through to clear the board and make sure that Persona has the poke angle misses. the catwalk with the
Nobody saw
costume
that.
is taking zero pressure because the diva is looking at the breaking piano instead.
It's okay, we just wanted to see Persona be human for a
Oh, the
moment.
nade!
Oh, what a follow-up! Gets the double dash forward knockoff, and you do see the elimination. The flail just comes out and completely eliminates Benevolence, and now they've got 3 minutes to work with and have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and because there is no cart pressure coming through from EXO, Inarizaki are free to just have their entire attention focused on the high ground. That's going to happen every single time EXO takes the elevator. It's going to be the stairway to hell, stairway to anti-nade, into Winston jump, into all of the dynamite follow-up from the Ash. Rara has got to start using either block or wall to try and catch some of these, other than Amelia just having to try and force point and hope that Inarizaki challenge.
Down below, Deadeye. Primed and ready. Couple of shots come in from the flanking angle on the Tracer. Wall no longer available to block any of those shots, and Persona's left out in the open across the Great Bridge. Bionade lands onto the Diva, at least for the moment. Could get the D-Mech, and that's going to be a Primal Rage as well. Committed, looking to juggle them around to deny this contention onto the payload to continue moving it forward as they're about halfway through this street segment. 2 minutes on the clock, and it's still going to be a nice defensive hold here with a couple of ultimates committed.
Yeah, and again, like, lacking that Tracer. If we'd had a Tracer free pushing that cart the entire time, which we would be in final fight territory here. But every single time EXO get the cart moving, because they have to clear high ground first, because they have to get kills against Inarizaki, they're paying for every single inch with blood and time. 1 minute 50 seconds is not a lot of time. We've got the Deadeye coming through, clearing up that space. Immediately attempted to be swept, attempted to be dynamited, but good defense matrix comes out from Amelia to make sure your Cassidy is okay. And as a result, we've still got combat roll to put pressure onto the Winston when you jump in.
A little bit of a separation, but again, nice recovery here by Inarizaki as they regroup towards this trash can and towards the jail. Seeing how it's going to be EXO moving in. Diva continuing to be knocked back for the moment with that whip shot. Got the amplification matrix ready to drop, just so there is enough damage onto their primary target. Santana has to abandon ship here, and again, they're going to look to try and see if they can find the best angle and even obtain the high ground.
Yeah, we might actually just take the high ground against Inarizaki so that when they walk back in, they end up getting split. Rara is able to find missing, which means no more pressure on that pillar to stop it from moving. And having this high ground angle is going to make it so hard for Inarizaki to actually get out of these spaces, which in fact EXO aren't allowing them any space.
No!
Blizzard comes out, both of the doorways get stuffed. They know that they have time to make up for in the payload. They've got the maximum amount of people to make sure that it goes as fast as possible, and that is B picked up for free.
Well, as we now get this last and final stretch, that's the easiest way I've seen just to hold the doorway. All right, Blizzard,
we're back on
self-destruct. I'm the happiest gamer in the world.
I am waiting. I've got a stopwatch ticking down to see how long it takes you to get that javelin. As EXO Azeroth, they have so much Nova potential. Inarizaki have to use Bob to just push them back and buy themselves the recuperation space to set up against this team. This one's even going to double down, sending Pulse Bomb and Recall into the backline to keep them occupied. Also, that Persona can regain control of that high ground, since Amelia off of the Diva now does mean you don't have anything to contest it.
Ooh, gets the cryo freeze out just in time. Able to get out of it as the wall dissipates once again, but there is a lot of pressure onto Rara right now. Nano boost onto Santana. Doesn't quite go in for the engagement, doesn't feel safe, and there's really no clean sightlines for the supports to be able to give them the healing.
Yeah, Santana doing a very good job of just making sure that they go in, don't get picked, build up a little bit of primal, and keep EXO delayed as much as possible. So that's not going to be found onto the Orisa. However, that anti-nade onto the Cassidy is hitting its mark. Not able to follow up, but that is still 60 seconds now. Remove that EXO have the access to. There's the
Deadeye, big block! Gets the bash right in the face! But there's still a lot of shots to be had. Gets the reload and chases him down. Health bars dwindling on the defense here. And this is just now starting to turn even further in favor of EXO, despite there being really great reactions from Inarizaki.
There's no more high ground either for Persona to keep themselves safe from this fight. Rara's going to start closing up the distance, building that last 9% necessary for Blizzard, as well as blocking off one of these points, funneling everyone into the space that EXO already control.
Seconds continue to dwindle. Blizzard onto the payload. That's a win condition. They have to dive into it. Santana's going to be frozen to the core. You've got the Brig now jumped onto the point. Immortality Field going to give a lot more restraint for this, but It's actually quickly handled, and you have a huge turnabout right in the last few seconds. That immortality field and a couple of quick picks from Persona make the difference.
Yeah, really good identification coming through from Persona that, okay, if you have the Orisa, there is no pressure for me if I take a high ground angle. So instead of going for doors, they actually wrap all the way around to that high ground ledge just there above the camper van. And they get to sit there entirely uncontested for the entire duration because, like you said, it's overtime. Every single person has to be on that payload, making sure that overtime doesn't burn out because someone just walks away from it. So even though Blizzard is out on point, no one can actually turn and look at the Ashe. No one notices Persona until Persona's already been able to kneecap 3 people.
And now as we take the swap of sides, those fraction of a meter, or well, few meters in that sense, could be the difference maker. You can see just how close it is to the very important person. I always just love seeing the VIP because I'm just like very important player, but like I know it's person, but I'm gonna say player because they're all players and they are, you know, it all works. Side note, but yes, as we take a swap of sides now on the defense, we get to see that Ra-Ra's gonna come back out once again onto the Mei, and they're gonna keep this diva. They're not wavering away from it, and they really want to stick to this.
Oh, that's more interesting though. That's a Bap Lucio, not a Bap Brigida.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have Whip Shot, nor Rally, nor armor packs. I mean, you're not running the Tracer, which does mean that you don't need as many of the armor packs. But I wonder if this is in anticipation of a diva coming through from Santana instead of the Winston. Please do not die to the Widow headshot! Oh! Rara, you are so lucky that Mei has an extended health pool for a DPS.
Ra-Ra's just like, nah, I'm fine, fam. Don't worry, I'm good. I still have part of my hair. Is he gonna have 4 minutes on this clock to try and hold? Exo looking to draw back, watching their flanks as Ra-Ra takes the high ground. Might look for a couple of decent icicles. Deny an easy jump out, but Santana's gonna drop below looking for a regroup. A little bit of a divide and conquer here. Big distance from the Ana as well for the support position.
Oh, we're dropping on the Winston, putting pressure with the endothermic blast. I mean, the Winston can't bubble this. If Santana uses bubble now, she has to back off to the rest of her team, and as a result, she just has to full back out. Because if she does go in first, Maria's just going to counter dive. Not on the backline, but specifically to fuel for her players. There's no echo follow-up.
Up top now, taking the counter side. Big icicle comes in from behind. You're just overwhelming, and there's not enough bandwidth here for Inurizaki to be able to handle this.
Yeah, they're not playing split enough. They need to have one person in server room baiting the diva while the rest of them walk high. Otherwise, the diva is just going to boost past the Winston and hit the backline every single time. And as a result, Persona has absolutely zero space to work with. Now we see the server room rotation, the dynamite coming through, taking advantage of the fact that there is no shield on the side of Exo's backline. So if the anti or the dynamite gets through, it is a hit.
I mean, Ra-Ra gets another pickup onto the support line. This is the 3rd time now we've seen it. It's unreal how consistent that is, and it's really putting a wrinkle in this for the aggression to come through and try and take this defensive position from Exo.
Yeah, she's making it really hard for Inurizaki to just get on to point, which is where Diva is going to struggle. This, I'm not sure how much a fan of the Genji I am into the Mei. Potentially this is deflect for a Blizzard attempt, but if we take that cooldown into account, Mei blitzes Genji because he can't deflect a primary.
Big bash around the corner, still gets it out though. Nothing gonna stop that snow globe as it locks down 2. Easy pickup, minute and 45 seconds to go, and the Genji still yet not having any contribution.
Yep, 19%, unfortunately, and that is the problem. It feels like Misson is going for the Genji to actually commit to a proper dive onto backline with Santana, this time when your Winston has that nano boost, so you get that additional burst of damage. But so much time has passed that Exo has 4 ultimates available, one of which is going to be self-destruct that's going to come through when Inzaraki try and actually push.
Oh, gets the dome on the Baptiste, and now it's solely onto Unlucky. Second one onto Ra-Ra. Finally has no more patience for these icicles, and that's a numbers advantage pushing onto this, and that makes the floodgates open to start taking this initial point. Though, 2 rotating around, knocking him down as there's a sound barrier. Still an overflowing amount, but a self-destruct gets 2. That's both a DPS and support down. It's once again now all onto Regime with this rally finally coming to its conclusion. Santana with a Primal Rage active to juggle them back, giving some space, buying some time. That respawn advantage is in favor of Inarizaki as they continue to use this Primal Rage to juggle them back onto the point. Once again, Amelia onto the D.Va, still not yet being D-Mech. Their shots fueling this team to keep them defensive, and it's just one continuing to contest until finally the DPS return. D-Mech, and that's going to be now an advantage finally onto this point with a single straggler remaining.
Yeah, the swap onto the Widow was actually so smart. Like I said, D.Va can't go first, which means that she is not going to be in a position to stop the Widowmaker. You have all of the space for that one-shot capability before the fight begins if you rotate smart enough. And I mean, they saw what Raro was doing, and this when anything you can do, I can do better. And just goes for the headshot, hits that Baptiste, who was just entirely oblivious to the grapple. Now we've got Infra Sight that EXO are not going to be able to peek into, which is giving them so much more space. As Amelia might just have to drop down and keep the card contested. No, it's got to be a dive on the Widowmaker instead.
You saw one body and then you saw a larger one just dive in from Amelia with that D.Va play. Now, Defense Matrix continuing to be cycled between the micro rockets as you do have this Winston being very overwhelmed. Santana picked up on the way out. Unlucky gets a lucky boop on their exit, and this is now 2 minutes to go.
Persona's onto the Echo. This is Inarizaki showing that they are struggling against the D.Va. We're going to have the Echo come through, the beam and the stickies providing a little bit more intense focus before the fight properly picks up. That means that Benevolence is going to have an absolute shooting gallery. They're just taking the Echo down mid-fly. Huge pickup as well, denying the D.Va before getting back into the mech. Playing on top of the high ground there. They've got a lot of time. I mean, they have space and time to work with, even though it's still only a minute and a half. Yeah, and they're also making sure to prioritize that payload gets pushed. They did not try and take the high ground the way that EXO did and just like brute force their head into it. Speaking about brute forcing heads, Missing absolutely caps Benevolences, and this Widow is entirely unreachable.
That had to be like a pixel in a times millisecond when that defense matrix drops. Now with a nano up front, Pulse Bomb comes into the back. Ra gets the advantage and removes one of the supports, but there is still an Ana. And you see ring around the meteor right now to get this Baptiste in the back, and Santana does so. Primal still being holstered, not yet dropped. Self-destruct active with 50 seconds now to go. They're gonna cycle back onto the point near the jail to deny this Deadeye, juggling him into the corner as the Widow still continues to get shots over and over on this back line. 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and now Inarizaki is in the home stretch.
The body block from Santana as well to make sure that Amelia can't get past her. Now we're going to see the swap over onto the Sigma, as Inarizaki are just going to look to anchor that space, take advantage of the fact that Accretion does not actually have to worry about Defense Matrix, but so too are EXO going to go for a swap themselves. They've gone for a more stable composition too. It's going to be the Orisa. So now using Infra.
Oh no!
Benevolence yet again. This Widow is unstoppable. Drops down aggressively. Regime's providing all of the space with Rally. No one's looking at the Widow.
I'm feeling the tensions are rising. Benevolence now taking their head clean off twice as there's a minute and 20 to go. Still having clean sightlines as they move forward. The Orisa being the shield on the front line. Couple of shots going through. Fortify is active. No longer having that defensive as the wall comes in to block some of the sightlines, but there is still a narrow corridor, and while they focus on the low ground, Benevolence gets redemption. Hanzo up top, now being the choice pick on this final defense with only 60 seconds, as Inarizaki has to regroup and not allow themselves to get any more staggered.
Oh, Benevolence went so incredibly close. Regime is able to take the Hanzo down, but the Hanzo being in the composition now makes it harder for Santana to be able to find that same level of space. We're going to see the swap back onto the Cassidy, as Missing is going to go for the Symmetric. They're just going to teleport directly onto EXO and use the Sim Charge Beam and the Echo Beam to blitz through this Larissa's defenses.
Disintegration is approaching. As they close the gap, Cryo Freeze is already active. There is an amplification matrix, so you have to see a little bit of patience here before re-entering. The teleporter is out for the moment to maneuver between the two positions as the turrets go out onto the point and near the payload. The Orisa having to keep contested. 10 seconds to go. Big pickup with the sticky. Persona deleting the health, especially because it's under that 50% health value as you just continue to see dominance forward. But the Blizzard tossed into the back. It's actually just out of range of the payload, so they can still play towards the corner. Persona gets 2, following up with a quad, and able to completely eradicate EXO on the attack, gaining a victory and making it a 1-to-1 map score.
Oh, what a smart swap. That's Symmetra. That's Symmetra. You know that EXO are forced into that really horrible corner where they have to just anchor on cart with that Orisa. So Inarizaki just go, well, Orisa's going to be javelin spinning and trying to keep this cart in this space. If we just run directly at her with 2 things that have beams, we can immediately just microwave her. She lasted, I think, 3 seconds when the Symmetra was able to get fully charged up, and there was absolutely nothing you could do. And the plan was to have Orisa anchor on that payload long enough for Rara to be able to build up to her Blizzard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that plan just evaporates. It gets steam roomed because the Orisa dies, and Blizzard has 7% left to charge. So when Rara is able to get Blizzard, you pointed it out, it was supposed to cover payload, but the panic from that Mei meant that it actually missed the ship and left the corner, so Inarizaki was still able to anchor the space.
Wonderful heads-up play here towards the end of it. We've seen a lot of compositional swaps throughout the game, and there's been quite a bit here, and that really have made monumental shifts. And really just, again, we talk a lot about adaptability and quick thinking, and in moments like these, especially when you're in the lower bracket, they have to come through quickly and decisively, because if you don't make those decisions at the right time, you're going home.
Yeah, I almost wish we saw Benevolent stick with the Hanzo a little bit longer. Having the Storm Arrows putting pressure on the Sigma on Walkup to just mince the shield and allow Rara to have much more time to set up for those headshots if it drops unexpectedly when a squishy is behind it, would probably have allowed EXO much better recovery as opposed to the Cassidy, who doesn't really have any value in terms of drop-off poke because Ash just power crabs him given the recent nerf to his fall-off. And you have no one to hint it because Inarizaki aren't running at your Cassidy, they're running specifically at your tank.
As we do see the final few moments, there's the Blizzard you touched on, where it just allows contention for the rest of the way, and you can really anchor on it, even just use it to mitigate some of the sight lines and just crouch down as you saw. It's just like, peekaboo, hi, try shot, look at me, I'm Echo, I'm Persona, na 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 na. As we're going to be going into Colosseo now as our next, which is going to be our push. And we talked about Escort being a little bit later, and I like the fact that we get to see push as early as we do in this, and then also Colosseo, ever since they made the change, I think any and everyone all agrees that this is just a lot more fun.
I mean, I would have laughed so hard if they'd done it on like April Fools and instead of removing the glass, they double glazed it. But no,
why
since
you
they
put that
removed
into
the
the
glass,
universe?
ever since they removed the glass, even if it was a missed marketing opportunity to have Wrecking Ball like literally swing through one of the panes on patch day, alas.
see that, right there.
See, that was good cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be, again, walking into this map. It's been some time since I've had the chance to be a part of the Colosseo podcast to see who's going to get that initial pick. But again, we emphasize at the top of this match specifically about Persona and their ability to be able to find these clean shots and be able to take out those targets that are just stepping out of line. But we can honestly say that we saw the same thing with a Widowmaker playing earlier and just this swap. So I'm quite interested to see how well EXO's going to be able to try and fight against this, where these shots have really been landing from their opponent.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see whether it's going to be the Cass or whether it's going to be the Ashe. Because there is like that sort of pincer play that you can make where your tank anchors main and then you send like a Cassie and a Lucio around the side to try and put that pressure on the backline. But a lot of the time it backfires because, as we talked about, Cassie isn't quite that two-shot monster that he was previously, and with a lot of teams swapping to the Ashe, having Dynamite and preemptively dynamiting that angle gives you, one, a lot of space, two, means that the Cassidy and Lucio are forced to just pull back immediately. So you get that information, but you also kite them into the main space where Cass is that fall-off hit, and Ashe instead gets to hit her stride.
As we have seconds dwindle to see what the compositions are going to look like tentatively, with the 24 seconds still to count down, I want to see this. I know it's probably going to shift, but like, you know, it's just still happy. Every now and again, I just get my
No, I'm
my
really
gears
happy
turning.
that we don't have Sojourn on this
Yeah.
map anymore, Rich.
Yeah.
You and me, like, we went through the contenders days of literally every single Colosseo was Sojourn, and the only thing that happened on this map was you waited 2.5 minutes for one Sojourn to hit an ult fire
Yeah.
shot, and that was it. We're getting
Podcast
it.
Ceo.
We're getting it, Rich. It's a widow off.
I cannot wait. All right, all right, here we go. Here we go, fam. Here we go, fam. All right, all those in the chat, let's get the W's. W's for widows. That's what I'm going to say. As now we're going to have them convene towards this initial neutral point. You can see already positional advantage by Amelia with the Sigma closer towards the bot to contest against it. Shot whizzing by for one. Attempting to swivel out into the open. Being still somewhat cautious, whizzing by once again. Amelia with that shield, consistently trying to block that firing rate, but every time it drops, you can see those shots coming in. No one's head completely removed yet, and we still see some patience, as realistically, EXO just taking every small meter at a time.
Yeah, and it's like you have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the Echo pressuring that Sigma much more with the Sticky's forcing shift. So Amelia is able to trade up in terms of abilities base. But Amelia's also doing a much better job of using shield to pressure in a Rizaki back. And as a result, Santana was not on the angle to provide aid to her Widowmaker. Benevolence delivers revenge to Miss Un. And now has to deal with the Echo jumping in. But
Okay.
gets Immortality Field, and with the SMG, takes the other DPS down.
Really, really well done by Benevolence. And again, having that pocket immortality field, guaranteeing that they are stable, not needing to worry. Benevolence now looking to try and make a distance and gap between the two for a clean shot on entry. And now this is just going to be free cart pressure. And this also allows Benevolence to find another new angle to surprise where they're going to come out from. And you can see they're searching for it.
Benevolence says hair salon is open for business. Question is, will Miss Un also be able to find an appointment? Both of these widows are looking for each other. A little bit of pressure coming out onto Santana before the grapple comes through. Tricks Colosseo! And down Regime goes.
This is getting spicy real fast. Miss Un's got to find something here. She's attempting to try and counteract Benevolence, but can't quite hit the mark because it's just one step ahead. Benevolence continuing to put these shots into these choke points and continuing to play aggressively while the rest of EXO just moves the cart.
I mean, that amplification matrix meant that Benevolence didn't actually have to full charge the shot, and as a result, hit a lot faster than Inurazaki were expecting. Now they've had to give up even more room, which means that yes, they have ultimates, but EXO have the space to kite, as they just have to chuck the Tracer at the Widow and hope that it's enough to keep Benevolence away.
Yeah, it's Persona's job to stop this Widowmaker. It has really turned the tides on this. Amelia now with the accretion, getting a great stun onto Santana, who is extremely low. Picked up by the assist from Rara, swooping in on the Tracer to collapse and pincer maneuver. Now, Kinetic Grasp holding and eating some of that damage. The Immortality Field comes in close succession. Rara will be able to take out the TVT counterpart, and now this payload still continues to move forward, while realistically, it's just two holding the line, and Benevolence off in La La Land taking all the others until finally Regime gets the pickup.
Okay, Inurazaki should be able to maybe start pushing the payload, but they're not going to be able to crucially get it past mid, which means that Benevolence and Missing are just going to be going right back to that face-off, and you can see that EXO are doing their absolute best to make sure that they stagger and allow the rest of their team those forward spawns so that they can get in a position to set up for that Widowmaker. They are going to have to be cognizant, though, of Inurazaki's ultimate economy. We're going to have to see Amelia be a little bit more careful in terms of accretion and holding it for Flux. But speaking about holding, Benevolence is holding Infrasight. In fact, they held Infrasight the entire time they had it, waiting for Missing to pop it first.
That was real scary for a hot moment. Amelia's also very low despite that sound barrier. That's going to be really quickly dissipated. Now, flanking angle. Miss Un looks for the shot, gets the pick, and now starts to feel that flow, the energy, the chase and follow up onto the high ground. She is on point right now and getting this momentum that she absolutely needs.
I mean, that aggression, that was the first time that we've really seen Missing get as aggressive. Before, she was just sort of feeling out Benevolence's angle, and I think you can see that that caught Benevolence a little bit unawares. In fact, it caught a lot of EXO unawares. They weren't in a position to be able to peel that Widow, and as a result, they lost both their high ground, but also their backline got pinched right in front of their front line. Now Benevolence has to try and find an opening into space that Nissan currently controls, and you can see the scouting coming through. Where's the Widow? Where's the Widow? What can I shoot?
Ooh, Boop now gets another follow-up. The Baptiste is eliminated. That's a lot of pressure now onto Unlucky, but still actually manages to take out Regime, so it's a little bit of a stalemate. A pickup comes through once again, and that will now be the payload basically just gonna chillax for a little bit and slowly move back towards the neutral.
Well, we're going to get the Rematcher, which means the Widowmaker has gone. Misson is going to go on to the Genji. They do have Amplification Matrix coming through from Krobus to try and give a little bit more space for Inarizaki. The deflect has to be on point, though. Novus looks away just before lining up a shot potentially onto that Genji. The question is, and there's a win condition now, can Inarizaki run both the Genji and the Tracer on top of the Widowmaker, or do they just die to poke in neutral?
Coordination is key to be able to execute on such a request. What an elimination before the ultimate comes in. That is a tragedy to see. EXO now being overwhelmed once again here. The payload's going to continue pushing forward and look to reach this checkpoint so that they can get rid of the butt scratch with 4 minutes still to go.
Well, speaking about looking for things, look out, the Orisa is back on the scene, as is that Mei. EXO have identified that Inarizaki are just going to run past that Sigma, or even directly onto the Sigma, and now they're going to go back to that Orisa, back to the Mei, back to the Cassidy, so they have all of these stall abilities that can be put into place when Santana activates Nemesis form and tries to actually get the ball rolling for Inarizaki's first window.
Amelia underneath. Finds the Tracer for now, rotating back to the rest of the team. A little bit of a scattered placement here in Narizaki. They hold the line up front. Nice. Maywall has to force the Nemesis, rounding the corner with a spear spin, but no longer has the defensive other than Fortify. Javelin looks to lob him into the corner. Can't quite do so. Ra eliminates Persona, so they no longer have that coordinated play between the two to try and dive onto the back line. Benevolence, along with the back line from Ra, continuing to put those icicles out onto the team. The Immortality Field is out by Krobus. It is going to be an elimination. They finally get the separation. The spear spin locks them into the corner and will be able to pick them up.
Yeah, Amplification Matrix and Wall all used to make sure that Santana just was not allowed to disengage back to team. And as a result, EXO are able to keep pushing this payload and crucially win a fight before Inarizaki can build up that spacing to have Amplification Matrix themselves. Again, they've got the kite room. They've potentially got the stagger. There it is. The Genji deflect does nothing in the face of Mei's primary, and that is missing a huge chunk of damage. Musun is not there for Blade.
Boop as well. Getting a return. It's a 1-for-1. They've lost the support. Santana with the Annihilation held into the corner. At this point just has to accept it for the time being until it gets a two-piece after the Vortex. And now can continue pressing this and return it back to neutral with 2 minutes and 20 seconds and hopefully get to that checkpoint.
Can you win 2 fights in a row, though? Because EXO are going to have so much more space to be able to kite. They've got Deadeye to be able to hold that ground. Heat is going to be there for Blade. The Sona's onto the Ash to provide a little bit more poke facing and also try and force things like the Maywall before the fight begins, so it isn't just solely looking at Santana. But it's still really problematic. They have to make the first move. Well, unfortunately, it's not in time. Benevolence picks the Genji before Blade can come through yet again. There's the wall to put more pressure on the Rematcher because they weren't able to poke it out first.
Ooh,
Amplification Matrix picks
helps
up
out.
the Orisa.
Oh, whoa! In the Blizzard, they actually supersede it and use the extra damage boost as they play into it.
I mean, Inarizaki, on this composition, they can play for Persona. We've gone away from, we're going to play for our Widowmaker line of sights, and now we've returned back to that Hollywood Persona show, where this Ashe is getting all of the resources, Benevolence is getting run down, sent back to spawn, and EXO committed sound barrier to that, which means it's not that the Blade.
And they just all just relieve it. They go and they escape. Now, potentially re-entering into this. Misun, she dives in with the Blade. Unfortunately, not going to get nearly as much value. Sound barrier comes in just in time by Regime. Great mitigation from the Terror Surge by Amelia. Big boop up to the wall, but unfortunately can't quite find him over the outskirts for the environmental kill as EXO swaps it back over. It is a pickup onto the support line, but it's still more than enough time for a regroup with 50 seconds and 2 ultimates in the bank.
It's Amplification Matrix and Deadeye to hold the space for EXO. versus Inarizaki, and here we see yet again the Orisa has come through, and this one is onto the Symmetra. It's going to be the exact same win condition as we saw on Hollywood. Do not allow the Orisa to anchor that space and let EXO sit in mid. Inarizaki know that they have to make the first move. With the Symmetra, they have more than enough aggression to pounce on the Orisa.
Tensions rising. Blood pressure escalating. Bob, that is so much damage into Amelia, and the immortality field is instantly procced and completely overwhelming. Now, Inarizaki has a perfect opportunity to take this fight, lean into the checkpoint, and then take the last distance, but those few seconds are going to be absolutely vital to try and round this inner corner.
Do they get the Lucio?
Oh,
Unlucky Main goes down. No, Unlucky Main is able to get out, and Persona goes down because they were so worried about taking down the main support.
Now Amelia draws back. They have time. They can play this appropriately with a numbers advantage. Vortex into the Annihilation. The Deadeye playing forward. Benevolence with the shield coverage from the Immortality field. The wall is there. It gets the pickup. Crowbus is just behind the wall, and it's broken in a fraction of a second. They collapse down the back of it. The turrets are still there. The Blizzard takes it back. The overtime fades. It's going to force back Inarizaki, and that's going to be EXO able to take this once again, now putting themselves up at a 2-1 map score.
Oh, that pick early on Persona was absolutely clutch. That was the thing that they needed. The second that they know that Persona is out of the fight, Rory can get so much more aggressive with her Maywall. She doesn't have to save it. They're able to, again, find the isolation on the Ramata. Just was panic mode out from Inarizaki, who, yes, had ultimates, but unfortunately, missing that burst of damage, just didn't have the ability to blitz the Orisa down like they had previously. You saw with the Symmetra, like before, the play was perfect. The new amplification matrix was the thing that they had to worry about on that mid lane. Because of those long angles, they needed the ability to cross that distance very, very quickly and run the Orisa down with the Symmetra, with the Ramatra, with all of those beams, and that's exactly what they do, bypassing amplification matrix that way. But EXO are so smart because they know if it goes to an overtime fight, they're still going to have those ultimates. And Inarizaki, even if they hit something like Annihilation, are going to have to hold that spacing, which means they're going to have to eat the entire burst of the Blizzard damage with that CC.
And it's just so unfortunate, like right at the tail end of it with Persona, where there is a real opportunity to be able to take those last few meters, and even just those super micro moments, like you commented with the Lucio. Not getting that elimination was so tragic, and those significant things can make absolute crippling waves in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason why if you ever play a Ramatra composition in overtime, Ramatra is the one who has to anchor the space. You saw, like, if it's against someone who has even the slightest little bit of speed boost, Ramatra trying to chase them down on Nemesis form without that Lucio to help you out, you're never actually going to be able to hit the kill. And I know why you did it. You have that glowing prize in front of you, and it's that Feast or Famine. If you get the Lucio, you're A-okay. You get the kill necessary, you pick up that checkpoint, no problem. But because you tried to chase, because you tried to go too far, as a result, you weren't playing for the thing that we know Inarizaki builds their entire composition around, Persona. So the second that EXO saw, hey, these resources are going on to our Lucio, suddenly they just ran directly at Persona and got incredibly aggressive. And you could see between both of these two teams, that push map was a game of chess. And occasionally one of them would switch it and go, okay, we're not playing chess anymore, we're playing checkers. And then we would be playing battleships, because both of these teams would figure out what the other was doing and figure out a way of abusing that, of basically going, well, now we know how you're going to play, so we can punish your predictability. And that's exactly what happens in that last fight.
And with us already having Act 1 earlier before the intermission, you know, 3-0, 3-0, and we said before our segment, we're looking for map 5s. You know what? We're already starting on that trajectory, hoping for that lovely crescendo to our theatrical story. But don't go anywhere, friends. We're going to head to a short break because we've got more action just on the other side of it. Welcome back, my friends. We took a brief moment for all of our hearts to settle for the moment as we enter in now onto our next map, which, again, we've already had 3 stellar ones. It's gone back and forth. It has not been a simple win and loss for everyone playing. You can see the Colosseo, again, has been captured right now by Exo Azathoth, and now we're going to be heading into Flashpoint. First one, actually, for today.
Yeah, Flashpoint we're going to get to see. I wonder if it's going to be Saravasa or New Junk City. New Junk City is really good for things like the Ramatra, and that is why we're going to be seeing New Junk City. And that, like, I wonder if we're going to get that additional wrinkle of Exo picking the Orisa just, like, right out of the gates in anticipation of the Ramatra to come through. It's really strong for the Mei as well for that first point. There's a lot of isolation angles that you can find, but the problem of not having that Tracer is going to rear its head on this type of map in particular, because if you're smart, you literally just have your core play distraction and have your Tracer take point.
I haven't seen this one in a while either. I really like this one, personally. I think we saw a lot of, you know, other map types within Flashpoint, but it's like, you know, I just personally think this is the best one. I personally like it. As we're going to be heading into it now, as we do have this going to be, again, the possibility for a match point here for Exo. And unleashing onto this, I'm really curious as well to see if that's going to come to fruition. And again, if the Orisa, because we've seen the Orisa come out more so after the fact, and I think leading with it might be an option.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play the Mei, if you want to play the Orisa, it can be incredibly strong on first point, especially because there's just so much rundown space. And that, I think, is where it's going to get, like, really interesting. Because if it is the rundown space, you are just going to potentially see 2 teams running around that circle until one of them essentially decides to go, let's go anchor point. But if Inarizaki are expecting the Orisa, they're going to lead with the Sim. So you have these 2 really fun angles that both of these teams could take that potentially only one of them leads into. Misson is still on the Symmetra. They're expecting the Orisa.
And with the Diva coming out, they will instantly recognize that their decision-making might not be as exact as they would have thought from Exo. Nice reposition. They use these doorways to block and mitigate some of the incoming fire. Ring around the Rosie towards the arena as we get that pan overhead to see who might be vulnerable. Maywall locks a few between that pillar. Vortex slows the retreat. Unlucky needs to be very careful. Amelia gets demech'd. And there's a follow-up by Regime, and now it's going to be dominant pressure forward as Exo has to start retreating, and a wall gets them some distance, but it's still a lot of forward momentum from Inarizaki.
It gives them the distance, but unfortunately the slow lob from Santana is more than enough to set up for Persona to hit the shot. And that is Exo, unfortunately, sent packing. We're going to see now the pivot. Even though it wasn't up against the Orisa, Defense Matrix still, unfortunately, having a lot of problems into the beams, meaning that Amelia has to swap off and go for a more brawl-style composition with Rara looking to try and wall some of these players off.
Wall active already, isolating. Now, with Amelia going fist to fist with Santana. Immortality field out with the Amplification Matrix as well. Will they be able to trap anyone up front? No, there's a retreat by Inarizaki as they separate once again. A little slow for the moment. Can they collapse onto Santana, who's in the corner, getting frozen and frigid to the core, and that's going to be Amelia getting the elimination as the rest of Exo Azathoth goes back to push the point and takes this arena.
Okay, even though Inarizaki were able to pick up almost 90% of the point, this is where Exo should be hitting their stride. May wall isolation on teams that are forced to come through from chokes. I think Inarizaki are probably going to try and rotate underneath and just go hit the point immediately. They do have to be careful by Blizzard, but they can use that rotation to bait Blizzard and then just push back into that space. They can't walk through a choke because they're just going to get scouted and walled.
Ra already scouting alongside with the Lucio for the movement speed. Grouping across counter as you have the High Noon active. There is the Blizzard. Persona backpedaling for the moment to find a sightline, gets the elimination, and now looks to press forward. That photon barrier is going to divide the room for the moment to see how moving between each side is going to be helpful. Diving forward, Persona looks for the Magnate, able to get one as Santana gets 2, and that's once again going to be a chance to swap it over. And at this percentage with only 13 left, this is going to be dire for Exo, and they have to look to the next flashpoint.
Yeah, they can't try and tap. That is a Lucio and an Ash pick late last. And without a Tracer, there's no way that they'll be able to cross the distance from spawn in time. They have to, like you said, go next. The question is, did they gamble correctly? Did they manage to pick out which of the 4 it could potentially have been and set up first? The answer is no. Inarizaki were able to pivot, and EXO are left in the dust. Now they have to play into a team that's set up with Poke, which is going to have Amplification Matrix before your team.
Will they look to move in as a unit quickly onto the point and capture it? Nice wall active for the moment. Divides Missun on the side. Breaking that wall, now starting to get some decent damage on to the Ramatra. But it's topped up quickly by the Baptiste in the back. Oh, has to flee. Drop below. TP is out and available if they have to use it as an escape.
Oh, that's point. That's the problem, because EXO went set up first, the wall came through to divide, but there was no conquer step 2! In fact, there's no step 3. The Mei is sent back, Immortality Field burn to keep the Amplification Matrix angle strong for EXO to anchor around, but Inarizaki are still keeping point in their control and bouncing it off of their players. Sound barriers invested to make sure that this fight goes as long as possible, and EXO are losing.
40% in climbing, and again, this is one of those positions where you've already gotten about 50% from that initial fight. With how fast it's ticking up, you're really only gonna get one last real shot at this.
Yeah. And now you have to figure, is it go big or is it go next? You've got Sound Barrier, you've got Annihilation, but Inarizaki are going to have a lot of ultimates coming through in this next fight as well. It looks like EXO are going to commit. We have to wait and see, though, whether it's going to be a real fight or whether they hold back for the point afterwards.
See already those Sentry turrets chipping away, giving some intel, knowing that they are removed from the equation. Pressing forward, Photon Barrier now on the side. A lot to work through on the front line as the Annihilation overwhelms and absolutely disintegrates anyone within its radius. Benevolence gets the shutdown on the support, and that is now both eliminated. So it's solely on to the remaining 3, and they will be completely taken back. And you were right, that was almost completely stripped away in the last few moments, but able to capture and swap back at 99.
Yeah, but look at what Inarizaki did, Rich. They used Symmetra Photon Barrier, and that was it. They used that Photon Barrier, making EXO panic and have to overcommit on the actual engagement itself, knowing that they have 99% of this point to play around with. EXO, to hold this space, are going to have to commit ultimate after ultimate after ultimate. Inarizaki can just chip and poke until they find a fight that they're happy actually taking, and then properly commit.
50% once again, leading in with the Deadeye. Nice denial for the moment, quickly broken. No one in position. They use the TP, the whole team moving across with 60% now. Seeing if they can collapse onto this. Nice Blizzard. Separation down below in the wall. Can't quite lock the team in. So now, Inarizaki will have to try and fight back into it as it reaches this 80+%. You've lost so much for Azathoth, and it will go in favor of Inarizaki and moving into this now 3rd potential flashpoint.
Yep. Oh, that was really clean. Even though EXO were able to find the isolation, Santana just pops Annihilation and gets that additional Nemesis block. So even though you don't actually have your Baptiste, even though they were able to isolate Krobus behind the Ramatra, you're still not able to find the pick, and as a result, Inarizaki, with that continuous damage tick, burn through all of EXO's forces. EXO do have the advantage in terms of ultimate economy, but unfortunately, yet again, they're just not set up to be able to use it. The Mei was gonna be great if you're in an aggressive position.
Big retreat across the bridge, separating with the wall, but it's very quickly handled. Now, shots fired from Benevolence. Looking for anyone to poke their head out. Down below, almost gets the elimination. Santana, barely alive. Beautiful immortality field to get a chance to top the health bar back up. In favor of EXO, they can play a little bit more cautious here to see how their opponent's going to maneuver.
Oh, Photon Barrier used. As a result, Benevolence gets free Deadeye to be able to get amped around it. It's taking so much pressure from Missun, though. From that Symmetra with the spam, we're going to see Sound Barrier from Regime. Inarizaki following that in anticipation of the Blizzard coming through from Rara that EXO were using to try and anchor onto the point as long as possible. But with Benevolence just needing to be cleared off of this angle, the flip should come through. And Inarizaki now can start putting pressure on these last players. They managed to stagger the Baptiste, which is another 30 seconds that EXO are going to have to wait for. Yes, they've got Sound Barrier. They're just going to have to use it aggressively. I really hope that we see them just trying collapse directly onto Persona as Amelia off of the Ramatra goes onto the Arrest. And I just can't help but ask, Rich, what would have happened if we'd seen this earlier?
I agree, and that's, you know, something that we will hopefully see from the team be able to now turn it back into their favor as they are down 2 flashpoints. They have a long way to go to be able to close this out. High Noon active, swinging the corner, gets the damage out, but doesn't find the takedown until they fan the hammer moving forward. Amelia is gone and sent packing as it's 70+%. This is the moment now for Inarizaki to turn this into a map 5 as Persona takes down another unlucky main back to spawn. There's only 15% to go, and things really are going to become even more challenging as Persona takes control of this final point.
There was no reset! They're just getting staggered by the Cassidy. The Doomfist swap to try and tap Power Block is out, but EXO didn't find any natural reset, and as a result, it's just one by one these players having to stumble their way onto point, and Inarizaki are pulling them apart. Oh, that is... It looked really close for the first 2 points. And then when we hit that third one, it just felt like something in the mental from EXO had just gone. They had a really good opportunity when they had that sound barrier. Like the first time they swapped to the Orisa and they had the sound barrier, they needed to just hit sound barrier and push on that team. Because they would have been able to get the additional armor, they would have had that extra lifeline to be able to live through the Deadeye trying to sustain and keep you pressured away. Persona got every single resource known to every single Overwatch player thrown at them to make sure that that's sustained. And the problem was, because they took so long to actually push into that fight, and because of the way that they took it very staggered in terms of their positioning, when they actually lost players, there was no natural reset point. There were just 3 players drifting around the high ground, no one really jumping onto the Cassidy, and it is just a day at the shooting range for Persona to just line up shot after shot after shot.
Well, and it almost felt like when Amelia went in on the Orisa when the Deadeye was active, that there was going to be enough healing to get Amelia out of it. But at that point, I think it just came up short, and the team realistically wasn't ready for that. And I think it caused
that's why it
perplexion.
needed that preemptive sound barrier. Because you can't say, well, what are they holding sound barrier for? Because Annihilation wasn't in play. There's no aggressive ultimate outside of maybe Amplification Matrix, but you should be able to bypass that with the Orisa Javelin Spin cooldown alone. It's the exact same thing with the Sigma, where you literally just hit shift, tell your team whether or not you're kiting like forward or whether you're kiting backwards, and then you reposition and rotate. The problem was, if they didn't hit the sound barrier early, even if they got the Cassidy, they would potentially trade a player. They would give the opportunity to everyone from Inarizaki to kite off of the high ground, making them harder to reach. And as a result, the amplification matrix that would come up later would have all of the space to actually find the value, as opposed to you hit them fast with an aggressive sound barrier, you clear them off of the high ground, you take control of the space, and then you poke their angles out in the fights afterwards to make sure that amplification matrix that you don't have sound barrier for doesn't have the space to actually find the value.
And as we enter into Circuit Royal, we will be able to see, most likely, I would think, Sigma, as we typically have always seen in this, but there is some opportunity for some variation to this as we're going into it. Again, get to see Map 5 here for Day 1 for the first time, and once again, we said that already when it came to Flashpoint, and now we get to say the same here for Escort.
Oh, Escort, it's going to be Sigma versus Sigma. Actually, do you know what, Rich? Look at the hero sheets, because Amelia says
I was just looking at it myself.
Play the Reinhardt. And if we've already seen the Symmetra, it's not, however, from EXO side, but we have seen the Mei, and we have seen a Symmetra, and if you combine a Rein, a Mei, and a Sim, you don't have a very good joke, but you do have a decent composition that can take down a Sigma on Circo.
Yeah, right when I saw the Reinhardt and you said it, I was like, pretty sure that she's just going to say, you know what, let's just do it. Let's just roll the dice, and let's... But at the same time, as much as I would like to see it, this is the lower bracket. So there has to be some very calculated reasoning in what you're going to bring to the table here. So that, again, I mean, tensions are high. You're going into a map 5 right now. You had the upper hand on 2 separate occasions, and now you're finding yourselves at an even keel with 2-2 map score and one last shot here to be able to keep your glory on this redemption run going.
You know what it's also going to be? It's going to be a rematch of the Widowmaker. It's going to be Missing versus Benevolence all over again, and my goodness. We got to see aggressive Widowmaker plays. We got to see Widow's body checking plays. If they were in bad positions out in the open and they weren't expecting that Widow grapple shot, there was just immediate punishment and follow up. So it'll be very interesting to see whether or not the communication is there. Because if someone does die to a Widowmaker, it's not always their fault. It can be a breakdown in communication where they think that one resource is going to be present and then that resource gets taken away, but it doesn't get calmed. For instance, with the Sigma and the Baptiste. If you're playing main and you're holding like super close aggressively on that first corner of A, and you need to Vamoose and you need to rotate away, if your Sigma doesn't use shift or shield, your Baptiste having to cross that open space is just a free kill for the Widowmaker.
In the dead zone. Dead zone is never where you want to be, especially when you have the caliber of Widowmakers like these two. It's going to be a fun time. As we're entering in now to see who's going to be on that defensive side first to be able to get that full confirmation. Oh, wait, I hear the... Do you hear the boots? Do you hear the boots? I hear the boots! I don't know if anybody else does!
I hear the boots, Rich.
It's okay. We're going to start with the Ducky. We'll start with Ducky first. So
yeah. the Ducky definitely does not have boots.
No,
It's
no,
just-
it definitely
Did
doesn't.
you know, by the way, that you can actually put amplification matrix on this and it will move?
It reminds me of the good old days when you could put the Orisa shield on the basketball.
Yeah,
and
I
knock
knew
it
you
out
were
of
gonna
control.
go the basketball. The second
I
you
had
went,
to.
it
I
reminds me
had
of the good
to.
old days. Yes, back in our day, you could put Symmetra turrets on the basketball, and Symmetra had her lock-on beam, which meant that you could use the beam, pick up the basketball, and run around.
I mean, if we really want to go back in my day when Bastion had a shield and it was in the trailer and we're just having a good old time. Okay, I really need to stop. Everybody in chat's gonna be like, "What is happening?" He is just descending into madness right now.
I mean, we could go even further back and say back in our day, Winston used to be the tank lineup.
True
What was that? Winston, Tracer, and Bastion.
Watch,
They're the
there's
good old days.
probably a lot that's in chat. It's like, what are these two talking about? Just having no record. They're going.
You thought that roller coaster was an interesting little bit of tidbit that happened to Overwatch? No, you used to be able to play multiple of the same heroes.
Just a little wrinkle, you know. Just something minor. Nothing super.
And I mean,
out of the ordinary.
can your lucky stars that got removed? Because can you imagine base release Brigitte doubled up?
Yo, that would be. I'd be okay with that actually. I think that'd be fun. Just have 4 of them. Just 2 and 2.
I'm pretty sure if they ever went back to that format and let you have 2 Brigittes, you would just find me like, I wouldn't be playing Overwatch. I would specifically be in this pool on this rubber duck, just like not a care in the world. I'm done.
Could you just? It would be like. I was gonna say whack-a-moles, but not really. It's like the Rock'em Sock'em robots, where it's like just knocking them away with the whip shots. Like that's what it's gonna be. Just everybody getting whip shotted everywhere, and just we're not gonna be able to play this game.
You go to the gym. You know the exercise. What's the thing where you have like 2 ropes and you have to like?
Oh, like for a tricep pull?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I don't actually know if is there a term for that? I mean, I guess I just call it the ropes.
See, I was like miming it out on camera, but I feel like that's helping absolutely no one given the fact that they can literally only hear our voices currently.
Absolutely. I physically could not make that one out through your inflection. As much as I would have loved to, I'm pretty sure I didn't.
I would hope you couldn't hear me doing a mime tricep pull in my inflection, Rich. That would imply that I'm very out of shape.
Just start being winded like halfway through. This one! That! Yep! Just completely exhausted as then we take a breather. But yes, for those that are wondering, as we take a lovely scenic view once again to the hotel, before we're checking you into your room, we'll touch base with the receptionist to let them know that a player, unfortunately, is having connection issues. So we are waiting for that to be done, so we can get them back on board.
Yeah, we will be able to grab their suitcases from the lobby and get them into the lift as quickly as we possibly can. But until then, we can just enjoy the wonderful scenes of Circuit, because I feel like we never really get to see a lot of Circuit at the moment.
Really
with
don't.
so many teams like running towards the Ramatra and also diverting over to things like the dive, which never goes out of fashion. A lot of the time we do get to see things like Dorado for Escort, especially because like Diva and Twinson, the continuous debate between which of these two is currently stronger. You can play both. Saying that, however, we can see that it is going to be Persona, not Misson, going to be occupying the Widowmaker, as Misson has opted for the Genji, and as a result, Regime is forced onto the Brigida. Grapple shot comes on through. EXO, unfortunately, already having to back all the way behind that first corner.
Coming out guns a-blazing, we just lifting the curtain on you, everybody. That's just what's happening. EXO on the defensive side, attempting to try and stop this onslaught, pressing forward as Persona, uncontested for the moment, continues to dish out these shots. Kinetic Grasp is helping mitigate those few, but really has to play this corner, and they finally, just the team as a whole, is able to bring down this Persona play.
Yeah, it is not the Reinhardt, it is the Sigma versus Sigma, which means that Benevolence on the Hanzo is absolutely melting Santana's shield if it stays up any longer than 2 seconds. As we are going to see EXO getting a very good chunk of amplification matrix charge that they will be able to have for this next fight. Missin, oh, are we going to see it? There's the Symmetra. It is going to put more pressure on the Sigma on the front line. As Persona off of the Widow now goes onto the Cassidy. Be interesting to see how the damage fall-off affects the long main road sightline, especially since Rara and Benevolence both have much more range to take an effect.
And holding this anchor point, first of 2 before that checkpoint, with already half the time gone. With the amplification matrix, Kinetic Grasp gonna hold on for the moment. Amp matrix now second for Azathoth. Will their shots land, pressing all, and Narizaki back. And resetting once again. Really not doing too much here, just waiting for those proper timings.
Amelia doesn't have a creation just yet, is going to go for her Flux first, manages to dodge the rock cancel. We
Nice
are going to
dash
see
forward.
Santana going incredibly well. That shift and immortality field, but the Sigma up close is going to get absolutely beamed by that Sim.
Nice reposition underneath the doorway so it doesn't leave them vulnerable out into the open. Big turnabout here from Azathoth as they overwhelm as a squad. And now have a team kill with 1 minute and 30 seconds, and this payload has not moved that much.
Yeah, I love the Bay play as well from Rara, where essentially she said, like, this is my Sigma. You know that you're going to jump on my Sigma. You have the Symmetry. You want to close up the distance. So we're going to wait for you to jump the Sigma, and then we're going to Blizzard. And you don't have the Lucio, which means to amp out of it. And you don't have the Sim for the next 30 seconds either, because Rara, she just ice picks immediately. And poor Misson goes down. Unfortunately, not getting the calm of when Santana was going to shield corner.
Benevolence looking for a log of a shot onto someone willing to turn the corner. Nice intel gathered for the moment. Got the press into the bridgeway. Underneath is going to be the position to hold for the moment. Ready to pivot with 45 seconds to go. Up top, intel gathered once again here. Benevolence, Dragon Strike through the wall. Will they clip anybody? It's a divide and conquer for the moment as it finally passes by. Benevolence has to leave. Persona gets the counterplay and now has the Deadeye. Dropping low, isn't even gonna need it, and just overwhelms both DPS as the rest of the squad dives forward with 25 seconds. All are gonna push to this checkpoint.
I would much rather Benevolence have waited for that Dragon Strike and use it in reaction to Krobos. As we talked about, EXO Azathoth cannot just face tank into Inarizaki. If they try to use the Dragon Strike to split and provide them the space to walk forward, Emilia's going to take so much more pressure from Misson than Santana does from Rara and Benevolence, and as a result, EXO just did not have the damage to be able to burst the front line down in time. Now they don't have checkpoint A. They've got to play into B. Symmetra wall comes on up from Misson so that she can close up the distance and start charging up Emilia again. This Sigma goes so low in the first couple of moments that Immortality Field has to be used.
Deadeye active, Persona. Gonna thread the needle here. Finds nothing with it. Nice stun for the moment. Rara goes forward. She gets the pick up onto the support line, and everyone falls in suit, along with Azathoth going to take down most of what's remaining here from Inarizaki, and able to hold, and is in a great position to do so and can really maintain this high ground before anyone from the team can move up to even get to the cart.
EXO have Blizzard as well as this high ground position, which is going to make it a little bit harder for Mison to apply the pressure that she has been onto Amelia previously, especially since if the team tries to TP onto high ground, they are just going to get accretioned, which is why we do see the low drop immediately.
Wall active for the Blizzard. Great tech to come through and get it onto the back line, but it's actually just far enough forward that the two can skirt outside of its radius, so not locked in place. Accretion goes whizzing by, denied almost the flux, but it's still an opportunity here for Inarizaki to dominate pushing forward. If that rock lands, that's a different outcome, but right now it's smooth sailing for this last few meters with a minute to go.
Oh, it's gonna be a race. Amplification Matrix and Dragon Strike. If Krobus is able to get that ultimate online, Inarizaki have so much pressure to stop EXO from being able to tap, but likewise Benevolence, if they're able to charge up the ultimate in time, will be able to send it dead through the maps.
Setting up now with the turrets, holding the corner. Needs to reach this checkpoint with these 35 seconds to go. That fusion just damages accelerating, though. There is already the tank down. Amelia has to retreat and is waiting to regroup with the team. 3 meters to go. It is lighting up orange in the kill feed, and that will be an easy take as the home stretch gives 1 minute and 50 seconds.
We said it was a race, and it absolutely was, and Krobus was able to hit that finish line before Benevolence. Amplification Matrix came up, and unfortunately Dragon Strike was 8% away, which allowed Inarizaki all of the confidence to push forward aggressively and get Mison into a position to just melt Amelia down. Good news for EXO, they will have Dragon Strike still available to try and put a stop to Inarizaki's momentum, especially since they can hold that high ground and really put pressure onto Inarizaki if they try and just anchor card.
Now up top, holding the high ground. Nice accretion, but the Dragon Strike comes through. Another pickup onto Amelia. Deja vu from only moments earlier at the checkpoint, able to do the same. That beam is absolutely disintegrating anyone within range. And now a flanking position is not going to do anything by Benevolence as it's 55 to go in this last few meters.
Yeah, Dragon Strike is either too early or too late. It's not quite been that Goldilocks moment so far. And now you don't have it to just send from spawn onto payload to guarantee you get a little bit of stall time. Another one's onto the Ash. The symbol's going to make it really hard. Inarizaki having 2 angles that they can play between. Flux comes out from Amelia, but Deadeye is in play from Persona.
Oh, the accretion!
Able to find the rally bash to cancel it. This actually look to stabilize with the Blizzard. Is it enough?
Oh, locking down. Amelia is low, gets picked up once again. 3rd time's the charm. It's going to be beams all day with 20 seconds now. Again, you've got the completion with 18 seconds to go. A team kill bell tolls in the distance, and that's got to feel real good for round 1.
This Symmetra is doing work right now, Rich. My goodness, this poor Sigma. This poor Sigma is just not having any fun at all. And like, the problem is for Amelia, it's not even her fault. Like, she's playing the Sigma the way you have to into the Sigma mirror, but unfortunately for her, every single time that she tries to take that more aggressive position or anchor a space, Mison just runs her down. And it feels like EXO, like, they need to be able to widen that poke window a little bit longer to set up Rara and Benevolence, but that's just not really happening. Inarizaki are walking a lot of the time early for free.
Ooh, it all rides on this moment. Inarizaki has to have a defensive hold to deny completion for them to be able to come back and take this 5th map, or Azathoth needs to be able to complete. Now, as we do take a look at the defensive, it's going to be the Symmetra once again.
With the Ramatra?
Yeah.
Is
That's
this
wild.
Is
That's
this
wild.
going to be a bunker up in small room and contest the payload and just drain the time as much as possible so that you can guarantee you get as many fights as possible? Or is this going to be a we're going to play the long range and just try and run this poor Sigma down with the Ramatra and the Symmetra? Nope, it is going to be a we're going to go into small room and then we're going to jump directly onto your tank. Does Benevolent scout it though? There's the Sonic.
To go. Oh, great wall. Everyone has to break that quickly to try and enable this. Falling back up the stairs for now. Persona needs to be cautious. Benevolence actually goes for the swap and changing back in spawn to counteract the composition that we do see with this adjustment. And now going to hold the angle. Rock doesn't quite land as the shield is active. Wall put up, so it denies a retreat from the supports, but you can see they're playing in this small room, like you said, with a TP to reposition.
Yep, and it still counts as contest if they play inside that small room. Rara goes incredibly low. Benevolence trying to put pressure on an off angle currently, lobbing the dynamite over that Ramatra shield. But Irizaki with the Symmetra teleporter just able to play the space so perfectly.
What?
What's Persona doing behind? Apparently
my
enough
goodness.
to force a mortality field. And off of the back of that, Santana is unleashed. Free to run directly over to the Sigma. The Baptiste and the Cassidy were just a distraction. The true price was the Ramatra all along.
Wonderfully done. And again, just the utilization of the teleport to get back up and down between the two to still have that element of perplexity to this. With now Sonata having to retreat, fall back as the wall comes active. The Nemesis form instantly popped for now with Immortality Field committed. Everything is being thrown into this to try and keep the front line standing, but it's just not enough. And now Exo Azathoth playing aggressively forward as Amelia gets some validation of their own, and she's going to be able to push on.
If Santana had been able to get through that Symmetra TP, that Ramatra would have lived. Exo doing a very good job. Rara and I are going to be holding a very cheeky angle for this Blizzard in anticipation of Irizaki dropping down and trying to contest in this next fight. Machine does have Silent Barrier, but we see a lot of the time Lucius now hold that position. I think the Mei was actually scouted just now by someone walking onto ramp. They saw the position that the Mei was in, and they know that the Blizzard potential's there.
Yeah, she was playing hide and seek, but unfortunately you did see Santana move forward out in the open to get visual. This Blizzard is definitely going to be on the payload, though, locking down at least one on the inside, rotating through the amplification matrix as they fight in the room, really not being as beneficial here, but Persona still gets the shutdown onto Ra-Ra.
Persona's going to have Deadeye as well. Nissan's going to have that Symmetra Photon Barrier to make sure that Exo can't take advantage of these long angle sights. It's going to be even harder for them to take an off angle too and keep pressure on the Ramatra on all of these different lanes, because now the fight is mainly just occurring onto the one.
Oh, Deadeye active. Turning, using the movement speed to work their way through. Persona taking down Bob, no longer available. Santana, and so many locked in that flux. Beautiful Immortality Field to weather the storm. As an aggressive counterplay comes in, but it's going back into unlucky Sound Barrier. Amelia gets picked up by the Annihilation, and everyone from Irizaki is able to play this perfectly, to outmatch and outplay with 50 seconds to go. They just have to draw back now as a team and look for one last hold.
We're on the Arista again. We're on the Arista again to try and counter the Ramatra, but this just means that you're feeding the Symmetra more and more. This is so risky from Exo. They need to kill the Symmetra, as Corvus is going to have that amplification matrix is positioning far enough away from the fight that you're not going to be that immediate target and can use it to keep your tank alive and anchored in this position.
Amp Matrix held for the moment to guarantee these last 20 seconds. Holding that outer side of the wall to put damage onto everyone that's peeking the corner. Amelia has to draw back. There is enough time for this Amp Matrix to drop, and that's what the team's going to look to do. Wait it out. By the time, under 3 meters to go, 5 seconds on the clock, everyone has to go in to try and give some kind of contention onto this. Unlucky main through the inner side. Amelia getting chunked down quickly, but the Immortality Field is there. Amp Matrix might be able to be the superior flux of damage that is needed to take down this defensive line. Santana goes down. Benevolence finds the elimination, but unfortunately, that Symmetra is going to be vaporizing them, but a Blizzard gives the space. It forces them back. Bob into the back line, also getting some crossfire damage from the front and the rear as Benevolence forces them away. It's going to be a huge pickup with both Ra-Ra and Benevolence working in tandem with the supports to give them 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Ooh, what a clutch. What an absolute clutch. That was so risky. Irizaki were running the time down, waiting for it to go to overtime, knowing that Exo were going to have to anchor onto that payload, which means that they were going to have to anchor directly in front of Miss and Symmetra. However, like you said, the DPS just working together with their supports, making sure with that poke to keep the pressure on the Baptiste is a really good wall comes through from Rara. Stops that Deadeye. However, Irizaki are still controlling all of the spacing now. As a result, all of the momentum Exo had from that last fight has now been drained away.
Repositioning, finding subtle windows for damage. That's a great pick to get Ra-Ra down in this fight. Looking for the pickup onto the support. It has to be quick. You need a regroup fast from Azathoth to get back into this and try and stabilize. But you can see how Irizaki is just going to play extremely forward.
Yeah, well, remember, their entire composition is extremely forward.
Yeah.
They need to get the Symmetra into position. I don't think they're going to start directly at the spawn, but what they are doing is putting so many obstacles into the path of XO. But by the time this team actually hits the point, there's only going to be one last fight remaining. Terror Surge comes through, but no one's looking at Persona. Amelia goes incredibly low. The amplification matrix means that the Orisa just gets burned almost immediately, and Inarizaki keep pushing EXO back.
The good thing, though, is that it was very fast. So there is another 60 seconds versus this being dragged out extremely long.
That's the Ryan.
Amelia! Oh, all right. Here we go.
It has to be with a Sim. It has to be with a Symmetra, otherwise you're just going to die to all of the poke coming up for Inarizaki.
No change onto the Sim. Time is reducing. The team's going to play with it. Amelia now on the Reinhardt with no Sim. Let's see if Optimus Prime will help be able to overcome. Swinging that hammer forward. Santana drawing back. Accretion denied by the shield. Sound barrier giving that extra protection to dive forward. The charge is going to be blocked by the wall, unfortunately. It's not dropped fast enough. Amelia dwindling in health. That's going to be Crowbus getting the pickup. And now with no tank on the front line, the rest are going to fall. Everyone from Inarizaki is going to play forward and push them back with 10 seconds to go. And I don't think there's a way that anyone can get back from Azathoth.
Not if Inarizaki just hold Deadeye. And that's exactly what they're planning on doing. Hinter comes out, pulling back off the Persona to be able to reposition. The Rhine is able to tap onto point because of that charge, but you can see that that shield is just being sent every single angle. Deadeye immediately picks the Lucio, and this is just clean up at this point. Inarizaki have to deal with the Blizzard. Potentially, they're able to find a turnaround, but no. Persona is alive, and the Rhine just without that Symmetra was so unable to move. Even if you forego the Symmetra for the teleport, having that Symmetra for the Reinhardt putting pressure onto that Sigma, you saw how low Santana actually ended up going when Amelia was in the face of the Sigma, but there just wasn't enough damage to actually translate to the kill because no one else was there alongside the Rhine.
Oh, a worthwhile attempt here from EXO. They had a booming start and then just blow for blow back and forth as we enter into this fifth map where Inarizaki is able to claim victory and continue moving on as they attempt to climb their way back against facing off against whoever's going to be continuing to move forward in the upper segment.
Oh, well, we did get a very long series, Rich.
Yeah, we did.
And we got the Orisa and we got the Reinhardt. Even if it was only for a little bit, we did get to tick all of those boxes to come through. And like we said, like before, this meta, it feels, is in a very healthy position because it's not just the one composition on every single map, which is so nice to see because for the longest time for Circuit, it has literally just been Sigma. It's only been Sigma. Teams will only play Sigma, and like the biggest difference that you would see from some teams would be would they pick the Bab Lucio, the Bab Brig, or the Bab Zenyatta. But now we get to see like all of these different compositions, all of these different tank matchups, taking advantage of all of these different areas to fight because for some compositions you want to be fighting on the longer sight lines, for other compositions like with the Symmetra you want to be fighting around these corners so that your Sim has the most amount of natural cover, but she can also close up the distance very, very quickly. And as you can see from all of these replays of Nissan's POV, that's exactly how she's playing. She's playing it very similar to something that you would with a Reinhardt, where you're using those covers, you're using those corners, closing up the distance, you're charging up your beam as quickly as possible, and then the second you hit that reload animation, you know your burst is done, you hide back behind that corner, and you wait to go again.
And then the Orisa aspect of it, which we saw repeatedly on multiple maps, it's always this like fail-safe last 60-second like couple of fight type of decision making, where it's brought out to see if that might be the answer to it. And you commented a little bit more when it came to the flashpoint of what does that look like if you start with it. Granted, this one I would say maybe not as much due to the Sigma relevance and significance in that sense, but again, it's like always that, you know, final, hey, we got the few more seconds, we gotta just try this, let's just run it.
Yeah, I mean, you'll never see a restaurant Circuit for the one factor of her head hitbox is absolutely ginormous, and that line of sight is really, really strong. As we've seen from all of our DPS, there's a reason why the entire meta of both Circuit and Junkertown for the longest time has been with Widowmaker and Sigma, and it is very nice to see that the meta has sort of deviated away from those two things and allowed some other compositions to take its place, Ramattra being one of them, because it sort of felt like we never really got a full Ramattra meta when he released all the way back in 2022. A couple of teams like dabbled, and I still remember some teams trying to force the Colosseo Ramattra, which did not go so great, and then a couple of teams settled on the Moira, a couple of teams settled on the Baptiste. However, Ramattra was still sort of power crept by a lot of other tanks who did everything he did, but better and without the glaring weaknesses of only being able to control one angle, so very quickly we moved away from the Ram. So getting to see a little bit more identification come through from him as a tank and the compositions you can build around him has been really interesting to get to see, both in terms of how the teams in Tier 1 have been playing it, but also in terms of the teams in Colonial Heroes, where you maybe have a little bit more of a hero pool around the player's comfortability, rather than what is just the best thing in terms of top tier meta currently.
And we get to bask in the Ram glory for now, but we're going to be heading to a short break before we get the opportunity to have a potential interview, so don't go anywhere, friends, as we've got so much more to unfold. Why, hello and welcome back, my friends. We are here. We do actually have the opportunity for an interview. We're going to give it just a brief moment as we get to look back at what this Map 5 had in store for us. Moxie, it was a doozy, but I still think it was a thrill for, like you mentioned, all of the boxes that we can hope for being checked off.
Yeah, we got to see such a diverse meta come through from all of these teams. I think we got pretty much every single tank in the roster, barring the Maga, Zarya, and Wrecking Ball. Lovely to get to see the Widowmaker come through. Lovely to get to see all of the adaptations both of these teams made as well. A lot of counter swapping going on, and not just in the tank category, which is always nice to see. The fact that we were getting DPS and also the support lines changing up continuously based around what the other team was running out with was a very lovely thing to get to see, as opposed to it purely being rock, paper, scissors between the two tank players.
And we can just take a look at some of these. We're going to get a lot of, I think, these highlights of where it's the Widowmaker plays and just the tank plays between the two as we got towards the later portion of this. But again, there were just so many little micro moments as well when we look at like the overarching just competitive play of both of these teams that really do make such a significant difference in the outcomes. And that's why I personally think that between the two of these were so close and why we were able to see it go to this map 5.
Yeah, both of these teams were coming up with all of these different solutions to problems. For one side, it works out a little bit better than the other, right? As we talked about, that's Symmetra Beam just doing so much work, so much pressure in the Sigma versus Sigma, and then even onto the Reinhardt as well, Missing just being able to use that spam poke pressure, as well as the fact of having like that teleport and making sure that the rest of her team were able to get out of a lot of situations where they could hold really aggressively, drain the time bank for a lot of time in places that you don't normally see fights break out to into circuit, but still get away unpunished.
Absolutely. As we do finally have the interview ready for all of you from our victorious team, we have Missun. How are you, my friend? Great to see you here. How you feeling after that one?
Hey, I'm feeling okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Still a lot more ahead of you, I'm assuming, of course.
Yeah. A lot more matches to still play, so.
Was there a particular reason? Because I know it took both Rich and myself by surprise when we actually saw the Widowmaker versus Widowmaker on Colosseo come through. Is this something that the team has been running with continuously, or was this sort of pick in anticipation of another Widowmaker and wanting to counter with the same hero?
So like I don't play Widowmaker at all, but I kind of like tilt swapped it on Hollywood, and I just played well, so we're like, okay, we'll just play Widow on the next map. But I don't normally play Widow, so I kind of got gapped, but, you know, yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
You could not tell!
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like we saw some stellar performance, and you telling us that we would have not otherwise known, so...
No, like, I saw that grapple shot on
Thank you.
Hollywood against the Baptiste, and I was like, damn, that is a Widow player who knows her stuff and goes into those Widow custom lobbies and plays headshots for, like, 5 hours a day to make sure that you can hit those back to back. So then, not looking at the Widowmaker, looking instead at this Symmetra, which had such a huge value, is that something that you've been running out with a lot of the time, or is that something that the team has picked up recently to be able to put pressure onto the current meta?
So like, I actually haven't scrimmed with this team. I wasn't originally supposed to play in the tournament, so I don't know what they've been playing. I don't think they played any sim. Basically on like Hollywood 3rd, I just went it, and then we're like, okay, if they're on Orisa, we'll just go Symmetra, and then we're like, okay, let's just play sim the whole time. That was basically the thought process.
So you mentioned about the Orisa aspect of it. What was the communication like when you get to see this Orisa? Because there were moments where it did have success, and then there were moments where it was, you know, being able to outmaneuver and outplay and start really taking advantage. What was like that communication to try and counteract something that we all have not really typically seen and talked about as much?
Yeah, I mean, Amelia's just really, really good at Orisa, so like, she's always going to be like super difficult to play against, and then we just kind of didn't know how to pick it. Like, we were thinking about Zarya at one point, but we're just like, okay, we had the sim work. I just like randomly went sim 3rd. I said trust. Then we just are like, okay, the sim will beat Orisa, so we can just stick with it.
So then, to go back to a little bit of a point that you brought up earlier, the fact that you haven't actually really been playing with this team, how has it been feeling trying to sort of fit into everything with so little notice?
I mean, I played with them the previous tournament. I just like, I didn't want to play this tournament at all, but they needed someone. So like, I've already played with them before, so it wasn't that bad because like, we do have experience together, but yeah, basically not really that difficult.
Okay. All right. Well, all in all, I mean, we've greatly appreciated the time to be able to speak with you. And again, still shocked that you're saying that the Widowmaker is not particularly something that you're more regularly playing, but you've done a very good job of it. And we're looking forward to seeing how not only your performance, but the rest of the team continuing to move forward as we've got those matches coming up and into tomorrow. So thank you so very much again for your time. We really appreciate it. And we can't wait to see how you continue to compete.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Ah, it's always great It says like find out little details like that, where it's just like, you know, like, hey, I don't do this normally. Well, you're doing it really, really well. So
I know, I'm like looking at my hands being like, damn it, why can't I don't play Widow that often, but you won't see me hitting some of those shots, especially like the ones onto the Tracer and the Lucio. Like grapple headshots, those are muscle memory, but being able to hit those flick shots onto the Tracer and the Lucio when you're on the low ground on Colosseo, those were the really impressive moments coming through from me. But it's really interesting getting to see all of these teams sort of looking at their players, looking at all of those comfortable picks, because, you know, Misson talked about it herself in the interview. Amelia is known for the Orisa, so I think that's a huge reason why EXO leaned on that specific pick. But then the fact that Inarizaki was sort of doing the same thing and going through their hero pools and going, well, we tried it a couple of times and it worked out really well in that round, so let's just double down on it, really goes to show the amount of trust that a lot of these teams have in their players to essentially just go, we haven't practiced it, but let's ball.
we trust. We trust forever. That's all that matters. And, you know, speaking of trust and just also impressive skill, let's just talk about some impressive merch that we can talk about. Yeah, we said merch. We talked about it earlier. It came from our lovely two casters, and then we're going to talk about it as well, where you can make sure that you scan this QR code so that you can go directly to the website. Also, we do have it as exclamation point merch in the chat, which is probably going to be posted here by one of our members of the staff. And then the most important factor is that there's a special discount presently for using the code RADIANT10 for 10% off your first purchase. So you might want to actually get more than one item just because you get 10% off instead of just being like, do I only want that one? Do I only want this one? Like Moxie, like I think it's just, you might as well just get it all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I saw that picture and my mind just like looked at the Mercy with the cat on that t-shirt. I was like, yeah, someone give me a link. I'm copying that the second that I am able to. That is absolutely adorable, as well as the fact that it goes to a very good place, making sure that the Calling All Heroes circuit is supported and that events like this can be run and players can be seen and have these safe spaces where they're able to form teams and gel together and synergize together and build into these really strong teams with a lot of history to their names, right? Inarizaki is one of these teams that we've seen competing in Calling All Heroes circuit for a very, very long time. Green Fortnite being one of them, as well as the fact of Valentine's coming through, looking to establish a lot of these legacies. And we would not have that if we didn't have the safe space that allows these teams to stick together as long as they have been.
And again, one more reminder, RAID10. That's the code. Now write that down and keep that so that when you go to the website, you can make sure that you use it, because that's what we want you to do. So, but again, with that being said, we can go ahead and throw to a break for now before we get into our last match of the day. So don't go anywhere, because I'm hoping that this one is just as thrilling. Why, hello. Fancy still seeing you here. Oh, I know. That's right. Because we've got another match for you, friends. I'm Rich right here alongside Moxie as we have the final match of the day. We had two 0-3s earlier, 3 O's, but then we were able to bring you a map 5 and hopefully going to be able to do the same thing in the tail end of this broadcast. But Moxie, again, going into this one, we got to see a little bit of one of these teams already earlier. So that's, I think, a little bit of like at least leaning into an idea of what we're going to be seeing.
Yes, and what we're going to be seeing as well is an update to the current scoreboard because it has been 2 games now in the lower bracket. We got to see Inarizaki versus EXO on broadcast. We did not get to see Valentine versus Andromeda Estrellas. Valentine were able to win 3-0, which means that our next lower bracket is going to be Valentine versus Inarizaki, which is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah.
Valentine being so well in terms of the last major and their performance, but struggling to find that magic a little bit yet again, as we can have a look and see Super Shy Ivy versus Green FT is going to be the match that we're going to be following along with, as both of these teams completed their first matchup in a 3-0 fashion, and then their second matchup in a 3-0 fashion. So it very much feels, Rich, what happens when you have an immovable object and unstoppable force, hopefully a 5-map series to end the day.
And also, neither of us in the middle of it. That's just, we'll be on the sidelines as that continues to ensue.
Space.
The safe zone. We're going to be in the safe zone. Don't worry, friends, but I absolutely agree with you. I love that you used that analogy because realistically, I was going to go with the simple one of being like a rock in a hard place or blah, blah, blah. But you just took it, you amplified it.
That for the Ramatcher and the Sigma, because it's quite literally between a rock and a slow place.
Yeah,
because Ram slows and Sigma rocks, but alas, no. You get the B material now.
You're showing your punnery right now, I guess. But yes, we're going to be going into this, and again, like I said, we were able to see some of the footage earlier, at least competitively, so we can kind of piggyback off a little bit of that, but also going to be curious and seeing how we're going to have Green FT be able to match up against their opponent, which we've not been able to see on broadcast thus far.
Yes, I am really looking forward to getting to see Super Shy Ivy in action, specifically because Hitori's Sigma is one of the best in the Calling All Heroes circuit. I'm really looking forward to getting to see whether or not Super Shy Ivy are going to be leaning into that one. Hitori was known for playing the Sigma on the Super Shy roster for OWCS. So I'm hoping that we get that broken out, as well as Wisp being a formidable Widowmaker. But if you've been following the Contenders circuit, well, one name will also be incredibly familiar to you, and that is H-Key. A lot of Genji coming through from her, but I specifically remember her Mei. So if we do see the Ramatra Brawl shenanigans coming out from this team, I feel like it's going to be alongside a little bit of an icy accompaniment.
Absolutely. As we take a look at their counterpart, their opponents, again, it is a 3-0, 3-0 team. One of these teams is going to have to suffer with a loss not only on map, but on series. As we do get, of course, the lovely stack of Roadhogs, we have to. I feel that that's now going to be the thing, as we got to see earlier. And we, like I mentioned, already got to see some of the dynamics that came from this team. Really want to emphasize that. Peace and Bolsena being really, really key in a lot of the successes when it came from some of the DPS aspect, but really just great overall synergy as a whole from this team.
Yes, and getting to know that tank lineup as well, seeing that Sohail is going to be starting, makes me think it's going to be a start with the Ramatra or the Junker Queen. Sniper tends to play the Sigma composition for Green FT, so I think Super Shy are going to have a little bit more information going into these matches, understanding what compositions they're most likely going to be up against.
Well, and the other part, too, is we also got to see Sniper on some of the Diva play, which was brought out when it came to Hollywood, and utilizing that type of variation as well. And we, had a moment between the pause that you were able to explain in a little bit more detail about the Diva and the Winston choices and how that Diva can enable a team and looking for engagements, controlling the high ground, how their maneuverability is. So there's a lot of these different facets as well to see how that's going to translate over with Super Shy Ivy now going against that as well, as we enter in onto Lijiang Tower first.
Yes, Lijiang Tower, the home of the Ramatra. It was a little bit of Reinhardt earlier on, but now it very much feels, especially for Control Center, that spacing is just perfect for the Ramatra. There's a lot of really nice spaces and hallways for the mate to be able to find those isolations. You can use the fact of those halls as well to be able to bounce the Ramatra slow so that it's able to drop down and land a lot of the time behind the tanks and find that full isolation onto the backline, which can be incredibly helpful when you're trying to just run someone down, push them back, make them think that they have to move, and then surprise, there's a Maywall behind you.
Peekaboo. As we're going to be able to see going into this, and there was, again, a lot of really, really great dive-centric type of composition when it came to Garden specifically in the match that we had earlier, where it's really trying to see how they're maneuvering between White Room or also the Pagoda, and really where is that entry point and how to be able to capitalize on those few vulnerable members. And when it comes to the different sub-maps of Lijiang Tower, it really is interesting because we even got to see the Orisa, like we talked about heavily and at great length here. And Amelia, that was even highlighted in the interview from their opponent, recognizing that Amelia is a very, very strong tank. So we could see, you know, a variety of things, but I would lean more with both of these compositions, not, I think, going to dabble in that realm specifically.
No, I think if we're going to see a sort of move away from the Ramatra, Hitori would 100% go for the Sigma. And as we have talked about, the Orisa was used in the same vein. Instead of using Javelin throw, you would have used Accretion in that aspect, so that when the Ramatra is sort of readying up and wanting to run directly onto someone, you get that little bit of opportunity to be able to react and push them far enough away that Pummel isn't just immediately going to either force all of your cooldowns or just cleanse someone and shove them right back into respawn. No surprises that it is going to be the Ramatra coming through from Green FT. Junker Queen is a tank that we haven't actually got to see from our side of the broadcast. It did do its rounds, however. I was talking to you a little bit ago, earlier this week, about all of the compositions that we sort of seen cycling through in the last 2 weeks, and Junker Queen was very much the talk of the town 2 weeks ago, before the actual Swiss side of the major, where everyone looked at what was being played inside the Kunoichi Clash, which a lot of the Colonial Hero teams participated in, and Junker Queen was actually the top of topic. She was being played alongside things like Pharah Venture, Pharah Genji, and being used to just really get an aggressive tempo going where you would be able to steamroll over opponents right from the get-go because they just wouldn't have any say in the fight.
And then the other part of it too is really just seeing and understanding the differentiation of tempo when it comes to that and how the Junker Queen plays. And there's the discussion too about, like, you know, when you talk about aggression, like the Junker Queen having to, you know, throttle forward and really anchoring on the commanding shout, and when that commanding shout is used, it's something to really, I think, keep an eye on if we do see this Junker Queen come out, and how enemy teams are going to be able to perform against it, and really just know that level of restraint and when they need to be able to counteract against it, or even if they could try and bait it.
Yeah, I mean, you do. The way that you play into the Junker Queen, you have to bait the shout. If you try with a Ramatra composition, ignoring the Junker Queen and just going past her and killing someone in the backline, that Junker Queen has enough self-sustain that she is just going to melt the entire rest of your team if you are not careful. The fact as well that so many of these teams, when they play with the Ramatra, have to stack on top of each other is a feeding frenzy for Carnage, because remember, for every single person that Carnage connects to, it resets the cooldown by 2 seconds. So if you full swing onto a team, you can get immediate back-to-back Carnages.
Well, and even just also with the recent adjustment, it is a very small adjustment, but when it comes to the healing obtained from it, just as a whole for the Junker Queen, that little extra bit, the more that you slash across, really does start to accumulate over the course of multiple fights or multiple engagements that you have, or usages throughout that fight.
Yeah, and there was a big discussion when teams were trying to play the Ramatra into the Junker Queen on what the support lineup needed to be, specifically because with Kiriko not being there with a Ramatra team, right? Kiriko Lucio is not enough sustain to be able to keep that Ramatra alive. Junker Queen's ultimate is suddenly no longer lol Suzu moment. It actually has legs to it. It actually has that sense of danger that you have to sort of get hostage situations into holding sound barrier to be able to beat for. And that, because again, predictability equals death, means that these teams are going to know how the ultimate economy is likely going to interact with each other and can play in anticipation of that. You can use that Rampage and that potential of Rampage to keep the Lucio from sound bearing so that you can have a better engagement at some other part in the fight.
And now that we have been able to, I believe, reconnect with all players, I think there was a subtle delay as you were all listening into the dynamics. And this is one of those moments where I think it's almost like you have your caster hat, which again, like, you know all this stuff anyways, but then you have like your coaching hat, and it's like this swap between for you, but like they all still cut, like, it's almost, maybe we should like have you wear both hats together and like one on top of the other, and then one just supersedes the other where that one becomes the top hat. I don't know, that's what I'm thinking.
I feel like I could pull off a top hat, probably.
Or what if you got two of the Calling All Heroes hats,
Yes,
and then you
and
put one
stack them on
forward,
top of
and then
each
the other
other,
one the
and
other way,
one back
and then
you would circle
yes,
it.
and you're
Yeah,
like,
I
and
mean,
you're like
I
a Sherlock
might have to
Holmes.
add that. I
You're like a
might
Sherlock
have to add that
Holmes.
to the
Yep.
list when I grab that Mercy Cat t-shirt with the 10% discount. That being said, we're going to be seeing the dive come through from Super Shy Ivy. Green FT are going to be running the Ramatra. There is no Junker Queen in play. It is instead going to be the Ramatra with the Baptiste and the Lucio to be able to anchor and sustain in this point.
He's already starting to chunk away that health value and instantly deleted the focusing beam, just sending that scientist back to the drawing board to work onto some hypotheses, and that at point does become active.
Oof, Kiriko, Lucio, Winston dive is always so interesting to watch because you have to be so much more aggressive with your teleport if you're the Kiriko, and that means that a lot of the time you're going into the fight and not having that disengage, which is exactly what Green FT were able to take advantage of. Sen and I trying to take advantage of that off angle with the dynamite pressure, making sure that Super Shy Ivy are not afraid to jump onto the backline. Good coach gun is going to make sure that the dive does not find its target of that Baptiste, and we reset again.
She's contributing so much into that great pickup as well. Eliminating the Lucio, giving that extra mobility. Once again, this Winston play is being completely nullified and just cut down repeatedly.
Yeah, and Sohail is just anchoring on point because Sohail isn't really needed for any of these fights. Ramatra is really bad at peeling, which is what Super Shy Ivy are trying to take advantage of, but they just have not been able to get past the slows coming through from the Ram. They haven't been able to anchor the space and make Green FT choose between peeling for a player and actually taking control of that point and keeping the percentage ticking up. And as a result, Super Shy Ivy haven't really been able to do anything except slow build up some of these ultimates. This should be when they're able to take the space. The Halo goes a little bit too aggressive and will go down to the Kiriko. But yet again, the Ash Dynamite is so good at slowing things down.
Huge. Just always finding a choke point as they move through that white room to try and press into it. You now have Sawhill being cautious. Nice coach gun again, giving distance as Wisp looks and approaches this pulse bomb. Duplicate active, he's gonna dive forward. That electricity just continuing to chip away at the health values. 70% in climbing. The Kitsune Rush is active, but unfortunately it's not going to yield nearly as much value as I think the team would have liked, but it's at least forcing back Green FT for the moment, but they're still generating percentage. Even if they do lose this fight, they're in a beautiful position to be able to take their time, look for a counterplay, and swap it over.
I don't think they're going to reset it.
Oh.
They get Wisp. Senna sends the Bob. Halo's got Sound Barrier. Green FT, they know that they have a better sustained composition. All they have to do is survive the initial engagement. They've done just that. Hitori is forced into using Primal just to try and keep the point, but the flip goes through regardless.
Oh,
and the Baptiste doesn't even go overboard.
And now Hitori's all alone, has the reposition by Scuff to top up the healing for a re-engagement as it goes into the overtime. Wisp, though, is nowhere to be found, unfortunately, towards the end of it. The swap from H-Key won't bring any value, and in this overtime, it is a 5 versus 3 situation, now dwindling to 2, with Hitori going back. Only the supports remain, and as much as there is a worthy attempt to keep this in the overtime, it's not going to last for long, as Green FT takes this first initial sub-map.
Yeah, Green FT were just so good at using Senna's presence on this map. So much of their success can be contributed to this Ash, to the threat of the Dynamite that forced Scuff to have to use Suzu and always stacked with the team, make sure that Suzu was connecting to those players when they rotated around the backside of that point. And as a result, the full rotation that they had to do just put them in the crosses of the Ash time and time and time again. And unfortunately for Super Shy Ivy, it doesn't get better on Lijiang. We either go Control Center, where the Ramatra gets so much more power, or we go Night Market, where the Ramatra can also find all of the value because there's high ground places that you can anchor with your Ash that the dive is going to have to go much deeper to be able to commit on top of, which means it's going to be so much harder to collapse on top of either the Ash or the Baptiste supporting the Ramatra, and you can't even really go for point presence because Green FT are just going to run you down.
And now as the door is open, Both will be running down this initial point, but a lot of fire raining across the open space. Now a quick retreat from Hattori. Wisp low, forcing the recall, no longer having that defensive capability. With 10 seconds until it becomes active. Funneling damage. Senna gets a great takedown onto H-Key. And now with the numbers advantage can transition across the middle. Able to get closer towards that point as the picks still come through. Senna for 2 and lighting up that feed.
There's just no long-range poke. That's equivalent to the threat that Senna is provoking at the moment. Superstar Ivy just cannot pops on top of this Ashe. This was gonna try. You can see the peel immediately comes through. Halo just plasters herself to her Ashe's side to make sure that Senna is still going to be able to control the lane. Dynamite gets thrown in, tells you all of the information that they're still holding in that space. You know what? The Winston's isolated and killable.
A little bit of a stall now for the moment. Attempting to get some decent shots in the distance, but again, Senna is just really running this map of Night Market right now.
She's just uncontested. And because Wisp is just going for the Ashe instead of prioritizing point pressure, Green FT have all of the spacing and they're not being forced to make a choice. The Ashe is never being left isolated because no one's having to really divert and play out of position to contest the Tracer on the card. And as a result, Senna is just already 80% of assault.
Pulse bomb. Primed and ready from Peace. Looking for a backline opportunity. Goes for the dash. Just gets the melee. Swings the pulse, but it doesn't land. Target is looted. As the second melee comes out, this is just clean play. It might have been Senna out the gate, but it's Peace cleaning up the rest. With a swap at least for 58, that's something to not allow this to continue going towards that 100%. But I'm not sure how long this will last as the DPS line continues to harass. There's a force of the Primal Rage even just to keep this in contention.
Yeah, it's not even just to try and stall the fight, it's trying to keep that point for as long as possible to deny Green FT that presence, but Hattori now is behind enemy lines incredibly low, and the slow just means that even if jump pack was up, the Winston would be pulled immediately to the ground and 6 feet under. As Green FT control all of the space, have all of the ultimates, get an early kill onto the Tracer who can't even use the threat of Pulse Bomb to put pressure onto the backline. This is looking like the Ramatra composition is absolutely undeniably strong at the moment as Hattori's got to go onto the Doomfist just to try and get past and touch.
Only 10% remaining now in these final seconds. Sound barrier from Halo about to be brought to the table. Very heavy dive comp with the swap to H-Key as well onto the Genji. Hattori's basically eliminated, but great reactiveness from the supports. The top back up. Sound barrier down. Shield is active. Great pickup though from Wisp, getting that follow-up onto the Immortality field. This is the moment where they can turn this back around as a unit and try to contest against it. And the Doomfist has at least paid dividends for now, and we'll see how Green FT responds.
Yeah, Ramatra does not have great answers for the Doomfist. Unfortunately, though, Green FT do have 99%, and Super Shy Ivy in terms of ultimates don't have great answers for how they want to play into a composition that's sustained. They have to hit this Ramatra team before they can rotate over to the point. Good dynamite comes through from Senna. Is already going to force resources and make HK back off, which means Genji is not in position to blade.
Oh!
Doomfist is in position, though, to jump on them in the choke. This hallway is a kill box, but Hattori overstays the welcome, and the Doomfist is down.
Gets a double stun on the supports, but Green FT able to weather everything that's tossed at them until H-Key now unsheathes the blade. Smolted and smelted for them to be able to cut down the enemy. 55% it's still climbing, and Super Shy Ivy still looking okay for right now.
We've got Rush to fall back onto. Hattori's going to have Meteor Strike to be able to heal. Senna's Bob is about to come online though, and Super Shy Ivy do not have a shield. Which means that this Rush has to burn through it immediately.
Now, Sune Rush into the open. Scupt is getting battered right now with that. And now Bob follows up on the flank. Not used to it nor ready for it as both Peace and Senna overwhelm. With only 20% to go, Super Shy Ivy is going to fall short here. And this is where Green FT puts themselves in the driver's seat with a 2-piece on the pulse. And is able to take this one and a beautiful foot jive as well.
Yeah, Peace, you've earned it. 100%. That emote is earned. Oh, the double pulse bomb attachment. There are so many times where as a Tracer you know that you're gonna get a multi-kill, whether it's a break Ana and they're stacking together, and ironically enough, because they're stacking together, in the hopes of making it a little bit safer, they actually get both of each other with the Pulse Bomb, or whether it's just sticking it on a Lucio mid-wall ride so that you send them full into the rest of their team. Oh, what a play coming on through. And I mean, it did look like it was getting a little bit better for Super Shy, right, when we saw the Doomfist swap coming through. But we also saw that immediate punishment when you have the Doomfist composition. Even when you have the Ramatra composition, you have to have a really good sense of discipline and restraint, because a lot of the time it starts as your turn and it becomes their turn. And if you're not prepared to live that stabilization period where you're waiting for it to slip away from their turn and slide back into your turn, you are going to lose the fight through bad positioning. The fact that Hattori went in as deep as you did, trying to find that punch, trying to greed for both of those supports, meant that Sohail just saw the opportunity, dropped that slow directly behind the Doomfist so that Hattori was not able to get out, even if she had her cooldowns available, and just immediately lost the tank. Super Shy Ivy lost that CC. Even HK having to pull out the blade had a knock-on effect to trying to just stop the bleeding, staunch the momentum that Green FT were threatening to pick up with an ultimate that could only kill one person in that moment, meant that blade was no longer a problem that Green FT had to rotate into for the next fight.
Well, and there was significant value when it was that, I think, triple frontal punch knockback with both supports into the wall. Like, that was a ton of value gain, and then took advantage. But then, like you mentioned, when you start getting a little overzealous, it's where things can be easily just converted on you and then instantly punished. So I think if there's those subtle moments of you kind of reevaluate that aggression and be able to evaluate in the moment, let's say a little bit more seamlessly, not to say that it was a bad call, but just in that moment it was not ideal, we'll be able to see this counterplay come through so that we do have Super Shy Ivy be able to take this next map and try to compete against Green FT, who I will at least say the first round was much more convincing for Green FT. A lot more challenging when it came to Night Market.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by this hybrid pick, though. Because you have all of your choices of hybrid pick, right? And you can look at the compositions that get run. So let's think about the two others in the pool. Parry Soak, that's going to be dive. That's straight up a dive mirror. Hollywood, also a dive mirror. You can potentially pull out the Sigma. Iconwald, however, you can play dive, you can play Sigma, you can play Junker Queen, you can play Ramatra, though. And that's my big concern. What happens if they run into the Ramatra and just get out-tempoed again?
I mean, this map in of itself, again, like with the pool that we have available to it, I'm still just happy that we don't get to see King's Row for once, because that's all the rave, and just being able to see anything other than that is great.
A lot of people, I remember when the decision, when the map pool was released, because they've gone like back and forth. Sometimes we get King's Row, and sometimes we get Paraiso. And the amount of teams, like when you're scrimming and you say like, hey, can we play Paraiso? If you're playing up against a team who isn't in the Colonial Hero circuit, the immediate reaction is, no, we will not scrim Paraiso because that's an insta-ban.
Yep. I mean, for me, I just like it because first of all, I love the architecture of this map. Just look at that thing. I would love to have one of those, just as an asset.
Yes, Rich, I would also love to have my own castle. Unfortunately, the housing market in 2024 is not kind.
Could you imagine what a castle like that would cost? Like, literally the next 30 lifetimes worth of salary, and just like, yeah, that. Well, when I was in Scotland, what was it? About like 6 months ago now? We went to so many castles, and I was like, oh, this would be so cool. Like, just standing in here, like, allowing it to soak in, and then I leave, and then I hate everything about it. But, you know, as we're going to be entering into this, we're not going to hate anything about this, as we're going to maybe see a Widow shot come out the gate with the Weaver grab.
Combo. Does it hit the shot? No.
Nope.
Senna doesn't manage to find anything, and she grabs back immediately before running over onto the Ash. It's not the Ramatra coming from Green FT. Sniper is in the mix, so we are going to be seeing the Sigma composition come through from them.
Curious to see how they're going to face off against Hattori on this Winston. Dynamite looking to just clip the Ana in the corner to continue dwindling the health. Z gets a pickup onto H-Key and a follow-up from Peace. This is just a instantaneous takeover right now from Green FT. 2 eliminations that come out swiftly, and now Super Shy Ivy is locked in this room and just getting picked apart.
Yeah, that dynamite early from Senna to be able to cleanse that angle of Super Shy Ivy's presence on that mini health bag. And then it's just slow and methodical, taking away their angles, taking away the space. Sniper getting to move up little by little without any pressure coming through, so that Wisp wasn't able to find any form of return attrition onto the backline. Baptiste, DPS in the form of a support, getting that pick as well, and now Green FT, because they were able to pick up A as easily as they were, have been able to already occupy themselves onto that high ground, which is going to be incredibly awkward for Superstar Ivy to try and push them off of.
Senna down below, putting in quite a bit of work into the shield, but still mitigating some. As Accretion goes wide, needs to be extremely careful. The fire damage is going to just burn that health away. Wisp getting the advantage for now and holding the line, as it's 4 minutes and 50 seconds. A lot of time still to go.
True, but Green FT do have the advantage in terms of ultimates, as well as the fact that they can just keep pushing this card. Superstar Ivy, if they want to contest this card, have to send either HK with Velvet to just look with the break packs and keep the Tracer up, or the Winston has to drop Sans Bubble. HK, however, goes in deep against the Ashe, and Hattori will get the Nano Boost to give themselves a new lease on life, keep up the pressure on the low ground.
I mean, the other thing that's nice about it, too, is you guarantee that you get the Primal Rage, so you have that to cycle when it comes to the ultimates. You really only had to use Scuff for one, and defensively being able to cycle through these. And with Green FT now going to have a stack of their own, Pulse Bomb gets Wisp, so that's one ultimate out of the mix, but it's dependent upon how quick Green FT is going to try and capitalize on this.
Yeah, but Wisp is the thing that's stopping Green FT from just walking out of that gate. They have a composition where they're not going to be able to easily access the high ground, so having that Ashe, having that pressure of the dynamite every single time they walk through a choke is incredibly threatening to Green FT. However, someone's on the payload right now, keeping it pushed, and everybody else is just looking at the fight in front of them.
I mean, the good thing is that there was enough collateral damage in that sense to force whoever was there to keep the payload moving back. There's no way that you stick there. So that's the biggest benefit for Super Shy, even though they did give a few meters.
Yeah, Super Shy Ivy getting to reinstate themselves on this high ground as well is making up for a lot of lost time that they weren't able to find and slide onto A. Green FT, though, banking up these ultimates. Piece on that Echo is going to make it easier for them to launch a counter from the low ground to the high without just being taken down by this poke set up by the Ana and the Ashe.
I hear the Bob. Sent Federal Express down the doorway. Locked into the corner. Scuff gets the follow-up onto Sniper. And this is going to be an easy kill feed. I see a lot of blue. And making them feel the black and blue.
HK is doing a very good job of splitting the pressure between hitting backline, but also keeping an eye on Peace on the Echo. It might surprise you, because hitscan used to be the thing that would keep the Echo in check, right? Ashe would be seen as the traditional counter to the Echo, but in this instance, it's actually the Tracer who has to track the shift, know when the Echo doesn't have flight, and then track them down.
Ooh, big pick. Wisp now gonna dive away. Got the value necessary out the gate. Peace gonna be able to counteract for the moment as Velvet's brought back to the spawn, but there's just consistent applied high ground pressure from Wisp, just relentlessly.
And that's why it's HK's job to keep an eye on the Echo, because if the Ashe is looking at the Echo, you're not looking at the low ground, you're not getting those dynamites and those early kills off onto the squishies. That being said, Green FT finally are able to break up onto the high ground, collapse on top of Wisp's head, and establish themselves in this space. And it should be harder for Superstar IV to break out safely now that they don't have things like the Nano Boost or the Ashe to keep Green FT in check and burn all of their cooldowns quite literally with the dynamite before the fight even picks up.
Ooh, getting real scary. Has to force the duplicate and instantly is popped out of it with everyone funneling damage, but all the while the payload is pushed to the door. The battering ram commences and the castle has been breached.
Oh, we have a new soon. Senna makes sure that that payload keeps moving. And as a result, Superstar IV, who were distracted by the shiny Echo duplicate, do not contest the payload, and Green FT by themselves another little bit of time in the bank to try and force through C. That being said, because it wasn't a clean fight win, they're gonna have to fight their way through that spawn. Superstar IV are not happy about the fact that the point is now into C. And as a result, they are just stalling out this team as long as possibly they can. That Diva mech almost going down forces the immortality field, and still Green FT have someone on the cart.
They're pushing it and nobody knows about it. It's halfway there. You can finally see that there is contention. Meanwhile, we're in the fray on the front line as the Winston The Hittori play comes out to give some protection. The shield's not going to help you once the stickies land. 2 minutes to go. There's contention still on the cart. You can see in the distance, the periphery, that there is a duel going on as the payload continues to push and the fight's still on the outskirts of the castle.
Everybody's just looking at the outskirts of castle, except the 2 tracers. You can see the brick packs coming through, as Velvet is looking to just launch those onto the tracer and keep the HQ intact. Nano boosted Winston's going to make it harder for Green FT to be able to breach the walls. The Satori knows that they can go in deep with that primal. Even if you break line of sight from your supports, you are still going to be able to survive. Green FT with a wealth of ultimates and all of the pressure that Sun's been able to, all of the distance the pairs picked up. This is final fight territory, Rich.
Yeah, with 1 minute and 15 seconds, things are going to get real dicey real fast. And there's going to be a lot of graphics with a pulse bomb cross courtyard right now, or like in the main arena room, as you've got Peace following up, getting rid of Bob for the moment. 60 seconds now for Green FT on the attack. Sound barrier gives the protection, but you still have Senna gone. With the Tracer, it has the ability to get back quickly, and you can see things are a little bit spread out here. Super Shy Ivy able to stem the bleeding and draw back.
Peace has the duplicate, Sniper has the self-destruct. Tori might get staggered. No. The Winston will survive, the Tracer will not. However, HK is a valid sacrifice to guarantee that your tank is present with Bubble to stop self-destruct in this final fight.
Now moving with these final meters into the throne room, one could say, with a pulse bomb from HK looking for a target. Stay on target. Stay on target, looking to get that pick up. Has to force the recall. Stickies don't go through. Actually holds it. The duplicate is forced out. Peace attempting with the second Tracer to try and compete against it. Z shuts down HK, overstaying their welcome. No longer has the pulse bomb available. Peace can't quite get enough damage. Gets the stick and pushes it back before they're knocked out of it. Hittori returning, jumping forward. Peace gets a second. Another pulse bomb makes the space, but unfortunately nobody can get to the point to keep it contested and denies the completion in round 1.
I cannot remember the last time that we saw an Echo duplicate get more than 1 pulse bomb.
Right?
And he's just used it to kill the entire backline. Unfortunately, everyone was looking at the fight. No one was really looking at the cart. And as a result, that is where it stops. It does not pick up the final checkpoint. But my goodness, what an admirable job Super Shy Ivy did when they got into point C. It could have been all over the fact that HK literally bit the physical bullet and stepped in front of Green FT's peripherals so that every single head swerved to look at that Tracer rather than the Winston. Because if you lose a Tracer towards the tail of the fight, no big deal. She'll come back, she's got the blinks. If you lose a tank, however, you have to give up all of that space and you don't get to play for your Ashe in that poke instance. And as a result, if Hittori had gone down in that previous fight late and not been able to come back, Green FT would have got so much more presence, so much space to work with and stop Wisps from having the angles. They wouldn't have needed to use all of their ultimates. Peace wouldn't have had duplicate being forced coming through off of initial pressure from the pulse bomb. And that for checkline could have actually gone all the way into C. That being said, it did not go all the way. We do not get the benchmark. Super Shy Ivy going to also be going for a Widow grapple play. Are they going to be able to find the shot? No life leaver here. D.Va immediately clocks it, as well as that Tracer giving the Scout, telling you that you need that defense matrix. And as a result, Wisp will find nothing before swapping to the actual pick, which is going to be the Ashe. Dynamite looking to put pressure and keep Green FT, especially this D.Va, having to turn heads constantly between the Dynamite and the nade breath.
And really maneuvering around this center pillar is going to be so ideal as it strafes back and forth, a little bit more predominantly towards that health pack in the underroom. Now Hittori waiting for the moment to dive into the backside, an opportunity approaching. There is a lot of topped-up healing, though. Bionade lobbed across the way, attempting to keep Hittori alive. Pushing forward now, up top, taking the high ground, buying a few seconds until their re-engagement. HK gets the elimination onto the the Tracer v Tracer. Love to see it. With Hittori really just getting so much damage onto Senna, but the healing is overflowing to keep Senna alive. But in the meantime, Sniper's not getting any of that resource. Gets demeched and is now vulnerable out in the open. Still pushing, 2 minutes and 50. They're gonna be, the whole team's just taking it. No one touches it in time, and once again, we find ourselves focusing on the fight and not the objective.
Oh, I've said it once, I'll say it again, Rich. One of the biggest weaknesses with D.Va composition, point presence. A 0 point presence. If you're flying around and playing to peel and hoping to just jump onto the backline of Super Shy Ivy when Hitori gets aggressive, there is quite literally nothing outside of the Casti and the Baptiste to anchor onto this point. And as a result, Super Shy Ivy just play the waiting game and slowly but surely chip apart Sniper's mech until they're in a position to be able to anchor themselves in that space. However, Green FT will have the high ground. Diva being able to move between both the low and the high is going to make it harder for this payload to get as free payload pressure as it did in the previous side.
A lot more value with that. Curious to see how well it's going to fend, as you've got Senna already getting rid of H-Key, and at this point, Super Shy know that they don't really want to deal with this until they get a full 5.
H-Key, yeah, with that Pulse Bomb, needs to be the thing that turns Green FT's head. Otherwise, you're just walking to all of this poke pressure from on high when you have no answer to it, except lobbing a Dynamite in. That's going to clear the space for the Winston to be able to jump through. It's not going to be a stick the landing, though. It's much more a case of distraction tactics for Super Shy Ivy to finally get the rest of their team across.
Ooh, Senna has to be cautious. Unfortunately, can't escape. There is a massive rotation underneath, getting both Wisp and Velvet to support with the ultimate in conjunction. And this is going to be complete dominance by Super Shy Ivy as they finally take and chip away at those defensive natures.
Hitori more like Houdini. That was a beautiful sleight of hand. The Winston jumping up, keeping the caster's entire attention occupied so the rest of their team can just poof, suddenly appear on the high ground contest, and there's nothing that Green FT can do to contest it. Stuff now has that nano boost to send into the Winston. If Green FT try and break through one of these doors, it's not going to be a clean Jedi from Senna, that's for sure.
Now, you've got the sound. Ooh, you've got asleep though onto Sniper while you've got Hitori juggling away in the corner. Gets rid of the immortality field, but is so low themselves. Senna turning it back. Z gets another. And this is actually an opportunity here for Green FT to be able to turn it back and try to reset, but that cart is so close to this doorway.
They have to be so careful that they don't just stand on castle and allow Peace to backcap for free. Or rather, HK to backcap for free. And you can see, like, Green FT, they're rotating around it. They know potentially that is going to be a play. It's not just full hold and anchor on high ground. It's also scout through castle, figure out the Tracer's location. You can see the pings coming through. There is one player that they are looking specifically for, and it is not the Winston.
Senna with the Deadeye. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a reposition to get an interesting angle, take advantage of the ultimate, catching Super Shy Ivy off guard, but a lot more attention to this other channel down below. And like you said, that constant swivel from the Diva to keep tabs on where the team is moving from Super Shy Ivy. HK now, but the pulse bomb still can't quite find anyone vulnerable to get a stick. Diva forward, Sniper playing aggressively to constantly knock the team back, but now the Ant Matrix, the stick, will look to get a pick, but doesn't quite land. Now, a counter. Peace gets that shut down onto Scuff, who no longer has healing. It's all on the shoulders of Velvet, and it's a one-for-one trade, but only really using the Tracer. This engagement on the high ground has become hyper-extensive, and with so many ultimates now starting to be contributed.
Yeah, and now the payload has actually rolled naturally back, that Green FT don't have to be as head on a swivel looking at that low ground channel. They can be much more defensive in terms of holding on this high ground. That's one thing that the Diva has allowed them to do, because you can go from the low to high much more naturally than the Winston. And as a result, Super Shy Ivy weren't really able to flaunt the payload and it being so close to actually get Green FT to give up their prior position. Hitori is going to do what they can to try and get it back to where it was, but you can see Peace immediately falling into step alongside Sniper to make sure that the payload stays exactly where it is. Wisp has taken advantage of the distraction, gets onto the high ground themselves, and is now in position to potentially Bob in final fight territory.
Yeah, there it is. They toss out Bob. Attempt. Ooh, but it doesn't go as far. It actually interacts, so there's no angle down that little ramp towards where the payload is positioned. So that's a free opportunity here for Senna to rotate, regroup with the rest of the team, and hold with only 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, it clipped the Diva, really unfortunately. You saw the Diva get thrown directly up there, And that is A-okay for Sniper because Sniper just gets the defense matrix as opposed to Super Shy Ivy, who are hoping that that Bob would open up the space for them. Now they have 20 seconds left. No way of having to bypass Green FT's defenses. They just have to go to the low. We've got a Sombra coming through from Wisp in the hope that they can get through undetected and potentially tap. But with 10 seconds left, it's going to be a Hail Mary for Super Shy to keep this cup moving.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. We've been able to see it skirt from underneath their noses once before. Halo instantly collapsed on beautiful coordination from the two. Now, overwhelming damage onto Sniper. High Noon, though, swinging about, looking for anyone to target. No skulls in the sightline, but there is a recovery here. Peace gets one, but is shut down instantly by H-Key, getting the second onto the Sniper, who is out of their mech. Overtime still active, only just a few meters left to go, attempting to get into the castle to once again break and breach the castle doors. This overtime with 5 meters now, continuing to elevate. There's an attempt to counteract against it, but Hattori is absolutely topped up and almost full health to keep this going. A unique position with the respawn, not going to be as close as you would like it. A beautiful hack as well onto Green FT. Self-destruct, do they have protection? Hides behind it. The mech gets the takedown onto Hattori, and no more time can be bought with Green FT now putting themselves on a match point situation.
Oh, it looked so achievable. It looked so achievable. That swap with the Sombra, basically drawing all of the attention, the Primal as well from Hattori, to make sure that Green FT were not just able to hold high ground over the heads of Super Shy and force them to rotate all the way through onto the payload, just taking chip after chip after chip, poke after poke after poke. And it seemed like it was enough, but unfortunately, you saw the immediate adaptation coming through from Green FT of understanding, well, we can just swap to things that's going to make it really annoying for you to have to fight into us on recontest. The positioning from the Baptiste to just play entirely away from the payload, knowing that the Winston had to anchor that space, that Hattori could only stare meters hungrily away from that Baptiste, just slowly chipping and poking down a Lucio, all the while the actual prize is ever so slightly out of your reach, and you know you can't go for it, because if you do, it's a bait. You have to walk off of the payload in overtime, and you lose the map regardless. Then we saw the self-destruct come through from Sniper the second that Hattori had pop bubble, even the swap onto the Symmetra coming through, not just to be able to get out of spawn faster, but to be able to just melt through that extra line of defense that could have been poised to use against the self-destruct. And it almost was enough. The self-destruct did manage to find its target, but it was stopped by the Suzu coming through from Super Shy Ivy's backline. But unfortunately, Suzu was then on cooldown for when Sniper remexed, and Hattori directly under it just got splattered.
Beautifully done overall. Great heads-up play and adaptation, as we've highlighted on a couple of occasions. And Green FT, as you can see in these last few moments, seemed knocked out and unable to recover, but these final moments start to heavily go into their favor, and that remech kill is just the cherry on top.
Yeah, it's definitely not just a cherry on top. It's probably a very heavy metal body on top.
I mean, could you just what if it was like the cool little like diva like action figure as like your ice cream topper? Like but you gotta get some perspective. It's not like a bowl of ice cream, it's like a kitchen sink with ice cream, so like proportionally that works. I'm really stretching for this one.
Why do you always make me hungry, Rich?
I am Italian, and food is forever on my mind, and that will never go away, and we're ironically in Italy now in this case, and that's just happening. So, yeah. Come saw, there's the gelato stand. Everybody else, you should go get ice cream. Yeah, there you go. Along with some merch. I'm gonna throw that in there too. Get some merch.
Get the merch. Pick up the merch. Make sure that you use the code to get your 10% off of merch. Unfortunately, you won't be able to use that code to get a discount off of ice cream, but merch is so much tastier, especially all of the merch that we have on display.
100%. Absolutely. As we get to go back into the it's like a deja vu. We get to have this twice. Now we go to a third map, seeing how it's going to end. This is the moment where all of you in chat that want to just see more Overwatch, everything has to swap. We don't want a 3-0. We don't want that. That'd be cool, you know, for FT. But they're like, okay, Super Shy Ivy's like, we're going to fight against this. So too bad.
This should be a really good one. This should be Super Shy Ivy's like comfort stomping grounds. Because, again, Hattori known for Sigma. It's going to be really interesting to see whether or not it's going to be the Sigma versus Sigma coming through. especially if Peace decides to stick with this Pharah. Pharah has been hit in terms of the health department. The one thing that they didn't hit, though, Rich, is the AoE splash, which was the thing that Pharah was using to just run havoc on all of the tanks, especially that Maga composition. That being said, if it is a Sigma that you're expecting, the Echo is going to be so much better to force those tasty cooldowns, with Stickies just using Shift and allowing snipers so much more freedom in terms of their ability usage. But that is not a Sigma versus Sigma. That is a Widowmaker coming through, as Wisp's not able to find that first opening shot. Super Shy Ivy, without really any Sigma to create space for the Widowmaker, Wisp has to be incredibly careful with how long they stay on this angle. Otherwise, there's just going to be a team running directly on top of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you can see this maneuver between both. Goes for the shot, but hits the body. Doesn't quite hit the place of the target that's necessary. HE gets rid of Senna, so that gives some space here for Super Shy Ivy to play a little bit more aggressive and also give agency to Wisp.
That threat from the Widowmaker, even before Green FT actually took a fight, has pushed them already out of main, which allows much more space for the dive to find its footing. Suddenly there is high ground that is coming into contention as Senna actually goes to the Widowmaker to mirror and keep up the pressure onto Wisps.
Senna gonna look for a shot, almost gets it, just able to jump out of the way. With a couple of picks now coming through, Peace able to remove Scuffed, so there is no way that Velvet can keep this team going. And with Hattori also down, that is a back to drawing board, and this payload's gonna be able to supersede the distance that's already been gained by Green Team.
Yeah, unfortunately for Super Shy Ivy, they're not going to be able to just play off of the threat that the Widowmaker brings to buy themselves the space, especially since Senna has the Sigma shield to be able to help her as the choice of Wisp. That does have to worry about being dove, however, but Hattori at the moment needs to just force the Sigma off of the angle to allow Wisp to find any spot possible to hit a shot through that shield.
And Matrix, will it be used? We shall see, because there's still a lot funneled into this, every meter at a time. With FT now keeping that front position, but Wisp now landing a shot, no longer having that assistance to mobility, and you've got Sniper very vulnerable in the back. The Amplification Matrix instantly going to start boosting the healing, and Peace throttles forward. Senna down below, and this Amplification Matrix really, really helps out the sustain in that fight.
There's no burst damage on the dive. The burst damage is the Widowmaker one-shot, but that's not happening because Wisp is not getting any Peace. Ironically enough, Peace is literally just not giving this Widowmaker any space to work with, and as a result, even when the dive comes through, it's not on the Baptiste, which means that she is more than capable of just babysitting Sniper, making sure that the Sigma anchoring that space does not go down. Now we're going to see the Ashe come on out with the Dynamite being able to get lobbed over that Sigma shield and apply a little bit more pressure. You don't have the one-shot capability to go alongside the dive. And Green FT, they see the rush, but they don't really need to care about it until now. Sniper stuck in position a little bit too long, doesn't use the flux to pick up anybody in time to disrupt it, and as a result is not even able to get the immortality field. This is going to be Green FT losing the fight, and Super Shy Ivy off of the cost of just one rush.
I mean, and one good aspect of this is that they didn't get to reach the checkpoint.
Yes.
That just shy of it is really critical when we talk about the later portions of this. That can be a real hindrance. This is now Super Shy able to get back to the barricade, looking to stick as a group to start pushing this forward. As actually, well, they're going to have to give some space here and go back to the neutral, really.
Yeah, but Senna is off of the Widowmaker onto the Tracer, knew that having a 16-second grapple and a 175 health board is just a little bit too tasty a treat for a dive composition to be able to follow up onto, and having that Tracer means you can hit the backline much more capably. And poor Super Shy Ivy is just being pulled in all directions. Everywhere they look, there's just a Tracer or Winston Ashe on an angle that you're not expecting. You have zero space to work with, zero time to work with too, because Green FT are just not getting any opportunity to reset. Super Shy Ivy have been absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, Senna has really stepped up, just being an absolute thorn in Super Shy Ivy's side. Now, with the checkpoint obtained, starting to work their way up the ramp. You can see now the pulse bomb waiting to latch on to someone. The sound barrier is there, so at this point you're going to not really want to use it for the time being. Can't quite find a mark for now, but still looking to just chip damage into the distance. as the payload still continues to move forward for the time being. Someone contests, able to counteract against it. And Senna finally gets the pick they're looking for. There's a second! And just even though they're, not really gaining progress, they're still going to be able to recover and get back into this. And really, Hattori has to get back.
Too.
Yeah.
There's a fight going down over the objective, and Green FT are still able to keep it pressured, and crucially, Superstar Ivy aren't pushing it back. The question is, has Senna even died once after she swapped to this Tracer? It feels like she is absolutely unstoppable. Superstar Ivy just do not have an answer to it. Currently, they will have finally gained control of the objective, but now it faces into a spacing fight, which is so much more beneficial for the Sigma composition. That main lane is so good for the Echo to be able to keep pressure onto the Ash.
Oh. Senna gaining immunity, goes for the stick, but unfortunately lands on the wall. Now Peace having the duplicate. Luck's gonna come through. The Melody has rung. Peace up top, looking to evade some of the damage, utilize the health pack to get topped up to go for a second round, but HK says no, ding ding, round one over. With Hattori juggling on the supports, chasing down repeatedly, and actually gets blown to smithereens, with Senna recycling back to give the necessary assistance as the team squads up again.
Again, there's just no burst damage. As long as Green FT are able to weather the storm of the first couple of moments of these dive hits, they're able to sit in the fights and sustain so much better than Superstar Ivy, and that's exactly what Senna and Peace have been doing. Even Z with positioning, just drawing Superstar Ivy further out of position, allowing the fight to go a little bit longer so that Senna and Peace can keep picking up this value, growing more and more stronger as Superstar Ivy grow weaker, and Peace just again able to find the Ashe early before the fight begins, taking away the pressure from the Sigma and allowing Sniper to sit on this pool and so much longer. As you can see that there is full commitment to this fight. Duplicate onto the Winston means that Green FT, even though they have a Sigma composition, can suddenly pivot over to dive. And yet again, we see that mercilessness as they just keep pushing Superstar Ivy, finding one thread and pulling it until the entire thing just untangles.
And with only 3 minutes to go, things start to look a little dire. It's going to be a tall task here for Super Shy Ivy to take the fight, get this to push, reach the checkpoint, and then claim another fight on top of that to guarantee that they are still in this.
Yeah, all Green FT have been doing for these last couple of fights is just keeping that distance, burning the time bank, making sure that Superstar Ivy are going to have to fight through all of these horrible, uncomfortable spaces where the Sigma composition is just so much better than this dive. When we do eventually get into overtime,
look at that
Suzu is not there! Was trying to coach gun out of the Suzu, and unfortunately as a result it doesn't hit connect either.
And now things look very scary. It's gonna go under 2 minutes here. Another two-piece for the pulse bomb. Senna feeling really good about that one, and just have honestly taken control of Colosseo single-handedly.
We're on to Cass. Even though Cass has been hit by the full-off, the entire reason why Cass is coming through now is the hinder to try and keep a track of this Tracer, because Senna has been absolutely unstoppable. Flux comes on through Amplification Matrix as well to make sure that Green FT can anchor in that space, but like you said, Velvet able to get the sound barrier off in time. The Superstar Ivy will be able to live through that entire amped up damage and finally take control of the fight.
Now having to still walk a great distance with the timing barely going to be able to surpass that initial neutral.
With the ultimate economy that they have available as well. Rich, that was both support ultimates in one fight. There has to be an early pulse bomb kill coming through from HK to just keep Green FT from backing away.
Primal Rage ready to be unleashed. With that dive forward, making space for the moment as the bot continues to push to get to the barricade. Wisp taking down Senna is the swap, like you mentioned, starting to pay off here. But there is much more to be had. It must accrue value as this time continues to dwindle. 50 seconds to go. HK continuing to put damage into the shield, having to work their way around this and get potential shots onto the Sigma. See, underneath. Nope, gonna hold on to it. Senna comes in big though. Hattori is down, and with no tank, this is gonna look scary. And the pulse bomb goes wide. Cannot get any value. HK loses out to potentially equal the score, but with 25 seconds to go, Green FT is setting themselves up for a 3-0 victory to push into that grand finals.
Yeah, Wisp has Deadeye, but I don't know if Superstar Ivy can even tap. It's 12 seconds left. You can see Green FT just taking positions. They're not even pushing the bot to make sure that Superstar Ivy can't get the opportunity to tap. Vittori has to go for Primal to get that extra jump reset. Will be able to hit objective as a result, but Sniper is cutting off their team, cutting off reinforcements. And this is Superstar Ivy going to have to play absolutely perfect if they want the series to continue.
They're utilizing the gelato stand to make sure that they can have some type of mitigation of the damage, staggering back and forth to keep it moving as it enters into the barricade. Now Scuff leading in with a Kitsune rush, giving that extra damage, but the Flux is there underneath, going for the boulder, and the tap as Z gets 2! Hit goes down, Scuffed alongside. The overtime is dwindling. Halo now with a sound barrier, more so as an insurance policy, as that will be Super Shy Ivy being thrown to the lower bracket. And you see Green FT moving on victorious once again.
Well, not quite the 5-map series that we were hoping, but definitely explosive Overwatch. It's going to be Peace picking up play of the game on this Echo, sliding over the rooftop, getting the angle, putting pressure on the Lucio, following it up into the beam as well, taking out both the Widowmaker and the Lucio in one fell swoop, and allowing all of that attention diverted to the Echo for Senna to come up and get that next kill coming through as well. And I mean, that was the storyline for the entirety of Colosseo. It was just Green FT playing smoke and mirrors with the threat that you actually had to contend with.
Smoke and mirrors indeed, magicians and all of their tricks, but honestly, we still have to give major credit. There was a worthwhile attempt from both teams, but Green FT able to come out on top and continue to dominate moving forward as we get to take a look at the entirety of this. Well, we get to look at the replays more specifically on this last map, which really just cemented this 3-0 scoreline and really having a golden run so far.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be Senna as well. This Tracer was just absolutely unleashed, gets the melee as clean as you would like. There's the coach gun moment, unfortunately, for Wisps to come through. And it felt like the Cassie pick was really good. Unfortunately, I feel like Superstar Ivy bulked from that prospect because of the cast damage fall-off nerfs that had come through, and on Colosseo especially, like that siren song of that really long line of sight, you want to have the Ashe, you want to be able to take advantage of that, but the Ashe against the Tracer just does not have that same value as the Cassidy, and it feels like if you don't have the cast to be able to keep the Tracer in check, it forces your Tracer's hand in terms of having to mark and check her yourself, which means that you're putting way less pressure into the back line, which for a dive composition is necessary. If you want to be able to play dive in Colosseo, you have to set up the pinch, and because they were just having to contest with Senna every single time, that was never really quite getting to happen and get off of the starter blocks.
And it's been a wondrous day so far of competitive play, and this concludes the match, but we're not done yet. We'll have an interview and some lovely closeout for all of you, so don't go anywhere, friends, because we'll be back in just a moment with that interview. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here. We had an interview earlier for the second half, and we're going to have another. So we're going to be having the lovely opportunity of speaking with Senna. Senna, how are you? Can you hear me okay, friend?
I can indeed hear you very well.
Let's go! So how you feeling after that one? Gotta feel pretty good. Finding yourself on a golden run so far, 3-0s all day. You had a absolutely crazy performance on Colosseo. Give me your take. What you feeling?
I mean, most of my deaths were just me being flashbanged mid-blink when I'm on 120 ping and then just TPing back. But aside from that, it was pretty good. I had a good pulse. Have you guys
Wait,
saw that?
run that back. 120 latency?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've played every single
Tracer?
tournament. Yeah, I play from Europe still, every single time. So.
Oh my.
Oh, I feel you. Tracer is probably, I mean, immersive in terms of the role. She probably plays at 120 latency compared to everybody else. Were you expecting the cast swap to come out as late as it did, or were you sort of expecting that one to come out earlier, by the way?
From them, I thought I would low-key come out earlier. Because, like, it's just me and Peace kind of harassing West the whole game. By just, like, go 3-1ing and no one looked at them. I had to look at the monkey, like Jericho. Like full inning and then leaving the Ash behind. But I mean, I thought it would be earlier, but it was later there. So I guess better for us.
So in terms then of playing Tracer, because we were seeing like a lot of fights were going on off screen, which I can only assume was you having to duel out their Tracer. Can you talk us through some of like those moments of what you were thinking and whether or not it was like planned that your team would act as a diversion?
Every single time, okay, I tried to like hold my lane and see if I can, like, you know, expand the space if I am able to. But most of the time against these guys, I would just say like I'm not marking right now because purely like, the Ash was like always being left behind, so I kind of wanted to just like go for trades realistically, like not even like keep playing. But I'll always tell my team if I need to, if I'm not able to mark, I'm going for Ash or stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, realistically, the performance is stellar. Like, both of us were just like, this is crazy. Just completely taking over a lobby type of gameplay. So moving forward, again, finding yourselves now, continuing to take this whole upper bracket. Who do you kind of think you're going to be seeing going forward with who's remaining? Like, is there any expectations on your end? Like, who would you want to face off against? What does that look like?
Okay, I mean, that sounds hard purely because we lost, well, quote unquote, lost in Swiss because we had my tank sleeping. So we had to play 45. That's why we're down one map or game, which is against Super Shy. So yeah, as you see, if we have our players, we win the game. But I don't really have anyone that I want to play against. It's just going to be, I know it's going to be either Super Shy or Valentine, likely. I'm not saying that it's guaranteed, but it's likely one of them too. But I would like to play against Inorizaki because I've basically never played against him, and I want to see them make a run because one of our ex-Timeless players is on there, obviously. So.
Okay.
So then, looking at the meta, it's obviously been in a much more diverse place than it has been in the past, and as a DPS player, you get to sort of play around with some more heroes that you didn't get to in the past, where you would always be locked to the Sojourn. What is your favorite composition? Not like your strongest composition, but your favorite composition to get to play, and why?
I think I miss my Sojourn very much. I really miss my Sojourn.
Oh no, I apologize for your loss.
I was in Overwatch 1. I've always been a Hitscan player ever since I swapped to PC, and I was really good at Ashe. Like, Ashe is probably still my best hero, but I don't like Ashe as much in Overwatch 2 as Overwatch 1. So I'd rather play the Sojourn, and if I'm talking about Sojourn, I'd rather play like the Ram, maybe Tracer, doesn't really matter, and then Sojourn, Bap, Lucio. I think that's a very fun comp in Overwatch 2.
Awesome. Well, we've enjoyed the time to be able to talk with you. You've solidified yourself moving forward in this upper bracket, and the team, I know, is ready to go to face off against whoever your opponent is going to be from that lower bracket. So thank you so very much, Senna, for your time, and can't wait to see all of you continue to perform as the way that you have.
Thank you very much. Nice having you.
Awesome.
Bye.
Definitely. Take care. Alrighty. So, great words. Looking to see who the competition's going to beat. Feeling like it doesn't matter. Sleeping tank, by the way. Okay, that's where you're like, all right, friend. Like, we really needed you.
I mean, you would probably just like have your Echo player play tank, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe your Break player if they played Overwatch 1. They'll be used to tank positions on that one. Oh, it's always so interesting, like, to get to see the progression as well of players. Like, some of them are newer and coming into, like, Overwatch 2 and having to learn roles entirely. And then a couple of other players are coming through from Overwatch 1 and having to adapt into all of the changes that have been made. And sometimes you'll see, like, players who started off on one role having to pivot over to another, as you can hear from everyone being like, yeah, I used to play the Sojourn. Now, now I don't get to play the Sojourn anymore. I think Senna's like the one person I've talked to who is sad that Sojourn meta has gone away.
Well, and I have to take a moment as we're talking about sleeping tank, resting. I feel like this just leads right into it. You know, silence is golden, some could say. And when you're trying to sleep, even though you may need your tank, being quiet and having something, you know, in the room at which that you play competitively, be very quiet. That would be our lovely sponsor with all the tech that's going to be able to come out for the winning team, as we do have it for first, second, and third place. We can get that card up here, I think, as well, so we can take a look at some of the merch that's available. And again, be quiet with just their overall equipment. And I'm going to take a moment to do that.
Rich is definitely not going to get his Orisa Javelin.
It's not the javelin, but this thing right here might be massive as a be quiet case, but this thing is just hush hush. It's more silent than, I mean, just you know what it actually, you know what, I just thought about it. If anyone that was in the pathway of the solar eclipse where you just have utter silence for that hot 20-some seconds, it's quieter than that. It's quieter than that. Absolutely.
It's a lot quieter than Rich's being. That's for sure.
This is true. You're not wrong there. But seriously, that thing, just it's amazing for both the content aspect of it, for us as casters, that noise floor, everything about it. And for those, again, that are going to be taking that first, second, and third place, we're going to be able to have that tech available to them. Gratefully thanking Be Quiet for giving us that sponsorship to those players. And then for those that are tuning in as well, to maybe take a look and see if you need a little bit of silence with your PC as well, or just other equipment, you can do that as well. But with that also being said, I think we're going to play a little bit of a game, are we not? Moxie,
Oh, no.
right? That's what we're doing. We're doing a little game, right?
That we are. Apparently, they said, you know what, professional yappers, let's see professional drawers. So Rich and I, we have both got whiteboards. Mine is a little bit smaller. His is a little bit bigger, but he has to try and hold his. So we need to muscle scale at the moment, and we're gonna have to try and draw the silent play of the day, which I would guess we have to do quietly as well.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm ready. Okay. Here we go, friends.
Do something!
Okay, so we're gonna have to make this a little closer. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay. Do I talk about my illustration first? It looks terrible, but it's okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, so because this is brand new markers, by the way, so this first little drawing wasn't that great, but this is a circle of the control point. And then you have, like, the blizzard. So, like, the blizzard is a snow globe, and, like, that's holding off this little junction. And then, as it progresses and people move out that way, that's where the Orisa is gonna use that ultimate to pull everybody into the center of it inside the no-go zone. So then we're gonna basically have a victory that eventually comes through, and there's a lot of little kill feed information right up there, which I'm gonna add at the end. I'm kind of cheating, but that's what you get.
I love that we like literally both went for the same representation of Orisa has horns. Also, you cannot
Yes!
see because it's yellow.
Oh wait, no, I can make it out. I can make it out.
You
Oh, you
can
gave
see
him
it?
4 legs too.
Yeah,
You gave
I got
4
the
legs
4
too.
legs.
Okay.
I was like the horns and the 4 legs and then the glowy circles. Like you can just see that this is the additional frames of Fortify that Terror Surge gives you. Which, fun fact, that was one of the reasons why Orisa was so good back in the day. Like, you would literally just be able to have non-stop frames of Fortify, Terror Surge, Fortify from Terror Surge, and then Javelin Spin. So Orisa would quite literally never die back in our day.
We're just gonna like tape that there. That's all that needs to be said. I drew this. I drew that.
You drew this,
only,
yeah,
only with
definitely.
these. Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, but crucially, Rich, I want to know, can you actually lift up that whiteboard?
Oh yeah. And wait, you can see it. Oh, I'm gonna like knock my ceiling. Oh, there's still something there. Aha! Yeah, it's a Be Quiet replay moment brought to you by us.
Yeah, I guarantee you, Be Quiet's PCs are a lot quieter than
I
we
swear.
are.
I mean, to be fair, I think the tape helped a little bit. That finally was the only thing restricting me from talking, which after a while will eventually get old. Which is probably getting old for all of you here because you're listening to me. But that means that we are towards the end of this. And again, it has been an absolute pleasure as we do get to take a look at the brackets before we conclude for the day. Green FT moving into the grand finals. Moxie, what a performance that we've been able to see from all of them today. And now I'm going to have to just wait to see who's going to be at the end of it all.
Yeah, is it going to be a rematch versus Super Shy Ivy, or is it going to be potentially Valentine or Inarizaki? We talked to Senna. She said that she wanted to see Inarizaki go all of the way. I think it would be a really fun matchup. However, we also know that a lot of these teams have the past that they have to live up to, right? Super Shy Ivy being one of them, as well as Valentine. Everyone expected Valentine to come through here and blitz through the composition, so they have a lot to prove. If they fall before getting to come back into that grand final, I know a lot of people are going to be asking questions about whether or not some of the history that we've seen from these teams have that same stability that we've had in the past. Are we going to see a team being able to sort of relive the strength of Timeless Ethereal when they were back in their heyday of this, the Colonial Heroes circuit and winning titles back to back to back? Or are we now in a position where we're going to see a lot of these different teams hit peaks in terms of meta and being able to take these titles, but never really 2 in a row?
And for all of that, we will continue to see it unfold. We have one more day tomorrow to see who is going to be crowned for this Calling All Heroes Major 2. And again, for those that haven't already, for those that are tuning in, maybe somebody corralled you into the chat. We should make sure that you have following on all of the, oh no, this side right here of all of the social media that you can be involved with: YouTube, X, Twitch, OW_esports, so that you are tuning in for it, making sure that we get to see you tomorrow as well. And then we also talked about it. There's merch. It's amazing. Help support this. Continuing to do so. Definitely use it. RAID10 for that discount code for 10% off. Moxie, I mean, it's been a great day. Day 1 in the books. Now we got 2. That's tomorrow. And I'm waiting for it. Aren't you excited?
I am so excited. I cannot wait to see whether we're going to see any adaptations coming through from these teams. I think a lot of teams getting to match up against each other already and anticipating what's going to come out of the starting gates is going to really influence getting to see some longer series tomorrow, which is brilliant news for everybody tuning in to make sure that they get that drops. The Venture Pride skin is back. Make sure that your account is linked. You do not want to be that person who sees 5 minutes before end of broadcast, oh, oops, my Twitch account isn't linked. Also, apologies that we're saying this 5 minutes before broadcast, because if you are that person, we haven't really given you all of that time. But make sure that you tune in tomorrow to have your account linked to get those drops, because they are back in game and you want to be able to show them off. The Venture skin is absolutely amazing. And they are actually somewhat viable in meta, so you'll be able to use it in your games, I promise.
And from all of us here at the broadcast, we do want to make sure that we always mention presented by, as you can see in that bottom left, well, I think it's left or right for those that are watching. It might be flipped, I swear it's not. But anyways, for Radiant, who has been continuing to present projects like these and events that are just truly for all a spectacle to see. So we hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care, happy gaming, and we'll see you tomorrow.